Chapter 50-51. What are they looking for? Lu Ming murmured with a thoughtful look on his face. The three clans of the Forbidden Lands had joined hands to come to the Western universe. They must have come through the void. What were they looking for after spending so much time and effort to come to the Western universe? The strange thing is that they have never left the 9 Elements Forbidden Land since more than 10 years ago. Han Yu continued. The 9 Elements Forbidden Land? Is it also a forbidden land? Lu Ming couldn't help but ask. The 9 Elements Forbidden Land was not among the 5 forbidden lands in the Western universe. Yes, the 9 Elements Forbidden Land is also a terrifying forbidden land. It was as famous as the 9 demonic ruins and the extreme evil land during the Eldritch Continent era. There was also a group of terrifying creatures living there. However, it was destroyed by human King Xian Yuan during the Eldritch Continent era. Han Yu said, it was destroyed by human King Xian Yuan. Lu Ming, Mulins, and Huang Ling were shocked. During the Eldritch Continent era, there were actually many similar forbidden lands. There were terrifying creatures living there. Some of these creatures were dormant, but some often caused trouble. Some of the terrible disasters in the history of the Eldritch Continent might have been caused by these creatures. Therefore, some of the peerless experts in the Eldritch Continent had a lot of conflicts with these creatures. There were even peerless experts who directly killed their way into the Forbidden Lands and destroyed them. Legend has it that human King Xian Yuan once destroyed 2 forbidden lands. Human King Xing Shi and the Ancient Queen had done the same thing. Otherwise, there would be more such forbidden lands. The 9 Elements Forbidden Land is one of the 2 forbidden lands that were destroyed by the human King Xian Yuan. However, these forbidden lands have astonishing origins and profound foundations. Their strength is also beyond imagination, especially the 9 Elements Forbidden Land. It is said that after the human King Xian Yuan killed his way into the 9 Elements Forbidden Land, a world-shaking battle broke out. In that battle, the human King Xian Yuan was injured. His heart was pierced by a sharp sword, leaving behind a drop of his heart's blood which turned into a vast ocean. Han Yu was very excited as he talked about these stories. However, Lu Ming's mind was blown. He had a flash of inspiration and grasped the key point. Human King Xian Yuan killed his way into the 9 Elements Forbidden Land. A great battle broke out there. Human King was injured. His heart was pierced by a sharp sword, leaving behind a drop of blood. The sovereign personage's blood. The 3 races of the Forbidden Area have not left the 9 Elements Forbidden Area for 10 years. Could it be that they are here for the sovereign personage's blood? What do they want the human monarch's blood for? Could it be for the human king's body? That's right, the human king's heart. Lu Ming's mind spun rapidly. In the end, he suddenly thought of the human king's heart. Could it be that the 3 races of the Forbidden Lands were searching for the sovereign personage's heart? By the way, are there any other races other than the 3 forbidden races? Lu Ming asked. There seems to be. I've heard that someone recorded the appearances of those people using a breath shadow stone from afar. I'll go and find a copy for you to see. After saying that, Han Yu left. Half an hour later, Han Yu returned. While he was at it, he brought back a rest shadow stone. Activating the rest shadow stone, an image immediately appeared in the air. A large group of figures appeared in the image. There were at least 500 of them. It really was the 3 races of the Forbidden Lands. Lu Ming could tell with a single glance that there were indeed 3 races of the Forbidden Lands in the image. Moreover, there were many faces that Lu Ming was familiar with, such as Origin 4 Extremities, Origin 5 Extremities, Gaishak, Nether Fiend King, and so on. Of course, there were even more unfamiliar faces. There were middle-aged people and old people. However, even through the breath shadow stone, he could sense the powerful auras of these people. Clearly, these people were all existences in the Origin realm. The 3 races of the Forbidden Lands had mobilized a shocking number of Origin realm experts. It was evident how much importance they attached to this matter. Ye Immortal. Soon after, Lu Ming saw a rather familiar figure in the crowd. It was the strongest ancestor of the celestial race, Ye Immortal. As expected, Ye Immortal is among them. This confirms my thoughts. It must be ye Immortal who urged the three races of the Forbidden Lands to work together again. Their goal is to find the human monarch's heart so that we don't have to gather the complete body of the human monarch. Lu Ming understood when he saw Ye Immortal. All of this must be prompted by Ye Immortal. Ye Immortal had lived for a very long time. His thoughts were mysterious and cunning. They must have grasped some method to find the location of the human monarch's heart using the blood from his heart. No, the human monarch's heart can't fall into their hands. I must get it, Lu Ming murmured. He had already guessed most of the matter. At this moment, the three races of the Forbidden Lands and Ye Immortal's group stood on a mountain peak in the 9 Elements Forbidden Land. In front of them was a huge crater that spanned 1,000,000 square kilometers. The crater had clearly dried up. The bottom was blood red, as if it had been soaked in blood. Just what cultivation did human monarch Xian Yuan possess? Just a drop of his heart's blood was enough to create a crater that spanned 1,000,000 square kilometers in the 9 Elements Forbidden Land. It destroyed a large area of primitive mountains and formed a sea of blood. It's just that too much time has passed and the blood has dried up. An origin from the primordial light race sighed in amazement. Human monarch Xian Yuan was an existence that stood at the apex of the primeval continent. Even across the many universes, he was a peak expert. He's obviously not someone we can imagine. Another person sighed. Didn't an existence like that die too? We're about to succeed. Before long, we'll be able to refine the blood from human monarch Xian Yuan's heart and use it as a guide to find the human monarch's heart. A young man from the Baleful Een race said coldly and arrogantly. This young man from the Baleful Een race was a peak genius of his race. He was not much older than Gaishak, Infernal Fiend King, and the others, but he was already at the early origin realm. He was arrogant and unruly, looking down on everyone. From his words, it was as if he did not even take the human monarch seriously. To the side, Ye Immortal showed a look of disdain. This kind of person had never seen the strength and terror of a human monarch. He had seen it before. If this kind of person really encountered a human monarch, they would be reduced to ashes with just a breath. The three races of the Forbidden Land worked together and set up a formation in the crater before them. They were refining the human monarch's heart's blood that had seeped into it. They had been working on it for almost 10 years. It would not be long before they succeeded. Of course, the human monarch's heart's blood had been here for countless years. They could not refine a complete drop of it. They only needed to refine a portion. The three races of the Forbidden Land had only found this method after rummaging through ancient books. With a portion of the human monarch's heart's blood as a guide, they could find the exact location of the human monarch's heart. They would succeed in a few months or a year at most. The Azure Divine Realm. After Lu Ming learned of this, he immediately decided that he had to stop it. He planned to immediately set off for the 9 Elements Forbidden Land. Chapter 50-52. Lu Ming, there are so many experts in the Forbidden Grounds. It'll be dangerous for you to go alone, said Han Yu. I won't act rashly. I'm only going to investigate the situation first. There's something else I need your help with. Can you help me find some people to spread the news along the way? Asked Lu Ming. Now that so many early reciprocity experts had been mobilized, Lu Ming was not stupid enough to fight them head-on. That would be courting death. Lu Ming only planned to investigate the situation first and ask Han Yu to help him find some people to spread the news along the way. After all, communication jade talismans would not work if they were too far apart. They would need some people to receive them along the way, like a relay station. That way, the news could be spread quickly. Lu Ming planned to hide and observe first. If the three races had really found the location of the human monarch's heart, he would spread the news. He believed that the various large organizations in the Western universe would be interested in the human monarch's heart. When the time came, he would be able to take advantage of the situation. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to take the human monarch's heart in front of the three races with just Mulins, Huangling, and Qiuqiu. That's easy. Han Yu agreed. With Han Yu's influence in the Ashen Azure Divine Realm, finding some people to spread the news along the way was very simple. Soon, all the people were found. Lu Ming immediately set off with them. Mulins and Huangling were obviously worried. They wanted to go with Lu Ming, but Lu Ming turned them down sternly. He told them to stay in the Ashen Azure Divine Realm and wait for the news. Lu Ming quickly made his way to the forbidden grounds of 9 elements. Along the way, he would leave someone to spread the news. Communication jade talismans could reach him within this distance. Over a dozen days later, Lu Ming approached the forbidden grounds of 9 elements alone. The territory of the 9 elements forbidden land was very large. Although the living beings of the 3 forbidden lands, including the Primordial Light Clan, had sent people to patrol the area, their numbers were limited. It was impossible for them to monitor the entire area. Lu Ming easily found a gap and rushed in. The 9 elements forbidden land was in ruins. The originally solid ground was now full of cracks. The cracks extended forward as if they had been slashed by a battle sword. Lu Ming speculated that this was most likely left behind by human King Shen Yuan when he killed his way into the 9 elements forbidden land. After that, Lu Ming activated his demonic monarch runes. Mysterious runes appeared on each of his eyeballs. He was checking if there was a formation in the 9 elements forbidden land. The other forbidden lands all had a terrifying formation. That kind of formation was far beyond the origin grade, and it was very likely that it was related to the Immortal Tao. It was extremely terrifying. As Shao Chun circulated his Fei King Emperor mark, veined patterns appeared in front of him. It was an array pattern. However, they were all incomplete. There were both the earth and the void, but they were very damaged. They couldn't form a formation at all. They were no longer a threat. If this formation was intact, it would be extremely terrifying. But it's completely torn apart. Was it done by human King Shen Yuan? The power of a human king is so terrifying, Lu Ming exclaimed. The power of a human king was immeasurable. No one knew how strong he was. The forbidden land was flattened just like that. Such forbidden lands were terrifying places even during the Eldritch continent. Countless overlords were terrified when talking about them. They had an extremely deep foundation. The power displayed by the forbidden lands was only the tip of the iceberg. The most important thing was that the true power of these forbidden lands couldn't appear under the origin source tribulation. Otherwise, the Heaven Destroyer and the heavenly human race wouldn't have existed. Even in the prosperous Eldritch continent, there were countless experts and immortals. It was enough to imagine that these forbidden lands were terrifying. However, Lu Ming immediately thought of the human king's body. Legend had it that the human king was killed by an enemy. His body was divided into 7 parts and sealed in 7 different places. Even someone as strong as the human king was killed without a complete corpse. How terrifying was his enemy? What kind of enemy did he encounter in the Eldritch continent? Lu Ming observed for a while and found that there was no danger. His figure flashed and he went deeper into the 9 elements forbidden land. There weren't many people from the 3 races in the forbidden land. It was impossible for them to monitor the vast 9 elements forbidden land. In fact, when Lu Ming came in, he didn't see anyone. However, there were many surveillance formations everywhere. Obviously, they were set up by the 3 races in the forbidden land to monitor. However, Lu Ming now had the monarch marks of the monster race. These surveillance formations couldn't hide from Lu Ming's eyes. Lu Ming easily avoided these formations and went deeper into the 9 elements forbidden land. Ye Immortal and the 3 races in the forbidden land. Suddenly, Lu Ming saw a large number of figures. There were no less than 500 of them. Among them were the Ye Immortal, Gaishak, the Infernal Fiend King, Yuan Siji, and so on. He had arrived. Lu Ming restrained his aura. With a flash of his figure, he hid in a dilapidated mountain peak nearby. He hid among a pile of rocks and carefully observed the situation. It was similar to what he had seen in the Breathing Shadow Stone. The 3 races in the Forbidden Land really did send many experts. Just by standing there, the space around them constantly rippled due to the pressure of a powerful force. Without a doubt, they were all reciprocity experts. Relatively speaking, early reciprocity experts were easy to see because early reciprocity experts didn't have great control over their own origin energy. Some of their energy would leak out and affect the surrounding illusions. After reaching mid-reciprocity, there would be no such problem. Instead, their energy would be withdrawn and they would return to their original state. Lu Ming glanced around. There were actually over 300 origin experts from the 3 races in the Forbidden Land. Yes, over 300 origin experts. That was a terrifying number. These were origin experts. The Heaven Destroyer had only accumulated 49 origin experts after 60 stellar years. The Celestial Clan had sent all their experts, but they only had 100 or so origin experts. The 3 races in the Forbidden Land had casually sent over 300 early reciprocity experts. That was how deep their foundations were. Aside from the 3 races, the Celestial Clan had also sent over a dozen origin experts. They stood beside Yi Immortal. Further ahead was a huge, deep pit. It was blood-red and covered in inscriptions. They formed a huge formation that was operating at full power. Lu Ming immediately guessed that the pit was very likely the place where the Human King's heart blood had dripped. The 3 races in the Forbidden Land were currently using the formation to refine the Human King's heart blood. Looks like it's still early. They need to refine the Human King's heart blood first and then use it to find the location of the Human King's heart. I'll hide in the shadows for now and not alert them. Once they find the location of the Human King's heart, I'll spread the news. Lu Ming pondered. Lu Ming's plan was to follow them secretly and wait for Yi Wuxiu and the people from the 3 forbidden clans to find the location of the Human King's heart. He would then spread the news and let all the forces fight for it, taking advantage of the situation. Chapter 50-53. In the blink of an eye, half a year passed. Suddenly, the formation in the deep pit gave off an intense light. It's about to succeed! Someone from the 3 forbidden races exclaimed, unable to hide his excitement. The sovereign personage's heart blood was about to be extracted. The formation lit up, becoming increasingly resplendent. Strands of scarlet blood qi came out of the deep pit and gathered in the air. The boundless blood qi continuously gathered into a point. The core of this point was the sovereign personage's heart blood. Immediately, a horrifying aura spread out from that point. It was like a universe pressing down on everyone's heart. The people of the 3 forbidden races and the Yi Immortal nearly fell to their knees. Even Lu Ming, who was far away, could feel the immense pressure. Horrifying. This was the might of a sovereign personage. It was just a drop of heart blood. Furthermore, countless years had passed. It had already seeped deep into the ground and dried up. Now that a strand of it was extracted, it gave off such a strong pressure. The strength of a peak sovereign personage was unimaginable. It was said that the core of a sovereign personage's physical body was concentrated in the sovereign personage's heart. It looked like it was not just a rumor. More and more blood qi came out of the deep pit. This blood qi continuously gathered, and the pressure in the air intensified. The people of the 3 forbidden races had no choice but to retreat, putting some distance between them and the sovereign personage's heart blood. Lu Ming also retreated silently. After about half a day, no more blood qi came out of the deep pit. However, a drop of blood the size of a fingertip appeared in the air. This was the sovereign personage's heart blood. Of course, this could not be the complete sovereign personage's heart blood. Too much time had passed. Even if it was the sovereign personage's heart blood, a portion of it would have dissipated. Furthermore, given the strength of the Yi Immortal and the 3 forbidden races, they could not extract the complete sovereign personage's heart blood. This drop of sovereign personage's heart blood was probably only 1/10 of the complete sovereign personage's heart blood. However, the people of the 3 forbidden races rejoiced. This was enough. They only needed a bit of the sovereign personage's heart blood to guide them to the sovereign personage's heart. With the sovereign personage's heart, they would have a vast amount of sovereign personage's heart blood. If they could extract the essence of the sovereign personage's heart, it would be an unparalleled tonic, more valuable than any divine medicine. Even a transcendent being would be envious. Lay down the formation and collect this drop of sovereign personage's heart blood. An Origin Realm expert from the Primordial Light clan ordered. Although only 1/10 of the Human King's heart blood was complete, and after a long period of time, much of its energy had dissipated, it was still not something they could come into contact with. They had to use special methods to collect it. He needed the assistance of a formation. Right at this moment, a sudden change occurred. That drop of human king's heart blood in the air suddenly erupted with terrifying energy fluctuations. Then, with a bang, it exploded. The human king's heart blood had actually self-detonated. However, after the human monarch's heart blood exploded, it did not completely disperse. Instead, with the human monarch's heart blood as the core, it split into countless strands of blood. Streaks of blood fell to the ground like a spider web and fell back into the deep pit. Lines of blood appeared on the ground. The blood lines intertwined with one another to form a strange pattern. From the looks of it, it was a formation. Rumble. Then, the ground shook violently. The core of the tremors was at the center of the deep pit. What happened? Where's the human monarch's heart blood? Why did it turn into blood and fall back to the ground? The formation we laid down has also disappeared. Why is the ground suddenly shaking? It's like something deep underground is about to come out. The beings from the 3 forbidden races cried out in alarm. This scene had exceeded their expectations. Even the Ye Immortal's face sank. They had not expected this. Rumble. The ground shook more and more violently, as if some colossus was about to charge out from the depths of the earth. Could it be that the human monarch's heart blood had fallen here and seeped into the depths of the earth, giving birth to some terrifying being? Many people could not help but have such a thought. Suddenly, the deep pit split open. A crack appeared, and as soon as this crack appeared, it rapidly expanded. The crack rapidly extended to both sides, as if it was tearing the earth apart. However, after a while, the crack did not continue to extend and stopped. However, a huge crack had appeared in the ground. Faint blood-red light constantly seeped out from this crack. The strands of blood on the ground gathered together again, forming the shape of a drop of blood. It rushed into the crack and disappeared. Could it be that the human monarch's heart is beneath this crack? Someone cried out in alarm. The eyes of the others flashed, feeling that this was very likely. It's very likely that this region was originally sealed, but when we were refining the human monarch's heart blood, we accidentally opened the seal. The human monarch's heart blood flew in of its own accord. It was probably attracted by the human monarch's heart. What an excellent method. The most dangerous place is the safest place. Who could have imagined that the human monarch's heart was sealed beneath his own heart blood? The 3 forbidden races and the Ye Immortal speculated that the human monarch's heart was probably beneath this crack. Send people in to investigate. In the end, the 3 forbidden races decided to send people in to investigate. There was no telling what dangers lay within the crack. Those who entered had to be prepared to die. The 3 races sent a total of 9 people. Each race sent 3 people, each led by an origin. The other 2 were peak god lords. This is very likely the location of the human monarch's heart. Lu Ming also made this judgment. He had participated in several battles for the human monarch's physical body. Based on his past experience, he felt that the human monarch's physical body should be sealed here. Just as the 3 forbidden races were sending people into the crack to investigate, Lu Ming sent out a message. The message he sent was very simple. The human monarch's heart was in the 9 elements forbidden land. He had Han Yu, Mulans, and the others think of a way to send this message to the major factions in the Western universe. Soon, the message reached Han Yu, Mulans, and the others. Then, through their respective networks, they spread the news in an orderly manner. First, it spread through the Azure Divine Realm like a hurricane. Then, it spread to the 9 demonic spider race and the extreme evil race at an even faster speed. The 6 major factions in the Western universe were all alarmed. Human monarch Xuanyuan's heart had appeared. That was the human monarch's heart. How much was it worth? Heaven Destroyer and the heavenly human race couldn't completely estimate the value of the human monarch's heart. But how could the creatures in the Forbidden Lands not know? Human monarch Xuanyuan was so powerful that he single-handedly flattened 2 Forbidden Lands. He killed so many of the Forbidden Lands that they didn't dare to make a sound. He was unparalleled in the world, and all races bowed their heads. The value of the heart left behind by such a person was simply heaven-defying. To facilitate your next reading, you can click on the Collect button below to record this time, Chapter 5049. You can read the record when you open the bookshelf next time. If you like Myriad Dragon Emperor, please recommend this book to your friends, QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support. Chapter 5054. The 6 major forces in the Western universe were in an uproar. Countless experts rushed toward the 9 elements forbidden land. Lu Ming continued to hide in the dark and waited after he sent out the news. Not long after, the 9 experts who had entered the crack to investigate came out. They didn't look any different, nor did they have any injuries. Clearly, they hadn't encountered any danger in the crack. Not long after the 9 people came out, the experts of the Yi Immortal and the 3 forbidden races took action and rushed into the crack. Of course, they left behind some experts to guard the outside. If anything happened, they could inform the people in the crack immediately. Just a few days after the Yi Immortal and the others entered the crack, many experts from the 6 major forces in the Western universe arrived in advance. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, a large number of figures appeared in the area. Damn it, why are there so many people here? Have we been discovered? The expressions of the people from the 3 forbidden races changed drastically. Everyone, the primordial light race, the baleful Een race, and the blue sea race are here for business. Please leave. An early-stage origin expert from the primordial light race exuded a powerful aura as he shouted. Ridiculous. Does the 9 elements forbidden land belong to you 3 races? Get lost. If you stop us, we'll send you on your way. The 9 Een demonic spider, the extreme evil race, and some other experts shouted coldly. As creatures from the forbidden lands, they weren't afraid of the primordial light race, the baleful Een race, or the blue sea race. Moreover, they had come with 6 major forces, while the other party only had 3. What was there to be afraid of? Everyone, please give us some face so that we can meet again in the future. An origin expert from the blue sea race said. You want to take the human monarch's heart for yourselves, right? Ridiculous. Your territory is in the Eastern universe. You came to our Western universe and want to take our treasures for yourselves. Ridiculous. An expert from the human race shouted coldly, directly revealing the human monarch's heart. Of course, he had a motive for doing so. His motive was to provoke a conflict between the forbidden lands in the Eastern and Western universes. This would only benefit the human race. Relatively speaking, the strength of these forbidden lands was too strong. In the Western universe, there were 5 living beings from the forbidden lands. In the Eastern universe, there were 3 living beings from the forbidden lands. As for the human clan, there was only one Azure divine realm. If these living beings from the forbidden lands joined forces, the human clan would be doomed. Fortunately, the creatures of the forbidden lands were constantly fighting with each other. If they could intensify the conflict between the forbidden lands, the human race would have a chance to breathe. Sure enough, the creatures in the forbidden lands in the Western universe were in an uproar. Creatures like the 9 Een demonic spider and the extreme evil tribe were already extremely evil. They were rude and overbearing, and they would do anything for their own benefits. Why would they care about the primordial light tribe? What's the point of talking so much with them? Let's charge in. That's right. Kill anyone who stands in our way. Experts from the 9 Een demonic spider and the extreme evil tribe shouted as they charged toward the people from the primordial light tribe, the baleful Een tribe, and the blue sea tribe. At the same time, the dark sky vine tribe and the dark sky warriors also rushed toward the crack. There were at least a few thousand people from the 6 great forces in the Western universe. Among them, there were no less than 200 origin realm experts. They were only the first to arrive from the 6 great forces. Who knew how many more people were on their way? The people from the 3 forbidden lands in the Eastern universe could not stop so many experts from the Western universe. When they saw so many experts rushing toward them, they knew that they could not stop them. They roared angrily and took the lead to charge into the crack. Even if they attacked, they would only be courting death. They were very straightforward and ran away. Then, they passed the news to those who had entered the crack. Whoosh whoosh, thousands of experts from the 6 great forces in the Western universe also charged into the crack. At this moment, Lu Ming moved as well. He turned into a bolt of lightning and followed the crowd into the crack. The crack was straight down. No one knew how deep it was. Faint red blood chi constantly seeped out from below. The further down he went, the wider the crack became. Before long, Lu Ming's eyes suddenly widened. As expected, there's a world under the crack. Lu Ming muttered. There was indeed a continent sealed under the crack. It was a world of its own. This was very similar to the place where the human monarch's body had been sealed. The human monarch's body had been sealed in the world of rings. It was a continent surrounded by rings of light. As for the world of rings, it had originally been sealed in the 1,000-year battlefield. When the world of rings had appeared, it had forcibly ripped apart the main continent of the 1,000-year battlefield. Now that he saw the human monarch's heart sealed in a continent, he was not surprised. Perhaps the human monarch's body was too extraordinary. Only such a seal could be secure. The person who had sealed the human monarch's body had gone to great lengths. The world under the crack was very large. Lu Ming extended his spiritual sense and discovered that he could not find the end. The people who had charged in all rushed in different directions. Whoever could find the human monarch's heart first would have to depend on their luck. Several thousand people quickly disappeared into this vast world. Lu Ming also chose a direction at random and flew rapidly. At the same time, he extended his spiritual sense and observed the surroundings, guarding against danger. However, this world was completely different from the world that sealed the human monarch's body. The world of rings that sealed the human monarch's body was filled with vitality. Large numbers of desolate beasts resided there. There were even many powerful origin realm desolate beasts. Now, Lu Ming already understood that desolate beasts were similar to the Fey race. They existed in the great desolate universe as well. Strictly speaking, they were the Fey race that had not developed their intelligence. They possessed great strength but had low intelligence. They were called desolate beasts. However, although the continent before him could not be said to be dead, there were no living creatures. Even if he occasionally encountered a few living creatures, they were just ordinary wild beasts with weak strength. Lu Ming flew for a long time but did not discover any powerful desolate beasts. Suddenly, Lu Ming, who was flying, came to a sudden stop. This was because he had sensed a terrifying danger just now. There was a powerful being lurking in the dark, bearing intense hostility towards him. Who is it? Lu Ming scanned the surroundings and gave a cold shout. Your spiritual sense is rather sharp. With a sneer, the space rippled and a figure appeared out of nowhere. It was an old man in luxurious purple robes. His snow-white hair was combed neatly. However, his gaze towards Lu Ming was filled with killing intent. A human. This person was a human, not a creature of the Forbidden Grounds. Moreover, he was an origin realm expert. Who are Lu Weiyang and Pang Xiao to you? Lu Ming asked. The humans in the Azure Divine Realm were only Lu Weiyang and Pang Xiao's relatives who wanted to kill him. As for the others, Lu Ming knew that he had not offended them, so there was no reason for them to harbor such intense killing intent towards him. Chapter 50-55. Pang Xiao is my grandson, said the white-haired old man. His eyes were cold like two swords that wanted to pierce through Lu Ming. It really had something to do with Pang Xiao. He had learned that Pang Xiao's backer was not to be underestimated. There were 5 or 6 Origin Realm cultivators, including one above the Origin Realm. Even in the Ashen Azure Divine Realm, Pang Xiao's clan was considered powerful. Now that an early Origin Realm cultivator had awakened, someone from Pang Xiao's clan had also awakened. However, he had never thought that they would target Lu Ming so quickly. Lu Ming, how dare you kill Pang Xiao? The white-haired old man shouted coldly. He circulated his origin energy and his body was enveloped by a layer of azure energy. His killing intent became even stronger. In fact, he had been targeting Lu Ming for a long time. When Shi Tianting broke through, he was at the scene and saw Lu Ming. However, he knew very well that it was not the time to make a move. Later, when Lu Ming returned to the Ashen Azure Divine Realm, it was not the time to make a move. Lu Ming's talent was too great. He had broken through 4 times and was number 1 in the human race. With such talent, those Origin Realm cultivators in the Ashen Azure Divine Realm could not just watch Lu Ming be killed. He knew very well that it was not a good time to make a move, whether it was at the place where Shi Tianting had broken through or in the Ashen Azure Divine Realm. Therefore, he had been waiting secretly and finally had an opportunity. The Land of 9 Elements was an opportunity. As soon as he entered the crack, he had been hiding in the surroundings. When he finally saw Lu Ming enter, he secretly followed him, looking for an opportunity to make a move. However, he did not expect Lu Ming's spiritual sense to be so sharp. He had only leaked a little bit of his aura and Lu Ming had sensed it. Since he had been sensed and his sneak attack had failed, he would attack head-on. So what if he had broken through 4 times? He would still die. The white-haired old man suddenly attacked. He was too fast, like a bolt of green lightning, charging towards Lu Ming. A green palm blasted towards Lu Ming. The void collapsed as the palm energy swept towards Lu Ming. Its power was terrifying. On the green hand was a green glove that emitted a metallic luster. Without a doubt, this was a source-level divine weapon. The creatures in the Forbidden Grounds had a deep foundation, so they didn't lack soul-grade weapons. Almost all the Origin Realm existences had soul-grade weapons, unlike the Heavenly Human Clan and the Heaven Destroyer. Most of the Origin Realm existences lacked soul-grade weapons. The source energy of an source-grade divine weapon was the true source energy, and its combat prowess was formidable. Lu Ming swung his spear of the divine battle god and slammed it against the green palm. Where the two collided, the void exploded, turning into chaos and hazy. Immediately after, the two of them retreated at the same time and quickly began to fight again. Qingluo's ultimate move. The white-haired old man used his ultimate move, and his moves were terrifying. This was his Genesis art, and every move contained terrifying killing intent. He wanted to crush Lu Ming to pieces. The white-haired old man was obviously not an ordinary source energy. He had already comprehended his own Genesis art and possessed a soul-grade weapon. His combat prowess was far inferior to the weakest source energy. Back then, when the 3 races of the Forbidden Grounds and the Yi Immortal had attacked the Heaven Destroyer, the source energy in the Heaven Destroyer had awakened as the Starfire Source Sovereign. But the Starfire Source Sovereign was the weakest source energy. He hadn't comprehended any Genesis art, nor did he have a soul-grade weapon. In the beginning, he could only fight evenly with an invincible divine master. And source energy like the Starfire Source Sovereign was only equivalent to an invincible divine master. As for the white-haired old man, he had comprehended a Genesis art and possessed a soul-grade weapon. His combat prowess was extremely strong, far surpassing that of an invincible divine master. For a time, Lu Ming was suppressed. No wonder the old man was so confident. No matter how strong a divine master was, even if he had broken through 4 times, so what? His foundation was too weak. Bang! The two exchanged more than a dozen moves in the blink of an eye. Lu Ming was hit. His shoulder was hit by a palm, and it almost shattered. His bones were cracked, and his flesh and blood splattered everywhere. Lu Ming retreated rapidly. Where do you think you're going? Today is the day you die. The white-haired old man roared and chased after Lu Ming at full speed. Today, he was determined to kill Lu Ming. This was because he was also very wary. Lu Ming's talent was too terrifying. Once he broke through to the source energy realm, his combat prowess would be astonishing. For example, once Shi Tianting broke through to the source energy realm, he would be almost invincible in the initial origin realm. He did not think that Lu Ming could break through to the source energy realm like Shi Tianting. However, one should not forget that there were only a few hundred years until the end of the source energy realm. After a few hundred years with Lu Ming's talent, he would definitely break through to the source energy realm. Once Lu Ming broke through to the source energy realm, his combat prowess would crush him. Therefore, if he could kill Lu Ming now, he could not leave it for the future. Lu Ming tried his best to resist and used all his means, but he was still no match. He kept retreating, and after more than 10 moves, he was hit again. Half of his body was split open, and he kept coughing up blood. His aura was weak. Haha, Pang Luo, don't hide anymore. Lu Ming is already heavily injured and dying. There's no need to launch a sneak attack. Let's attack together and kill him quickly so as not to attract other people. The white-haired old man's voice rang out. A sword light rushed out from the right side of Lu Ming and attacked Lu Ming. The sword light was cold and cut open the space. It was very terrifying. Without a doubt, this was another reciprocity expert. Lu Ming sneered. As expected, there were still experts from Pang Zhao's faction hiding in the dark. Pang Zhao's faction had 5 or 6 reciprocity experts. Normally, breaking through to reciprocity would become more difficult the further one progressed. As a result, early reciprocity experts were the most numerous in the reciprocity realm. The further one progressed, the fewer there were. Pang Zhao's faction had 5 or 6 reciprocity experts, so there should be more than one early reciprocity expert. Lu Ming had always wondered if there were still people lying in ambush. As expected, he had guessed correctly. There was still one more person lying in ambush, preparing to launch a sneak attack. Now that he saw Lu Ming on the verge of death and was about to be killed, there was no need for an ambush at all. He directly charged out and worked with the white-haired old man to kill Lu Ming as quickly as possible. However, Lu Ming did not panic at all. This was all an illusion. He had done it on purpose. Otherwise, how could he be so heavily injured and on the verge of death with his vitality? He could easily recover from such injuries. And now, his vitality was even more terrifying. It could not be measured by common sense. The forbidden origin power circulated, causing every cell in his body to glow. Lu Ming's injuries rapidly healed. At the same time, his body rapidly swelled, turning into a 3-foot-tall giant in an instant. A Genesis technique. Lu Ming had finally used a Genesis technique. He had not used a Genesis technique in the battle with the white-haired old man earlier because he wanted to appear weak and make the old man underestimate him. At the same time, he could lure out the person hiding in the dark. Now, Lu Ming had achieved his goal. The white-haired old man had already begun to underestimate Lu Ming when he saw that Lu Ming was on the verge of death. He believed that it was impossible for Lu Ming to counterattack. All of his power had been used on offense. The amount of power he used on defense was basically 0. Chapter 50-56. The white-haired elder poured all of his power into this attack. His azure palm glowed as essence power swirled around it. This was the manifestation of a Genesis technique pushed to the limit. He wanted to join forces with Pang Luo to kill Lu Ming. Lu Ming was fearless. His 3-feet-tall body glowed, forming a thin film that adhered to Lu Ming's skin. This thin film was the ultimate manifestation of Lu Ming's various defensive secret techniques. Lu Ming had already forgotten all of the secret techniques he had mastered in the past. However, he had not completely thrown them away. These secret techniques had seeped into Lu Ming's body and fused with him, creating Lu Ming's Genesis techniques. One could say that Lu Ming's body had grown to 3 feet after using a Genesis technique. His body was the embodiment of countless secret techniques. Every inch of his body was a secret technique. All of his defensive secret techniques had transformed into this thin film. Although it was just a thin film, its defensive power was astonishingly strong. Next, the top source-grade battle armor glowed and enveloped his body. Bang! The white-haired elder's azure palm slammed into Lu Ming's heart, but failed to break through Lu Ming's defense. Lu Ming's body only staggered a little before blocking the palm. Next, the war god's spear in Lu Ming's hand swept out. This spear seemed simple, but divine light swirled around it. This was another manifestation of over 1,000 offensive secret techniques. One could say that although Lu Ming's spear seemed simple, it contained the power of over 1,000 offensive ancient secret techniques. This was Lu Ming's Genesis technique. After transforming into a 3-feet-tall body, as long as he could maintain his source power, any one of his attacks would be equivalent to someone else's Genesis technique. The white-haired elder's pupils rapidly widened, revealing a look of horror. It was already too late for him to defend himself. He had not expected Lu Ming to still be able to counterattack when he was already on the verge of death. Moreover, his counterattack was so terrifying. All of his strength had been used to attack. The amount of strength he used to defend was almost 0. How could he block Lu Ming's attack? With a bang, the white-haired old man's body exploded, revealing the Genesis root within. The old man's soul screamed as he tried to escape with the origin root. But how could Lu Ming let him escape? The war god's spear trembled slightly, and a terrifying destructive force erupted, bombarding the white-haired old man's origin root. Clang! It was as if he had struck a divine weapon. The sturdiness of the Genesis root was astonishingly high. Unfortunately, it was ultimately unable to withstand Lu Ming's attack. In the next instant, the white-haired old man's Genesis root completely exploded, and the soul residing within was also completely destroyed. Originally, with the white-haired old man's battle strength, it would have been impossible for Lu Ming to kill him so easily even if Lu Ming had used a Genesis technique. After all, the white-haired old man had grasped a Genesis technique and also possessed an origin-grade weapon. Even amongst the initial origin experts, he could be considered an expert. If Lu Ming went all out, even if he was slightly stronger than the other party, it would still be very difficult to kill him. However, Lu Ming had shown weakness from the very beginning, causing the other party to be careless and underestimate him. As a result, Lu Ming was able to kill him in a single strike. The other middle-aged man was called Pang Luo. He had originally planned on joining forces with the white-haired old man to kill Lu Ming, but when he saw this scene, his guts almost shattered from fright. His entire body turned cold as he rapidly retreated. He had yet to comprehend a Genesis technique, so his battle strength was still a far cry from the white-haired old man's. How could he possibly dare to clash with Lu Ming? It's too late to leave now. Lu Ming's indifferent voice rang out. He had purposely shown weakness earlier to make the white-haired old man underestimate him, and also to draw out the person hiding in the shadows. He wanted to catch them all in one fell swoop. How could he possibly allow them to escape? As the forbidden origin power circulated, a pair of wings grew out of Lu Ming's back. The wings were golden yellow, the embodiment of all the ancient speed-type secret techniques. Combining the essence of all the ancient speed-type secret techniques, just how terrifying was his speed? Swish! With a flap of his wings, Lu Ming's body caught up to Pang Luo at a speed several times faster than lightning. It could be said that Lu Ming's overall combat strength had been raised to a terrifying level when he used Genesis techniques. From this, one could see just how terrifying the Genesis technique Lu Ming had comprehended was. This was his one and only Genesis technique, a combination of 3,000 ancient secret techniques, several tens of thousands of ordinary secret techniques, and his own forbidden origin power. Even Lu Ming himself did not have much of an idea of how powerful it was. Only through constant battles and constant use would Lu Ming be able to continuously develop the various mysteries and powers of this Genesis technique. In practically a single breath, Lu Ming had caught up to Pang Luo. The war god's spear rapidly grew in size as it slammed towards Pang Luo. "Let's die together." Pang Luo's eyes turned red when he saw that he could not escape. With a furious roar, he counterattacked with all his strength. After all, he had a source-grade divine weapon and was very powerful. However, there was still a huge gap between him and Lu Ming when he attacked with all his strength. Clang! A single move caused Pang Luo's body to violently tremble as he was sent flying backwards, blood flowing from the corners of his mouth. How can he be so strong? He's only a god master. How can he be so strong? The rumors don't match. It's impossible for someone who has broken through 4 times to possess such strength. Could it be that he has broken through 5 times? Pang Luo roared in his heart. He could not be any more shocked. Someone who had broken through 5 times was extremely rare even in the great desolate continent of the previous era. They were the main characters of an era, invincible experts that could sweep away their peers. How could there be such a monster in this era? The great desolate universe and the heart of the universe were shattered. How could there be such a monster? Pang Luo roared in his heart. Kill. Lu Ming roared as he continuously attacked. The war god's spear was surrounded by divine light and every strike seemed to be able to pierce through the universe and knock down a bunch of stars. It was too powerful. Pang Luo could not withstand it at all. In just a few moves, his body was penetrated by the war god's spear. A terrifying force exploded from within Pang Luo's body, blasting his body into pieces. His body exploded, leaving only his origin source. However, Pang Luo was far inferior to the white-haired elder. Several cracks appeared on his origin source and his origin source energy kept leaking out. Lu Ming's war god's spear swept out again. This time, Pang Luo's origin source energy completely exploded and even his soul was annihilated. At this point, both origin source energy had been killed by Lu Ming. This was the first time Lu Ming had killed origin source energy with his own battle prowess. He had killed two powerful origin source energy the moment he attacked. The battle prowess of these two origin source energy was not something that the Starfire Origin Sovereign could compare to. They were much stronger than the Starfire Origin Sovereign. However, they had both died at Lu Ming's hands. With a wave of his hand, their storage pouches flew into Lu Ming's hand and were put away by Lu Ming. Of course, Lu Ming did not let go of their origin source weapons either. Little Ball's appetite was very big. Even if he did not give it to Little Ball, he could still take back the Heaven Destroyer. Although the Heaven Destroyer had many origin source energy sources, it still lacked an origin source weapon. My Genesis techniques are stronger than I imagined, muttered Lu Ming. Chapter 50-57. Lu Ming was very satisfied with his own Genesis techniques. They were stronger than he had imagined, and even more mysterious. Combining the strengths of all the ancient secret techniques, it could be said that they were very strong in every aspect, without any shortcomings. Other people's Genesis techniques were either focused on attack, defense, or speed. Being able to possess even two of these characteristics was already very astonishing. However, Lu Ming's Genesis techniques were very well-rounded in terms of defense, attack and speed, and even had other support techniques. Moreover, they were also much stronger than the ancient secret techniques he had learned before. They had no shortcomings at all. This was practically heaven-defying. If others were to learn of this, they would likely be dumbstruck. However, Lu Ming estimated that there was still a lot of room for improvement in his Genesis techniques. There was still a lot of potential that had yet to be unearthed. In truth, Genesis techniques that had just been comprehended were all about the same. They all had a lot of potential. How could a person who had just comprehended a Genesis technique be the same as an old monster who had been stuck at the origin stage for several hundred star years? Some talented people might only comprehend the first form of a Genesis technique when they had just comprehended it. Later on, they would comprehend the second form, the third form, and so on, pushing the power of the Genesis technique to greater heights. Of course, not every Genesis technique could be continuously improved. In the end, it still depended on the potential of the Genesis technique and the comprehension ability of the user. Some Genesis techniques had limited potential. No matter how much time was spent, they would not be able to improve by much. This was unless the user's comprehension ability was truly heaven-defying, able to turn something rotten into something magical. Of course, such examples were extremely rare, but they were not completely non-existent. Lu Ming reflected on the previous battle, summarizing his experience. His figure then flashed, leaving the area and continuing in his original direction. In the next 2 days, Lu Ming did not find anything. This world was just too big. Lu Ming did not have any direction. After searching for 2 days, he still did not find anything. There were only some ordinary plants and wild beasts in this world. There was nothing else, and he did not find any clues about the human king's heart. In fact, he did not even come across anyone else. It was obvious that this world was just too big. With several thousand people scattered throughout, it would not be easy to come across them. However, Lu Ming estimated that there were more than a few thousand people who had entered this world. The experts from the 6 great powers in the Western universe were still rushing over. In the past 2 days, even more experts had entered the forbidden land of 9 elements. That is, suddenly, Lu Ming's eyes widened. In front of them, there was a red pillar of light that shot straight into the sky. The red pillar of light illuminated half of the sky. It could be seen even from far away. Vaguely, one could see a stalk of divine medicine dancing in the red pillar of light. A top-notch source-grade divine medicine. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He was all too familiar with top-tier source-grade divine herbs. He could tell at a glance that it was a top-tier source-grade divine herb. That pillar of light was most likely emitted by a top-tier source-grade divine herb. The divine herb in the pillar of light was only an illusory image. It was most likely a reflection of a top-tier source-grade divine herb. This world actually had top-notch source-level divine medicines, which made Lu Ming very surprised. Moreover, Lu Ming was a little suspicious. Why would a top-notch source-grade divine herb emit such a pillar of light? Top-notch source-grade divine herbs had always been very low-key. If they were too high-profile, they would be taken away by other creatures. Why would a top-notch source-grade divine herb that had always been low-key be like this? Was there a problem? However, the temptation of a top-notch source-grade divine herb was too great. In the end, Lu Ming decided to take a look first. Lu Ming rushed in that direction. Soon he approached the pillar of light. Get out of the way. The top-notch source-grade divine herb is mine. Many people had arrived earlier than Lu Ming and were already fighting with each other. Lu Ming saw a basin in front of him. In the middle of the basin, there was a blood-red altar that looked ancient and weathered. Not far from the altar was a stalk of divine medicine. It was also blood-red and half a meter tall. There were 2 fruits on it, emitting a strong medicinal fragrance. Even though Lu Ming was still a distance away, he could smell the medicinal fragrance. It was a top-notch source-grade divine herb. There was no doubt about it. There were more than a dozen people in the field, mixed together. These people came from 3 different forces: the 9 demonic spider, the extreme evil tribe, and the heavenly vine. However, there were no experts among them, not even a single origin. They were all divine masters. The strongest among them was only at the 2nd break extreme realm. Lu Ming smiled. It seemed that there were no experts in this area. There were only a few divine masters. Then he was determined to get this top-notch source-grade divine herb. Lu Ming no longer concealed himself. He took a step forward and a powerful aura spread out. Lu Ming, it's Lu Ming. The dozen people in the melee were shocked when they saw Lu Ming. Lu Ming was a monster who could compete with Shi Tianting. How could they not be afraid? Get out! Lu Ming shouted coldly. The faces of the dozen people at the scene turned ugly. However, they did not dare to fight with Lu Ming. Even if they joined forces, they would not be Lu Ming's match. They would be easily killed by Lu Ming. The difference between the 2nd break extreme realm and the 4th break extreme realm was too big. Let's go! In the end, the Dark Sky Vine tribe was the first to leave. Then, the 9 demonic spiders and the extreme evil tribe left one after another. Lu Ming did not stop them. If he attacked, he could naturally kill all of them. However, he had no grudge against the Dark Sky Vine tribe. Shi Tianting had helped him before. He had no reason to kill the Dark Sky Vine tribe. If he did not kill the Dark Sky Vine tribe, the news would spread if he killed the 9 demonic spiders and the extreme evil tribe. Although he had a grudge against the 9 demonic spiders and the extreme evil tribe, he only had a grudge against one of the 2 tribes. He did not have a grudge against all of them. However, if he killed the people of the 2 tribes as soon as he saw them, he would really have a grudge against the 2 tribes. Lu Ming was already at a disadvantage against the Primordial Light tribe, the Blue Sea tribe, and the Malevolent Yin tribe. He did not want to make more enemies if there was no need. After all, there were only a few hundred years left until the Origin Tribulation. After the people of the 3 tribes left, Lu Ming rushed toward the top source-level divine herb. The strange thing was that the top source-level divine herb did not run away. This puzzled Lu Ming. He could not help but stop and observe carefully. He did not attack immediately. How disappointing. It actually ended without a fight. Brat, you've spoiled my plans. Suddenly, a cold voice sounded. Lu Ming immediately located the location of the voice. It came from the blood-red altar. The blood-red light on the altar became even more intense. Then, a figure appeared on the altar. The figure was in the shape of a human, but it was clearly not a physical body. It was illusory, as if it was a soul. Chapter 50-58. The figure that appeared on the blood-red altar was blood-red in color. It wasn't a physical body, but a soul. His blood-red eyes stared at Lu Ming with greed. I can feel that you have a powerful soul. Very well, it's enough to make up for the loss of those people. The blood-red figure let out an ear-piercing cry, like a demon from hell. Then he pounced on Lu Ming at an astonishing speed. Lu Ming snorted coldly. He circulated his taboo force, and the war god's spear suddenly swept out. The void trembled and collapsed as it swept toward the blood-red figure with terrifying power. Boom! The war god's spear struck the blood-red figure, causing his body to tremble as he retreated. However, the greed in his eyes grew even more intense. Jiao spoke, "What strength, but he still has to die." After saying that, the blood-red figure rushed toward Lu Ming again at an even more astonishing speed. Boom! Boom! Lu Ming attacked continuously, and powerful forces continued to attack his opponent. However, this time, the blood-red figure kept dodging Lu Ming's attacks at an astonishing speed. He quickly approached Lu Ming and slapped out. A palm force whizzed out, rushing toward Lu Ming. It was so fast that even Lu Ming couldn't avoid it. With a bang, Lu Ming was hit by the palm, causing him to retreat quickly. What a strange palm force. It can actually ignore the defense of a top-tier source-grade battle armor and directly attack the soul. Lu Ming's mind turned rapidly. He realized that the blood-red figure's attack wasn't aimed at the physical body, but the soul. The palm force just now directly penetrated Lu Ming's defense and attacked Lu Ming's soul. Unfortunately, Lu Ming's soul was scattered in the cells of his body. The opponent's palm force couldn't focus on Lu Ming's soul at all. It could only attack a small portion of the soul in the cells. It had almost no effect on Lu Ming. However, the blood-red figure didn't know that. He thought that Lu Ming had been hit and that his soul had been severely damaged. He screamed and charged toward Lu Ming, wanting to finish off Lu Ming once and for all. Lu Ming deliberately pretended to be injured. When the blood-red figure approached, Lu Ming used a Genesis technique and raised his battle strength to the peak. The war god's spear was like a mountain range, suppressing the blood-red figure. This time, the blood-red figure let out a scream as his body was directly scattered. Lu Ming, who had cast the Genesis technique, was too powerful. It had exceeded the limits of what the blood-red figure could withstand. This time, the blood-red figure was severely injured. The blood-red figure's body was torn apart, but it was not dead yet. The torn pieces of its body quickly retreated and gathered together not too far away. However, it was clear that he was severely injured. His body had become much more illusory, like a candle in the wind that could be extinguished at any moment. His aura had also become much weaker. Why isn't your soul? Why isn't it? No, it's not that there's no soul, it's just scattered. What's going on? The blood-red figure roared, unable to figure it out. Generally speaking, the soul of a person below the origin realm resided in the sea of consciousness. Only after reaching the origin realm would the soul reside in the Genesis root and use the origin power in the Genesis root to nourish the soul. Time to send you on your way. Lu Ming coldly shouted as he strode forward. The war god's spear once again slammed down, enveloping the blood-red figure. The blood-red figure was already injured and couldn't avoid the attack. It was struck again, and the body that had just reunited was once again shattered into pieces. However, the blood-red figure's vitality was really tenacious. After being shattered again, it still didn't die and reunited not far away. Its aura was even more withered, and its body was even more illusory, as if it could collapse at any time. Die! Lu Ming's killing intent soared into the sky as he continued to attack. No matter how tenacious one's vitality was, it would be completely destroyed under the constant attacks. Don't kill me, let me go, I can help you. The blood-red figure was finally afraid and loudly begged for mercy. However, Lu Ming was unmoved, and the war god's spear continued to press down. I know you're here to find the human king's heart. I can help you find it. The blood-red figure continued to roar. Lu Ming's attack suddenly stopped. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with bewilderment as he stared at the blood-red figure and said, "You can help me find the human king's heart?" That's right. I entered this place countless years ago to find the human king's heart. I've already found the location of the human king's heart. The blood-red figure shouted. Do you think I'll believe you? How could Lu Ming believe the other party so easily? I'm telling the truth. I'm also a human. Why would I lie to you? the blood-red figure shouted. On this point, the other party didn't lie, and there was no need for him to speak. Lu Ming could sense from the other party's soul fluctuation that the other party was indeed a human. Tell me in detail, what's your origin? Why are you here? Lu Ming asked. Immediately, the blood-red figure started to explain in detail. The blood-red figure was called Guqian. He was a human during the era of the prehistoric continent. Later on, the prehistoric continent collapsed and he was lucky enough to survive. Moreover, he and his companions found the place where the human king's heart was sealed. Using a special method, they entered this place and found the place where the human king's heart was sealed. According to Guqian, they were humans. The human king's heart was a heaven-defying opportunity for them. It could help them continuously transform, evolve, and purify their bloodline. It could even help them break through the immortal Tao and smoothly transcend. Unfortunately, greed blinded their eyes. He was betrayed by his companions. The two of them broke out into a fierce battle. In the end, although Guqian managed to kill his companions, he himself was seriously injured and on the verge of death. Only a wisp of his remnant soul survived until now. Originally, seeing that Lu Ming was also a human, he wanted to devour Lu Ming's soul to make up for himself. Unexpectedly, although Lu Ming was only a divine master, his combat strength was beyond imagination. Lu Ming carefully thought about Guqian's words and found that everything was very reasonable and there were no flaws. Lead the way. Lead me to the human king's heart and I can let you go. Of course, if you want to play any tricks, I will completely obliterate you. Lu Ming said coldly. Don't worry, I won't play any tricks. I only beg you to let me go. Of course, it would be best if you can take me away from here. Guqian said. All right, lead the way. Lu Ming said. Of course, Lu Ming could not completely trust the other party. He was still secretly on guard against the other party. Although Guqian's attack did not have any effect on him, who knew what kind of strange methods this old monster would have? Naturally, he had to be on guard. All right, follow me. I will lead you to the human king's heart. After Guqian finished speaking, he turned around and flew in a direction. The moment he turned around, an extremely cold, killing intent flashed across Guqian's eyes. There was also a mocking smile. It was very obscure and disappeared in a flash. Lu Ming did not notice it. Chapter 50-59. The direction that Guqian was leading was almost the same as the direction that Lu Ming was heading. This meant that Lu Ming's luck was pretty good and he had not gone in the wrong direction. Half a day later, they had already covered a large distance. Suddenly, shwa shwa, a powerful aura burst out as several figures appeared on the horizon and rushed toward Lu Ming. Even though they were still some distance away, the powerful aura had already locked onto Lu Ming. 9 demonic spider. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. The newcomers were the experts of the 9 demonic spider race. Among them, there were 2 origins and 3 divine lords. Lu Ming even recognized one of them. It was Zhu Tian. Enemies were bound to meet on a narrow road. To think that they would meet here. The 2 origins of the 9 demonic spider had already locked onto Lu Ming. Moreover, their speed was too fast. In the blink of an eye, they had arrived in front of Lu Ming. The 2 origins surrounded Lu Ming, one on the left and one on the right. Then, Zhu Tian and the other 2 divine lords came to a stop not far away. Lu Ming, you can hide today, but can you hide forever? Today is the day of your death. Letting you sleep in the sealed place of the human king's heart is also your fortune. Zhu Tian said, his face extremely cold and his eyes filled with cold, killing intent. He hated Lu Ming to the core. Back then, he had been suppressed by Lu Ming and was forced to wander the universe. Not only that, Lu Ming had also used him and the 9 demonic spider race to exchange for 2 top-grade soul-level divine medicines. He had long become a laughingstock. Over the years, his inner demons had been growing, making it difficult for his cultivation to progress. Only by killing Lu Ming could he get rid of his inner demons. Seniors, don't kill him yet. Cripple him completely. I want to kill him with my own hands. Zhu Tian said. If he did not kill Lu Ming with his own hands, he would not be able to get rid of his inner demons. Don't worry, he will definitely die. One of the 9 demonic spiders said coldly, full of confidence. He had the right to be confident. He wasn't an ordinary source. Not only did he possess a source-grade divine weapon, but he had also comprehended Genesis techniques. Even if Lu Ming had broken through 4 times, he was confident that he could suppress him. Furthermore, the other origin was no weaker than him. If the two of them joined hands, Lu Ming would definitely die. Lu Ming suddenly shouted and took the initiative to attack. He blasted out 2 moves and then rushed in a certain direction. Lu Ming did not use any Genesis techniques. Instead, he feigned an attack before breaking through in a certain direction. No one knew that he already had the battle prowess of someone who had broken through 5 times. This was his greatest advantage. First, he would let the other party underestimate him. Then, he would suddenly explode and deal a fatal blow to the other party. Don't even think about leaving. Little thief, you want to break through? Dream on. The 2 source-level cultivators shouted loudly, attacking with all their strength, unleashing their most powerful attacks. Both of them were existences who had comprehended Genesis techniques. Coupled with the power of their source-grade divine weapons, their all-out attack was extremely terrifying. Even a monster who had broken through 4 times wouldn't be able to withstand it and would be seriously injured. Lu Ming was no match for them and was seriously injured. He coughed up large mouthfuls of blood as his figure retreated. A peerless monster is nothing more than this. Cripple him. The 2 source-level cultivators shouted coldly and ruthlessly as they continued to attack. They wanted to completely cripple Lu Ming. My chance is here. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. The 2 source-level cultivators of the 9-in demonic spider saw that Lu Ming was seriously injured and regarded Lu Ming as a fish on the chopping block. They no longer took Lu Ming seriously. That's right, they had clearly estimated the battle prowess of someone who had broken through 4 times. Lu Ming was indeed no longer a threat. They would never have dreamed that Lu Ming had broken through 5 times. The main reason was that it was too rare to break through 5 times. Even during the primeval continent era, there weren't many people who could achieve it. Most of the time, there wouldn't be a single person in an era. Only in a great era would there be several people on the same level. That was during the primeval continent era and was far from what the current era could compare to. It was already a miracle for someone to break through 4 times in the current era. In fact, Shi Tianting and Wu Ju weren't people of this era. They had been sealed countless years ago until now. In this era, before Lu Ming appeared, there was no existence of someone who had broken through 4 times. Breaking through 4 times was already a miracle, let alone 5 times. Therefore, they believed that Lu Ming was seriously injured and didn't have the strength to fight back. They had completely calculated Lu Ming's strength. No matter what, he wouldn't be able to make any waves. This was exactly the same as the white-haired elder of the Pang family. Qiu. Qiu flew out and a beam of light shot towards one of the source-level cultivators. It was Qiu's ultimate move, the illusory light beam. Qiu's cultivation had reached peak Godmaster a long time ago and he had been accumulating over the years. Back in the Violet Heaven, he had devoured a large number of damaged weapons. Some of the damaged weapons were of extremely high grades and were unfathomable. He had also devoured a large number of metal materials. After leaving the Violet Heaven, Lu Ming would feed Qiu whenever he found a damaged weapon that he could no longer use. If it were not for the fact that he was in the midst of a crisis, Qiu would have broken through long ago and reached reciprocity. Qiu's constitution was extremely special. As long as he had enough metal materials or weapons to devour, he could constantly evolve and break through. Although Qiu's cultivation had not broken through after all these years, he had been constantly accumulating and accumulating. The quantitative change had reached a qualitative change, and his strength had been constantly increasing. However, Lu Ming had improved even faster in the past few years. Many times, there was no room for Qiu to perform. In reality, Qiu's current battle prowess was extremely impressive. He probably possessed the strength to break through 3 times. In particular, the power of the illusory light beam was even more profound. Even Origin Realm existences would be greatly affected if they were enveloped by it. The origin realm being enveloped by the illusory light beam was immediately dazed for a split second. That split second was enough to decide life and death. The moment Qiuqiu attacked, Lu Ming had already used a Genesis technique. He grew to 3 feet tall and struck with his spear, turning into a dazzling, eternal and indestructible spear that stabbed towards the origin realm being enveloped by the illusory light beam. The spear directly pierced his opponent's dantian and stabbed into his origin realm. The origin realm being of the 9 demonic spider had never imagined that Lu Ming would be able to unleash such a terrifying attack. As a result, it was already too late for him to send his soul into the roots of his origin realm. Bang. The origin realm being directly blasted apart. Even his soul had been completely destroyed. It seemed like only a hole had been pierced through his opponent's dantian, but in reality he no longer possessed any signs of life. His soul had been completely destroyed. Lu Ming did not stop at all after piercing his soul. He rapidly retreated, charging towards another origin realm being and throwing a punch. Lu Ming's fist was surrounded by rays of divine light. They were all formed from various secret techniques and possessed terrifying power. Even without the war god's spear, Lu Ming's punch was enough to shatter space and destroy countless stars. The origin realm being resisted with all his strength, but he was unable to do so. He was sent flying, vomiting large mouthfuls of blood. Even his arm had exploded. Chapter 50-60. Lu Ming roared as he clenched his fist. The war god's spear flew back into his hand and swept out. Forbidden origin power poured into the war god's spear, causing it to tremble as if a terrifying power was about to awaken. In reality, forbidden origin power was no small matter. Although Lu Ming hadn't broken through the origin power, the forbidden origin power could already make the war god's spear erupt with a little power. Boom! The war god's spear pressed down and the 9 demonic spider's second origin power was directly blown apart. Its body was torn to pieces and even its Genesis root was covered in cracks. No, the origin power's terrified roar rang out from the Genesis root. But it was useless. Lu Ming circulated his forbidden origin power and the war god's spear trembled. Violent power rushed out and completely destroyed the origin power of the origin power, causing its soul to dissipate. In the distance, Zhu Tian and the others were stunned. What did they just see? 2 powerful origin powers of the 9 demonic spider had been killed just like that. They were 2 origin powers that had comprehended Genesis techniques and were extremely powerful. They could definitely be considered experts at the initial Genesis realm, but they had both died in Lu Ming's hands in an instant. Their eyes widened. At first, they were in disbelief, then endless fear. Swish! Zhu Tian's reaction was the fastest. He turned around and fled. He didn't call out to the other 2. The only thought in his mind was to escape and get as far away from Lu Ming as possible. It would be best if the other 2 couldn't react in time. They could still delay Lu Ming and give him a chance to escape. Zhu Tian raised his speed to the highest level he had ever reached. Unfortunately, it was useless. Lu Ming thrust out his spear. The war god's spear rapidly expanded like a pillar of the world. It filled the sky and pressed down on Zhu Tian and the other 2 9 demonic spider god masters, enveloping them under the war god's spear. Zhu Tian and the others roared and used all their strength to resist. Zhu Tian raised his battle strength to the highest level he had ever reached. In this life and death crisis, Zhu Tian felt like he was about to break through his limit and reach the 4th stage of the extreme break stage. But it was too late. The difference in combat power between them and Lu Ming was too great. Of the 2 almighty, one had broken through the 2nd level of the extreme break stage, and the other had only broken through the 1st level of the extreme break stage. The difference between them and Lu Ming's combat prowess was like night and day. Bang! Bang! The 2 divine masters exploded one after another, their bodies and souls destroyed. Then came Zhu Tian. His body also exploded, but his soul did not disperse immediately. He let out a mournful roar, "I can't accept this, I can't accept this." Zhu Tian was extremely unwilling. He was already on the verge of breaking through to the 4th stage of the extreme break. In time, he would definitely be able to break through to the 4th stage. If he could break through to the fourth stage of the extremity breakthrough, he could learn from Celestial Vine and break through to the Essence Tribulation. Then, he would be able to transcend and achieve the Tao of immortality. But now, he was about to die. He would be reduced to ashes and nothing would be left. 5 times of extreme break. Now, he already knew that Lu Ming had most likely broken through 5 times. He couldn't figure out how Lu Ming could break through the extreme break stage 5 times. How could he be so powerful? He wanted to inform the other members of the 9-Shade Demonic Spider of this news so that the 9-Shade Demonic Spider would go all out to kill Lu Ming. He wanted to kill Lu Ming completely before Lu Ming rose to power. Unfortunately, he had no chance. Boom. The War God's spear pressed down and Zhu Tian was reduced to ashes. Lu Ming reached out and grabbed Zhu Tian and the others' storage bags and source-level divine weapons in his hand. After checking, Lu Ming was overjoyed. He had made a fortune. Zhu Tian's set of source-level divine weapons were all top source-level divine weapons. There were also 6 ordinary source-level divine weapons. The creatures in the Forbidden Grounds were rich and unbelievably rich. Qiu, here you go. Lu Ming threw a source-level divine weapon to Qiu and Qiu swallowed it. It was just an ordinary source-level divine weapon. Lu Ming didn't care. Moreover, the more Qiu swallowed, the more it accumulated, and its strength would become stronger. It was also very beneficial for Lu Ming. Just now, without Qiu's help, Lu Ming wouldn't have been able to defeat the 2 origins so easily. Without Qiu, even if the other party was careless, Lu Ming wouldn't have been able to kill 1 origin in 1 move. If he spent a few moves to kill a source origin, the other source origin would realize what had happened and stop underestimating him. If the other party wasn't careless and fought Lu Ming with all his strength, it would be impossible for Lu Ming to kill the other party easily. In that case, Zhu Tian and the others could take the opportunity to escape. In the distance, Gu Qian drilled out of the ground. In fact, before the people of the 9-Yin Demonic Spider arrived, Gu Qian had drilled into the ground, showing Gu Qian's amazing senses. The people of the 9-Yin Demonic Spider didn't notice Gu Qian. Lead the way. Lu Ming said coldly. Okay, come with me. Gu Qian said and continued to lead the way. However, not long after Lu Ming and the others left, another figure drilled out of the ground. This figure was blood red, like a soul. It looked exactly like Gu Qian. The only difference was the soul aura. The aura of this Gu Qian was very similar to the aura of the 9-Yin Demonic Spider. Judging from the aura of his soul, he seemed to be a member of the 9-Yin Demonic Spider. Kid, no matter how strong your talent is, you're still fooled by this seat. Sooner or later, this seat will devour your soul and extract your blood. The Gu Qian behind him sneered. In the surroundings, strands of invisible energy gathered towards Gu Qian. This invisible energy was the souls of the 9-Yin Demonic Spider experts that Lu Ming had just killed. These people's souls had already been torn apart by Lu Ming, but the energy of the remnant souls wouldn't dissipate in a short time. At this time, all of them were being devoured by Gu Qian. Gu Qian turned the remnant souls into his own nourishment. His body emitted light and slowly became more solid. His aura also became stronger. Kid, continue to hunt for tonics for me, the Gu Qian sneered, then drilled into the ground and disappeared. The reason why Lu Ming had encountered Zhu Tian and the others before was all because of Gu Qian. Gu Qian had purposely led the way so that the 2 of them would meet and kill each other. He had benefited from this. Not long after, Lu Ming encountered another group of people. They were experts of the Yuanguang clan. Lu Ming, why are you here? Someone from the Yuanguang clan shouted in disbelief. When he saw Lu Ming, it was as if he had seen a ghost. This person was Yuan Siji. He would never have dreamed that Lu Ming would appear here. Wasn't Lu Ming in the Eastern Universe? When had he come to the Western Universe? He's Lu Ming. Kill him. Someone beside Yuan Siji said coldly with a murderous aura. This was an origin source expert. In reality, there were dozens of people beside Yuan Siji. Among them, there were at least a dozen origin source experts. At this moment, these people all unleashed their auras and stared at Lu Ming. Their murderous auras surged as they charged towards Lu Ming. The origin source experts of the Yuanguang clan had heard of Lu Ming's name as soon as they had awakened. Chapter 5061. Lu Ming had once killed his way to the Primordial Light clan and snatched many top-notch source-level divine herbs from them. He had forced the Primordial Light clan's origin to awaken at the cost of its life in order to stall Lu Ming. A mere divine master had actually made a dignified Forbidden Land suffer such a huge loss. It could be said that the Primordial Light tribe's reputation had been tarnished. Even in the Primordial Desolation continent of the previous era, the Primordial Light tribe had rarely suffered such a loss. Did he think that he was the human monarch? Therefore, these origin sources had a strong desire to kill Lu Ming. When they heard that this person was Lu Ming, they immediately charged towards Lu Ming. There are so many experts. It's not good to fight them head-on. I'd better run. Lu Ming's heart stirred. His body moved like a bolt of lightning as he rapidly retreated in another direction. There were more than a dozen origin sources in the Primordial Light clan. The creatures of the Forbidden Land did not lack source-grade divine weapons. Needless to say, most of these origin sources had source-grade divine weapons. Their battle power was not something that the Starfire Origin Venerate could compare to. If a few of them had comprehended Genesis techniques, their battle power would not be much weaker than his. What if there were even stronger existences? Lu Ming was most likely not a match for so many origin sources. If he was really surrounded by them, he would most likely be killed if there were any geniuses among them. Therefore, Lu Ming left without hesitation. He would be a fool not to run in the face of so many unknown experts. Where do you think you're going? Fight me. Coward! The origin sources of the Primordial Light clan roared from behind. If you have the ability, let's fight at the same level. Lu Ming's disdainful voice rang out. His body did not stop at all. He was faster than a bolt of lightning as he traversed hundreds of thousands of miles in an instant. Lu Ming's speed was now astonishing. Although the Primordial Light clan members were also very fast, they could not catch up to Lu Ming. Lu Ming successfully escaped. Damn it, this kid's strength is becoming more and more terrifying. If there's a chance, we must get rid of him. Yuan Siji's face darkened. When we obtain the human monarch's heart, it will be his death. One Origin's face darkened. In the end, the members of the Primordial Light tribe left helplessly. After these people left, another figure drilled out from the ground, and it was precisely Guqian that possessed the same aura as the 9-yin demonic spider. Damn it, they actually didn't fight. Damn it. Guqian roared, his face gloomy. Needless to say, Lu Ming was able to encounter the Primordial Light clan because of Guqian. What they hadn't expected was that the fearless Lu Ming would actually run away when he saw the members of the Primordial Light tribe. This had foiled his plan to devour the remnant souls. You can run for the first time, but can you run for the 15th? Guqian said coldly, then drilled back into the ground. I've been scouting alone for a few days before, but I didn't encounter anyone. Why do I keep bumping into them? Lu Ming pondered. This was somewhat strange. There were only a few thousand people from each faction in total. They were too scattered when they entered this vast place. Lu Ming had scouted for a few days and had not encountered anyone else. Why would he encounter the 9-yin demonic spider and the Primordial Light tribe now? Could it be a coincidence? Perhaps it was because he was close to the place where the human sovereign's body was sealed? For a moment, Lu Ming couldn't figure it out. Under Guqian's guidance, Lu Ming continued to move forward. However, not long after, Lu Ming encountered another group of people. It was the members of the malevolent Yin tribe. This time, there weren't many experts from the malevolent Yin tribe. There were only 4 or 5 origin source experts. However, Lu Ming didn't fight with them. He also turned around and left, shaking off the malevolent Yin tribe. There's really something wrong. I keep bumping into them. Speaking of which, ever since I met Guqian, I've been encountering strong enemies. Lu Ming's mind raced. Could it really be that old man's doing? But he's not far from me. How could he do that? Lu Ming couldn't figure it out. However, he was even more wary of Guqian. Later on, he encountered people from other factions again and again. However, Lu Ming didn't care if they were strong or weak. He turned around and left. He couldn't be bothered to fight with them. He vaguely felt that something wasn't right. If he fought with them, he might be tricked. This brat is really as cunning as a fox. However, if you don't fight, there will naturally be others who will. Gu Qian, who had the aura of the 9-in demonic spider, looked at the direction Lu Ming left with a cold gaze. In fact, it was indeed so. During this period, the people from various factions had encountered each other and fought. Every time there was a great battle, someone would die. When the great battle ended and the people who fought left, a figure would emerge from the ground and absorb the remnant souls between heaven and earth. This figure was exactly the same as Gu Qian. However, the aura of their souls was different. Some of the figures had the aura of the extreme evil tribe, some of the origin light tribe, and some of the malevolent Yin tribe. He was constantly absorbing the energy of the remnant souls to strengthen his body. Everyone was kept in the dark. This was because Gu Qian said that he knew the place where the human king's heart was sealed and wanted to take them there to find it. Many powerful experts had a Gu Qian beside them. Of course, this was because these experts were strong enough that Gu Qian couldn't deal with them. For those that Gu Qian could deal with, Gu Qian directly killed them and devoured their souls. A terrifying conspiracy was slowly unfolding, but no one discovered it. Lu Ming only felt suspicious. Gu Qian, where is the place where the human king's heart is sealed? When will we arrive? Lu Ming stared at Gu Qian with an unfriendly gaze. We'll be there soon. It's not far ahead. Although Gu Qian was cursing Lu Ming in his heart, he still deliberately revealed a smile on his face. You'd better not play any tricks. Otherwise, I'll completely obliterate you. Lu Ming threatened and let Gu Qian continue to lead the way. Sure enough, not long after, Gu Qian stopped and said, We've arrived at the place where the human king's heart is sealed. In front of them was the endless, boundless mountain range. Numerous, incomparably huge mountains towered into the sky. At a glance, they were all perfectly straight mountain peaks, like numerous divine swords that were stabbed into the ground. This is the place where the human king's heart is sealed. The human king's heart is sealed in the center of this mountain range. However, this mountain range is enveloped by a terrifying sealing formation. This formation not only seals the human king's body but also isolates everything. No living being will be able to enter. Gu Qian explained. Lu Ming circulated the Fiend King's imperial mark and saw that this vast land was indeed covered in runes. The densely packed runes intertwined and extended forward, covering this land. Gu Qian was right about this. This land was indeed sealed, isolating everything. No living being would be able to enter. However, due to the passage of too much time, this sealing formation still had a problem. There was a loophole. Lu Ming circulated the Fiend King's imperial mark, and the loophole of this sealing formation appeared before Lu Ming's eyes. Lu Ming's lips curled into a smile. This sealing formation could not stop him. He could enter through these loopholes. Chapter 5062. Lu Ming was confident that he could use the Demon King the Archrune to find the loopholes and enter the sealing formation. Lu Ming, let me tell you. Countless years ago, my companions and I spent a lot of effort before we finally cracked this sealing formation. It was also because of this that my companions became greedy and attacked me, wanting to take the human monarch's heart for themselves. Sigh. When he spoke up to hear, Gu Qian let out a long sigh, and then he continued. So, only I will be able to lead you through this sealing formation and obtain the mortal king's heart. The implication was obvious. You have to rely on me. Otherwise, you can forget about obtaining the human monarch's heart. Lu Ming did not point it out. He wanted to see what kind of tricks Gu Qian had up his sleeve. After all, he had the Demon King the Archrune and could see the danger at any time. Moreover, even if they entered the sealing formation, they did not know what they would face later. Gu Qian might be of use to them. Therefore, Lu Ming did not want to kill Gu Qian yet. He might be of use to him for the time being. Follow me. Gu Qian glanced at Lu Ming and then flew forward, rushing towards the mountain range ahead. Lu Ming scanned with the Demon King the Archrune and found that there was nothing wrong with the path Gu Qian took. He immediately followed. Just as Lu Ming and the others arrived at the mountain range, many other people had also arrived. The Primordial Light Tribe, the Baleful Een Tribe, the Blue Sea Tribe, the Nine Een Demonic Spider, the Extreme Evil Tribe, almost all the major factions had sent people. These people were not gathered together. They were all scattered. There were groups of 3 to 5 people, 7 to 8 people, and at most a few dozen people. This place was very big. When the various factions entered, they did not know where to go. They did not know where the human monarch's heart was, so they naturally spread out and searched in different directions in groups of 3 to 5. This way, it would be easier to find the human monarch's heart. These people all had one thing in common, and that was that there was a Gu Qian beside them. Moreover, Gu Qian's aura was the same as theirs. He seemed to be of the same clan. For example, Gu Qian, who was standing beside the extreme evil race's experts, had a soul aura that seemed to belong to the extreme evil race. Gu Qian's explanation of the extreme evil race was very similar to what Lu Ming had told them. He had only changed it a little. He had changed it to say that he was an elder of the extreme evil race who had come here with his companions to search for the human king's heart. In the end, he had been betrayed by his companions, leaving behind only a remnant soul that could lead them to the heart. In front of people from other factions, he naturally changed it slightly and used it the same way. Follow me. I've already thoroughly studied this sealing formation. Only I can bring you through this sealing formation and find the human monarch's heart. Each of the Gu Qians said the same thing. Then, they took the lead and entered the grand sealing array. The others followed Gu Qian into the sealing grand array. For example, a group of people from the extreme evil race followed Gu Qian into the sealing formation. There were 6 early reciprocity experts in this group and over a dozen godly lords. They could be regarded as powerful. They followed Gu Qian and entered the sealing formation. Of course, they did not dare to be careless and remained vigilant. Gu Qian, who was leading the way, had a gloomy look in his eyes. Killing intent flashed through his eyes. Half an hour later, they had already crossed one mountain after another. Just as they passed by another mountain, a mountain suddenly burst with multicolored light. A few terrifying rays of light shot toward the people of the extreme evil race like divine swords. Not good. Danger. Get out of the way. An origin expert roared and quickly retreated. However, it was too late. The rays of light flashed. They were too fast and contained boundless power. The dozen godly lords were directly cut in half at the waist. Their souls were also severed. They died on the spot. Even among the origin experts, there were 2 origin experts who did not retreat in time and were struck by the rays of light. Even with their strength, it was useless. No matter how hard they tried, it was useless. The rays of light directly cut them in half and crushed their origin roots. In an instant, 2 origin experts and over a dozen godly lords had died. Only 4 origin experts reacted in time. They retreated from the mountain range by a hair's breadth and avoided this attack. However, they were also covered in cold sweat. Damn it! What's going on? Gu Qian, didn't you say that you would lead the way and there would be no danger? Why is the formation attacking us? The remaining 4 origin experts of the extreme evil race glared at Gu Qian. What a pity! What a pity! You actually escaped. However, you've already entered the formation. Even if you're not killed, you won't be able to find your way out. Stay here forever. Gu Qian sneered. His eyes were filled with killing intent. You're lying to us. You've always been lying to us. An origin expert roared. Now, how could they not understand that they had been tricked? They had been tricked by Gu Qian. It was obvious that Gu Qian had purposely led them to a dead end and triggered the sealing formation's fatal attack. It was obvious that this sealing formation was not to be underestimated. Not only did it possess peerless sealing power, but it also contained killing power. This was normal. This was a formation that sealed the human king's heart. Its level was shockingly high. Even if it was a pure sealing formation, as long as it had a slight offensive power, it would be incomparably terrifying. It was not something that they could resist. How dare you dream of getting your hands on the human king's heart? You all deserve to die. You should all become my nourishment. Gu Qian shouted coldly. His face was ferocious. His body glowed. The remnant souls of the extreme evil race that had just died gathered towards Guqian and were absorbed by him. He's absorbing the remnant souls to strengthen himself. Kill him. The remaining 4 origin experts of the extreme evil race roared. Their killing intent was cold as they charged towards Guqian. These 4 origin experts were very powerful. Needless to say, they all had origin-grade divine weapons. Moreover, 3 of them had comprehended origin techniques. When the 4 of them joined forces, their power was terrifying. If they were in the universe, they could destroy a galaxy and destroy one star after another. However, Guqian's figure flashed and retreated 10,000 meters. Then, dense runes appeared on the ground. They blocked all the attacks of the 4 extreme evil race experts. This is within the sealing formation. How dare you dream of killing me? Ridiculous. Guqian sneered and continued to absorb the remnant souls. Wisps of remnant souls were absorbed by Guqian. His body gradually became more solid, and his aura became stronger. Damn it! The 4 extreme evil race experts roared. However, they could not do anything to Guqian. They could not break the sealing formation. They could not find a loophole in the sealing formation. They could not move an inch. They were trapped. After a while, Guqian had absorbed all the remnant souls. All of you can stay here forever. The human king's heart is mine. I will kill whoever dares to snatch it from me. Back then, that fellow wanted to split it equally with me. Didn't he also die? I have thousands of clones. When all of my clones are strong enough to gather together, all of you will die. Guqian laughed. His figure flashed and he left. Chapter 5063. Guqian left. The 4 origin realm experts of the extreme fiend race were furious, but they couldn't chase after him. They had been trapped. This place was covered in runes. As long as they moved, the runes would flash and trap them. Apart from that mountain, there was no danger anywhere else, but they couldn't move. They knew they had been tricked. Guqian had told them that he was a senior of the extreme fiend race. Not long after the collapse of the Yorwild's continent, he had come here to search for the human king's heart. In the end, he had been betrayed by his companions. But from what Guqian had said before leaving, it was clear that he had betrayed his companions. They wanted to send the news to the others of the extreme fiend race, but they found that their voice transmission jade talismans were useless here. The same scene was happening all over the sealing formation. Many people had been brought into the killing zones of the sealing formation. A large number of experts had been killed. Some people had been careless, and even peak origin realm experts had died to the formation. After these people were killed, a Guqian would devour their soul fragments to strengthen himself. The sealing formation was like a purgatory for a moment. However, the area of the sealing formation was very wide. Guqian had purposely led the way, spreading them far apart. Adding on the fact that their spiritual senses were greatly restricted within the sealing formation, the others didn't know what was going on. Lu Ming and Guqian continued forward. The 2 of them crossed mountain after mountain. Guqian was leading the way. Lu Ming used his demonic king rune to discover that Guqian had indeed broken through the formation. He had gone through the formation's life gate, or loophole. Once we pass through this valley, we'll be halfway there. We'll soon reach the human king's heart. Guqian smiled and pointed at a valley up ahead. Are you sure we'll pass through that valley? Lu Ming didn't bat an eyelid, as if he had just asked casually. However, a sliver of killing intent had already flashed through the depths of Lu Ming's eyes. With his demonic emperor runes, he could clearly see that the canyon ahead was not the life gate, nor was it a loophole in the formation. It was filled with killing intent, and the formation was densely packed. It was clearly a land of death, a death gate of the formation. Fortunately, Lu Ming possessed the Fei King the Arch rune. If it were anyone else, unless they were an array grandmaster, they would not be able to tell. Guqian's heart skipped a beat, but his expression did not change in the slightest. He smiled and said, "Of course, the valley ahead is where the weakness of the formation lies." "Oh, I was just asking. Let's go." Lu Ming's expression didn't change as he strode forward. As he neared Guqian, he suddenly reached out with his 2 hands to grab him. The giant hand rapidly grew in size. Forbidden origin energy revolved around its fingers. It was terrifying beyond compare, capable of piercing through the starry skies. Gu Qian didn't expect that Lu Ming would suddenly make a move and was immediately hit. He was pressed down by two large hands and suffered heavy injuries. His body trembled as black smoke spread out and dissipated into the air. His soul dimmed and became somewhat illusory. "Ah, what are you doing? You're crazy!" Gu Qian roared. "Are you still playing dumb? Do you think I can't tell? That valley is clearly a death door, a dangerous place that contains terrifying killing intent. If I step in, I will die without a doubt. Since you want to kill me, I can only kill you first," Lu Ming said coldly. The forbidden origin energy kept circulating, suppressing Gu Qian, wanting to completely erase him. Gu Qian didn't expect Lu Ming to be able to see through the truth of this grand sealing formation. Back then, his cultivation had been extremely profound. Furthermore, he and his companion were both proficient in formations. They were both formation grandmasters. The two of them had worked together and spent a very long time before they were able to understand the grand sealing formation. But how could Lu Ming see through the truth of this formation so easily? Even a array grandmaster who was proficient in array grandmasters wouldn't be able to see through it so easily. Was it a coincidence, or was he trying to trick him? If he was trying to trick him, how could there be such a coincidence? Why would he choose to trick him here? Rumble. Lu Ming's taboo power of origin was too terrifying. It kept suppressing Gu Qian, obliterating his soul and body, wanting to completely destroy him. Gu Qian panicked. If this continued, he would really be turned into ashes. "Spare me, spare me. I won't dare to do it again," Gu Qian shouted. "You still want to do it again?" Lu Ming said coldly. This Gu Qian was vicious and would be a disaster if he was left alive. Anyway, this grand sealing formation couldn't stop him. Why should he leave Gu Qian alive? "I still have a use for it. We have only explored half of this grand sealing formation. I still need to lead the way for the remaining half," Gu Qian said. "I have the Demon King the Archmark. This grand sealing formation can't hide from me. Why do I need you to lead the way?" Lu Ming sneered. Lu Ming didn't know that Gu Qian had thousands of clones, and Gu Qian's life was completely in his hands. Therefore, he didn't hide the fact that he had the Demon King the Archmark. "What? You actually have the Demon King the Archmark?" Gu Qian was shocked. He had never thought that Lu Ming would have the Demon King the Archmark, which was a supreme treasure of the ancient desolate era. He finally knew why Lu Ming knew that the canyon was filled with killing intent. It was the Death Gate because of the Demon King the Archmark. He was completely displaying his slight skill in front of an expert. He wanted to use this grand sealing formation to kill Lu Ming. It was simply wishful thinking. "I was wrong. I was blinded by greed. Please spare me," Gu Qian shouted. "Ridiculous," Lu Ming replied coldly. The forbidden origin energy continued to suppress Gu Qian, trying to destroy him. Gu Qian screamed miserably. His body became more and more illusory. If this continued, he wouldn't be able to hold on for long and would be refined. "I still have a use for it. Even if we pass through this formation, the human king's heart still has the last seal. That seal can't be broken even if you have the Demon King the Archmark. We have to work together to break it," Gu Qian roared. Lu Ming couldn't help but pause. He retracted the forbidden energy and stopped refining Gu Qian. He said seriously, "Is what you said true? If it's false, I'll turn you into ashes." "It's absolutely true. As long as we pass through this grand sealing formation, we'll know whether it's true or false. If it's false, it won't be too late for you to destroy me then," Gu Qianzhan said firmly. Lu Ming knew that this was most likely true. As long as he passed through this grand sealing formation, he would know whether it was true or false. If it was false, Gu Qian would still die. "Let me ask you, why do you want to kill me? Do you want to devour my soul?" Lu Ming asked coldly. "That's right. It's true." Gu Qian didn't hide it. He knew that he couldn't hide it anyway. "You're not a human, right?" Lu Ming continued to ask, observing Gu Qian's reaction. Gu Qian's mind spun rapidly. In his eyes, Lu Ming was unfathomable. This young man gave him an unfathomable feeling. He didn't know if Lu Ming had noticed anything. It's better to tell him some things, lest he becomes suspicious and spoils the matter. Anyway, when the human king's heart is born, he won't be able to escape. There's only death for him. Thinking of this, Guqian said, I'm indeed not a human. Chapter 5064. Hearing Guqian's words, Lu Ming's eyes flashed with killing intent. This Guqian was really not a human, but his soul aura was clearly that of a human. What was going on? Lu Ming asked. Because of my special physique and cultivation technique, I've already killed a few humans before you. I devoured their souls and could imitate the soul aura of other clans. Guqian explained. Lu Ming was a little shocked. How could it be like this? Wouldn't Guqian be able to impersonate countless races? As long as he devoured the soul of a certain race, he could impersonate that race. It was really mysterious. However, Lu Ming believed that this physique and cultivation technique were definitely not omnipotent. It was just that his cultivation was not high enough. If his cultivation was high enough, he would most likely be able to see through the truth. Previously, I kept bumping into other people. Was it your trick? Lu Ming continued to ask. Yes, I've been here for countless years and set up monitoring formations in many places. I know where there are people. That's why I could lure you over and meet those people. Guqian explained. Of course, he would not say that it was because he had thousands of clones that he could lead Lu Ming and the others to meet. He would never say this question even if he was beaten to death. It was related to his future plans. Lu Ming did not doubt it because it was completely reasonable. Let's continue to lead the way. Lu Ming said. The two continued on their way. Next, Guqian did not play any tricks, nor did he dare to play any tricks. Lu Ming had the Demon King the Arch Rune. Even if he played any tricks, it would be useless. After a period of time, they successfully passed through the ceiling formation. Lu Ming was safe and sound, but the people of other forces were not so lucky. Those who had a Guqian around them were all killed by Guqian. A large number of experts died and their souls were devoured by Guqian. Each Guqian grew stronger and stronger. This is, when Lu Ming passed through the ceiling formation and saw the scene in front of him, he could not help but be shocked. There were 8 mountains surrounding them, and in the middle of the 8 mountains was a flat land. In the center of this flat land, there was a blood coffin. At the same time, 8 chains wrapped around the blood coffin. The other ends of the 8 chains sank into the 8 surrounding mountains. These 8 chains were neither gold nor silver. They were not even solid. They were completely formed from the interweaving of rune formations. A broken sword floated above the blood coffin. Most of the broken sword was the hilt, and only a small part of the sword blade was left. It looked like it was only 1/5 of the complete sword blade. The other 4/5 of the sword blade had disappeared. The broken sword emitted powerful ripples, and chains made of runes extended from the broken sword, wrapping around the blood coffin. Don't. Vaguely, Lu Ming heard thumping sounds coming from the blood coffin. It sounded like the beating of a war drum or the beating of a heart. Lu Ming's breathing could not help but become heavy. The heart of the human king. He was certain that the human monarch's heart was in this blood coffin. However, it was clear that Guqian was right. The sovereign personage's heart still had a seal. Those chains were the seal. Lu Ming operated the Fei King Emperor rune and observed carefully. Those chains changed in Lu Ming's eyes, turning into tiny runes. The size, strength, and energy ripples of these runes were all clearly seen by Lu Ming. How is it? Can you see the flaws and weaknesses of these chains? Guqian asked. Indeed. Lu Ming nodded. That's great. Let me tell you, these rune chains are very special. You won't be able to break them with just your origin energy. You will need to combine it with your soul energy to break them. Therefore, the two of us have to work together to break them. Guqian said. I see. Lu Ming nodded. It seemed that Guqian was right. If he wanted to break the seal here, he would have to rely on Guqian. Because Lu Ming had never trained in soul attacks, he had tried it before, but it was not very useful. Tell me where the weakness is. We will work together to attack that weakness. Guqian said. Let's attack together. Lu Ming pointed out a location and then took out a divine sword. This divine sword was an origin-grade divine weapon. Forbidden origin energy flowed into the divine sword and slashed at a certain location on one of the chains. At the same time, Guqian also attacked. His body glowed as he shot out a beam of soul light. The soul light turned into the shape of a battle sword and slashed at the same location as Lu Ming's divine sword. Asterisk clang. Asterisk the sound of metal clashing resounded. The rune chains shook, and Lu Ming's divine sword was sent flying. Guqian's soul light also collapsed. How is it? Is it effective? Guqian asked. It's effective. Lu Ming discovered with the Fei King Emperor rune that a small gap had appeared at the location of the rune chains. It was difficult for ordinary people to see it, but it could not be hidden from the Fei King Emperor rune. Lu Ming's confidence increased greatly. As long as it was effective, he would be able to cut it off sooner or later. Continue. Lu Ming roared as he continued to control the divine sword to slash down. Guqian also continued to attack. Asterisk clang. Asterisk after another round of attack, Lu Ming discovered that the gap in the chain had become a little bigger. Continue. The two attacked continuously, attacking that weak point. The gap in that weakness was getting bigger and bigger. When the two were tired, they sat down and meditated. After recovering, they continued to attack. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. After a month of continuous attacks, that gap had become very large. It was as if the rune chains would be cut in half in the next moment. Of course, this was also because too much time had passed, and the rune chain's power was no longer at its peak. Otherwise, with Lu Ming and Guqian's strength, they would not have been able to break it, no matter how much time they spent. In this month, no one but them had come here. Without Guqian leading the way, and without the Fei King Emperor rune, it would be impossible for them to pass through that sealing formation in a short time. Even a big shot who was extremely proficient in formations would not be able to pass through that sealing formation in a short month. Not to mention a month, it would be incredible if they could pass through it within 100 years. And this was only possible because the sealing formation was not very good at the moment, and a gap had appeared. One must know that Guqian and his companions had spent 1,000,000 years to understand this formation. Of course, the sealing formation back then was still at its peak. Without anyone to disturb them, Lu Ming and Guqian could break the seal in peace. Clang! The two attacked together again. Bam! This time, the sealing chain was completely severed. One part of the seal was severed, and the entire chain shattered with a bang. It turned into a rain of light and dissipated into the air. One of the sealing chains was broken, but there were still 7. They continued to attack the second sealing chain's weak point. Chapter 5065. Just like that, Lu Ming and Guqian worked together and used a total of 8 months to finally sever all 8 sealing chains. Dong dong dong. When all 8 sealing chains were severed, the sound coming from the blood coffin became even more intense. It was like the beating of a heavenly drum, shaking the void and the earth. This time, not only could Lu Ming and the others hear it, but the other experts trapped in the sealing formation could also hear it. Even the experts in other directions heard it as well. This is the sound of a heartbeat? The human king's heart has appeared. Someone has found the human king's heart. Many people exclaimed. The experts trapped in the sealing formation were incomparably anxious. And the experts in other directions were rapidly rushing in the direction of the heartbeat. However, it was destined to be futile. With the obstruction of the sealing formation, these people were destined to be blocked. There's still the last seal, Guqian said. The last seal was the rune chains between the broken sword and the blood coffin. But at this time, Lu Ming's brows furrowed. I can't see the weakness. I can't see the weakness of the last seal, Lu Ming said. He activated the Demon King Emperor marks to the extreme. His pupils contracted and the 2 Demon King Emperor marks on his eyeballs flickered with a demonic light. However, he couldn't see the weakness of the sealing chains between the broken sword and the blood coffin. This broken sword was no small matter. It was as if it contained a frightening amount of energy. That energy was endlessly flowing out from the broken sword and poured into the sealing chain. This allowed the sealing chain to remain in its peak condition. There was no weakness at all. Legend has it that this broken sword is the sword of the human king Shen Yuan. Its boundless power. It seems that the last seal is not easy to break. Gu Qian said in a low voice. Lu Ming's heart was beating wildly. This broken sword actually had such a background. It was actually the sword of the human king Shen Yuan. It could be seen that the human king Shen Yuan had experienced a tragic battle back then. Even his sword was broken. Looking carefully, one could see a faint fingerprint on the 1/5 of the sword. Lu Ming's heart thumped wildly, and his eyes widened in shock. Could it be that the human king Shen Yuan's sword was broken by someone's fingers? Impossible, Lu Ming shook his head. This idea was too crazy, illusory, and unrealistic. What kind of person was the human sovereign Shen Yuan? He was the ruler of the great desolate continent, a supreme peak expert. How could someone break his sword with their bare hands? It was a fantasy. Lu Ming shook his head and threw this unrealistic thought out of his mind. But immediately, another doubt emerged in his heart. According to legend, the human king was suppressed by someone. His body was divided into 7 pieces and sealed in 7 different places. Why would someone who had been suppressed use the human king's sword as a seal? Shouldn't the sovereign personage's sword be sealed as well? Could it be that the human sovereign's sword betrayed the human sovereign? I can't figure it out. Lu Ming had even more doubts in his heart. If we can seal or isolate the human sovereign's sword for a short time, the human sovereign's heart can appear. Once the human sovereign's heart appears, the sealing chains will break on their own. However, we are too weak. It is impossible. If I were at my peak, it might be possible. Gu Qian sighed. Lu Ming shook his head as well. Seal or isolate the human sovereign's sword. Was it possible with them? That was the human sovereign's sword, even if it was just a broken sword. Perhaps I can give it a try. Just at this moment, a voice rang out. It came from Lu Ming's wrist. It was Qiu. Gu Qian also looked over, looking at Lu Ming's wrist. Qiu, don't be careless. That is the human sovereign's sword. You might explode from it, Lu Ming said, not wanting Qiu to take the risk. Naturally, he knew what Qiu wanted to do. Qiu was very talented. It could swallow and refine any metal or divine weapon, turning them into its own power. The human sovereign's sword was also made of precious metals and was within Qiu's range of absorption. However, no matter how talented Qiu was, there was still a limit. This was the human sovereign's sword. How could Qiu swallow it? I want to give it a try. If I can swallow and refine it, it will bring me endless benefits. I might be able to break through to the source realm or even become stronger. I won't have to fear the source realm tribulation. Qiu flew out from Lu Ming's wrist, his eyes filled with fervor. He looked at the human sovereign's broken sword, his eyes filled with desire and greed. The human sovereign's broken sword was of a very high grade. It was the highest grade weapon he had ever seen. It was definitely an immortal Dao treasure. Once he refined such a treasure, there would be endless benefits. His talent and potential would increase to a shocking level. His battle prowess would be unrivaled, and his cultivation would skyrocket. He would be able to dominate the world. However, Lu Ming was still worried. Qiu, do what you can. Once you find that you can't, immediately give up, Lu Ming instructed. Don't worry. I know what I'm doing. I'll give it a try first. With that said, Qiu flew forward. His body grew bigger and bigger until he turned into a huge ball. A huge mouth appeared in the middle of the ball. It had a wide mouth with sharp fangs that looked like 2 rows of sharp swords. Then, Qiu's mouth suddenly opened like a snake swallowing an elephant. He swallowed the human sovereign's broken sword. Lu Ming was extremely nervous. He stared at Qiu, afraid that something would happen to Qiu. When Qiu swallowed the human sovereign's broken sword, his mouth suddenly closed and he floated in the air motionlessly. His body emitted a bright light, as if he was trying his best to refine the human sovereign's broken sword. Did he really succeed? He can even refine the human sovereign's broken sword? Even Lu Ming was very surprised. If that was really the case, Qiu's talent was too terrifying. It could ignore the difference in level. Even Gu Qian was dumbfounded. He had a look of disbelief. What kind of race is this? He's only a divine lord, but he can even swallow the human sovereign's broken sword. Unbelievable. When I get the human sovereign's heart, I'll definitely take it and study it, Gu Qian thought. Then, his gaze turned towards the blood coffin. His eyes were burning. Asterisk dong dong dong. Asterisk when Qiuqiu swallowed the human sovereign's broken sword, the connection between it and the blood coffin seemed to have been cut off. The energy emitted by the human sovereign's broken sword also seemed to have been cut off. After the human sovereign's broken sword was cut off, the seal between the broken sword and the blood coffin lost its source of energy and collapsed, disappearing without a trace. Suddenly, terrifying tremors came from the blood coffin. With each tremor, the void shook and the earth rumbled. Lu Ming's face also paled. He retreated as if he had suffered a heavy blow. Asterisk crack. Asterisk suddenly, a crack appeared on the blood coffin. A wisp of blood chi surged out of the blood coffin. It was just a wisp, but it seemed to have turned into a blood-colored wave that flooded in all directions. At this moment, a terrifying aura suddenly spread out from somewhere in the Heaven Destroyer's base. Chapter 5066. Somewhere in the Heaven Destroyer's base, a terrifying aura spread out. What's going on? What's going on? The Heaven Destroyer's base was in chaos. Everyone was alarmed by this aura. This aura was too powerful, as if it was the ruler of everything. It was as brilliant as the might of the heavens, making everyone breathless. In the next moment, a ray of light flew out of the Heaven Destroyer's base and into the depths of the universe at an unbelievable speed. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared without a trace. It was countless times faster than the speed of an Origin Realm expert. However, there were still people who saw what that ray of light was. The body of the human king. That's the body of the human king. I saw it too. Wasn't the body of the human king kept by Senior Fei Huang? Why did it fly away? What happened? Even Senior Fei Huang couldn't suppress it? Many people exclaimed, including Lion, Tang Jian, and the others. Their faces were very ugly. They had gone through so much to obtain the body of the human king, but now, it flew away just like that. All their efforts had turned into flowing water. Most importantly, where was the body of the human king flying? If it fell into the hands of the enemy, it would be a disaster. At the same time, in the depths of the universe, there was a mysterious and eternal unknown place. It seemed that even the Origin Tribulation couldn't affect this place. Inside, two figures were sitting cross-legged. If the Heaven Destroyer's people were here, they would definitely recognize these two figures. They were the immeasurable heavenly demon Fei Huang and the forbidden sword ancestor Tang Feng. Suddenly, Fei Huang opened her eyes. There seemed to be two lightning bolts in the void, piercing through the boundless void. Oh no, my clone couldn't suppress the body of the human king and it flew away. It seems that the heart of the human king has been born. Fei Huang's true body whispered with a hint of worry in her eyes. The world is unpredictable. Unfortunately, the heart of the human king was born hundreds of years ago. You and I can't interfere. It's up to them. Tang Feng also opened his eyes and whispered, "How's your cultivation? I'm still a little lacking. It's hard to succeed." Fei Huang sighed. 10,000 years, thousands of tribulations, and narrowly escaped death. I'll finally succeed. Tang Feng said. You're going to succeed. Fei Huang was pleasantly surprised. Once the Origin Tribulation is over, it should be about time. I hope they can hold on. Tang Feng sighed slightly. His face that was like an ancient well without ripples revealed a rare trace of worry. It would be difficult for them to take action in the following period of time. However, this period of time was also the most difficult period. Hopefully, the exterminating heavens troop could hold on. In the Western universe, the 9 elements forbidden land, under the crack, where the human king's physical body was sealed. A bloody aura swept across the place like a tide, dyeing the entire place red. This scene shocked everyone. Regardless of whether it was the people inside the Grand Sealing Formation or those outside the Grand Sealing Formation, they all saw it. Blood chi surging to the heavens, heartbeat thundering. The sovereign personage's heart is truly born. On. It. They were mad with hatred. Asterisk crack. Asterisk at this moment, more and more cracks appeared on the blood coffin. 1, 2, 3. Very soon, the blood coffin was covered in cracks that covered the entire coffin. Haha, the human king's heart is finally born. I didn't wait in vain after all these years. When I absorb and refine the human king's heart, I'll transcend and become invincible. Gu Qian laughed. His face was filled with ecstasy. Asterisk boom. Asterisk at this moment, Lu Ming made his move. Two big hands pressed down on Gu Qian like millstones. He wanted to completely obliterate Gu Qian. Kid, what are you doing? Gu Qian was furious. I feel that leaving you alive is a disaster. Let's send you on your way. Lu Ming said coldly. The forbidden origin force kept erupting. Gu Qian's body shook violently and was constantly obliterated. He turned into wisps of light and dissipated. However, Gu Qian didn't panic at all. Instead, he revealed a cold smile. Brat, do you really think that you can kill me? What a joke. Let me tell you, this is just one of my many clones. So what if you kill me? Once my clones merge into one, it will be your death. Gu Qian laughed. What? Lu Ming was slightly stunned. Haha. At this moment, Gu Qian's wild laughter came from all directions. Then, blood-red figures rushed out one after another. They were all Gu Qian. There were more than 100 of them. They looked exactly the same. All of them looked at Lu Ming with cold eyes. What's going on? Lu Ming was a little confused. These Gu Qian's aura was different. Some of them were like the human race. Some of them were similar to the 9-in demonic spider. Some of them were like the extreme evil race. Are you confused? Let me tell you, I can create thousands of clones and devour the souls of different physiques at the same time to strengthen myself. You people came in just to give me nourishment. The Gu Qian that was about to be obliterated by Lu Ming laughed. It seems like what you said to me before is all fake. Lu Ming said coldly. It's not all fake. Kid, I'll let you die in peace. After all, you've made a great contribution to the birth of the human king's heart. I'm not from the human race. I'm from the heavenly soul race. Gu Qian said. At this moment he was full of confidence. He was just waiting for the human king's heart to be born. As for Lu Ming, he didn't care about him at all. He didn't mind letting Lu Ming know more. The heavenly soul race? The heavenly soul forbidden land? The one that was flattened by the human king Shen Yuan? Lu Ming said subconsciously. In the Azure Divine Realm, he knew a lot about the chaotic continent. He also knew a lot about the legends of the human king. Legend had it that the human king Shen Yuan once flattened 2 terrifying forbidden lands alone. One was the 9 elements forbidden land, and the other was the heavenly soul forbidden land. The heavenly soul forbidden land was inhabited by the heavenly soul race. They were extremely powerful, similar to the forbidden lands now. In fact, their strength was even more terrifying. Shut up! Gu Qian roared as if his sore spot had been poked. Shen Yuan dared to destroy the forbidden land of Tianhun. Now, I'm going to devour his heart. This is called an eye for an eye. After I devour his heart, I'll kill all the remaining humans in this universe to avenge what happened in the past. Gu Qian said coldly. You said that your companions betrayed you. In my opinion, it's you who betrayed your companions. Lu Ming said. So what? Is that guy qualified to share the human king's heart with me? Only when I refine the human king's heart can I be invincible. That abominable fellow actually guarded against me at all times, causing my sneak attack to fail. In the end, I could only fight. In the end, he actually wanted to perish together with me. Fortunately, I was lucky. Although I was heavily injured and on the verge of death, I luckily survived. This time, fortunately, so many of you came, allowing me to devour your souls and strengthen myself. Gu Qian explained casually. Chapter 5067. Lu Ming more or less understood what was going on. Countless years ago, Gu Qian and his companions had found this place. After going through untold hardships, they finally found the human monarch's heart and broke the sealing formation. However, Gu Qian wanted to take the human monarch's heart for himself, so he launched a sneak attack on his companions. Unexpectedly, Gu Qian was on guard against him, and the sneak attack failed, resulting in a huge battle. In the end, Gu Qian's companions were no match for him. However, after risking their lives, Gu Qian also suffered unimaginable injuries. Even after so many years, he still had not recovered. Then, not long ago, the experts of the various large factions entered this place. Gu Qian targeted the experts of the various large factions, wanting to devour their souls to strengthen himself. He could create 10 million clones, but unfortunately his injuries were too heavy and his strength was limited. Those weaker than him were directly killed by him and had their souls devoured. Probably before meeting Lu Ming, there were already humans who had died at his hands. Therefore, Gu Qian's soul aura was the same as a human's. When encountering those he could not deal with, Gu Qian would use the condition of finding the human monarch's body as a condition to cooperate with them. Lu Ming also understood why he kept encountering other people. It was not some monitoring formation, but Gu Qian's clones guiding each other. The goal was to make them kill each other confidently so that he could secretly absorb and refine their soul energy to strengthen himself. In the end, this Gu Qian, who was with Lu Ming, discovered that Lu Ming had the Fiend King Emperor mark, so he used Lu Ming to break the sealing chains of the human monarch's heart, allowing it to come out. Lu Ming smiled bitterly in his heart. He had already raised his guard, but unexpectedly, he was still used by Gu Qian. However, Gu Qian's soul aura was that of a human, which made Lu Ming lower his guard. At the same time, Lu Ming also did not expect that Gu Qian could create 10 million clones. He knew too little, which was why he was used. Gu Qian was an old monster who had lived for countless years. He was crafty and cunning, and was not easy to deal with. Crack crack. As they spoke, more and more cracks appeared on the blood coffin, and the beating of the heart became louder and louder. The blood qi that spread out became denser and denser. Gu Qianbai's doppelganger took a deep breath. Traces of blood qi were absorbed by his soul, causing his soul to glow even brighter. Lu Ming couldn't help but sigh in amazement. The heavenly soul race was truly terrifying. Not only could they devour the souls of living beings, but they could also devour the blood qi of living beings for their own use. This sort of talent was simply too terrifying and domineering. According to legend, during the era of the Yorwild's continent, this race had caused countless disasters for the sake of cultivation. Countless living beings had died at their hands. That was why the human king Shenyuan had acted to flatten them. It's about time. Lu Ming, I'll send you on your way now. Hundreds of Gu Qian roared at the same time and then charged towards Lu Ming. Hundreds of Gu Qian attacked together, their power shocking. Moreover, many of these Gu Qianis had previously devoured the souls of others. They were even stronger than the one who had been with Lu Ming. Lu Ming did not dare to be careless and immediately executed a Genesis technique. His body grew to a height of 3 feet as he raised his battle prowess to the peak. Boom! Lu Ming thrust out his palm, forming a continent that pressed down on the hundreds of Gu Qian. This was the Yorwild style. However, the Yorwild style's power was even more terrifying when activated in the Genesis technique state. Esoteric laws filled the air above the continent, as if they were about to transform into a real world. The terrifying power made the hundreds of Gu Qian's expression turn grave. Dozens of Gu Qian charged towards the Yorwild's continent, while the other dozens continued to charge towards Lu Ming. Boom! Boom! The continent formed by the Yorwild style shook violently and was blasted apart. At the same time, Lu Ming's war god's spear swept out and clashed with the dozens of Gu Qian. Subsequently, Lu Ming shuddered violently and was forced to retreat. In the face of dozens of Gu Qian, Lu Ming was at a disadvantage, but he was unharmed. This was because the majority of Gu Qian's attacks targeted the soul. However, Lu Ming's soul was scattered across all the cells in his body, making it difficult to target. The attacks of these Gu Qian could not cause much damage to Lu Ming. Focusing on attacking the soul, very good, Lu Ming's eyes flashed. He took a step forward and charged towards the Gu Qian instead of retreating. He stared at one of the Gu Qian and launched a fierce attack. With so many Gu Qian attacking at the same time, the attack power was too scattered and could not cause much damage. However, it was different if they focused their attacks on the same person. You're courting death. Gu Qian saw through Lu Ming's goal, but he was not afraid. What did it matter if one or two of his clones were destroyed? He had hundreds of clones, and one or two of them dying was not a big deal. On the contrary, they could take advantage of the opportunity to kill Lu Ming. The other Gu Qian unleashed their full strength and attacked Lu Ming. Lu Ming, who was wearing a top source-grade battle armor, ignored these attacks and focused on one of the Gu Qian. Bang! The war god's spear pressed down, surrounded by divine light and endless power. This Gu Qian's body was directly shattered. Although it was quickly recovering, its aura had withered a lot and its body had become illusory. It was seriously injured. At the same time, the attacks of the other Gu Qian also fell on Lu Ming's body. Unfortunately, most of the attacks were aimed at the soul. Although some of the cells were damaged, it did not cause any fatal damage to Lu Ming. One must know that Lu Ming had 60 trillion cells in his body. Even if thousands or tens of thousands of them were destroyed, it was just a drop in the ocean. It was not a big deal. The few attacks that targeted the body were blocked by the top source-grade battle armor and a layer of thin film on the skin. Lu Ming was fine and continued to attack. The war god's spear swept out horizontally. Bang! The body of the heavily injured Gu Qian's clone exploded again, but it was still not dead. It was just that this time, it was even weaker, like a candle in the wind, about to be extinguished at any time. Kill! Lu Ming roared. He would not let go of such an opportunity and launched a fierce attack. The war god's spear continued to attack. Each spear contained the power of destruction. Fush, fush, swish. After a few consecutive spears, this Gu Qian clone was finally completely destroyed and dissipated in the void. Your soul, what's going on? Why is attacking your soul ineffective? Gu Qian roared. Kill! How could Lu Ming explain it to the other party? He continued to stare at another Gu Qian and launched an attack. So what if you have hundreds of clones? I'll just destroy them one by one. Kill! Gu Qian's clone also roared and attacked Lu Ming again. Unfortunately, the result was the same as before. Their attacks were ineffective against Lu Ming. Lu Ming ignored the attacks of the other Gu Qian and focused on one of them. After a while, another Gu Qian was completely destroyed by Lu Ming. Damn it, his soul seems to be scattered in the cells of his body. Unless all the cells in his body are destroyed, attacking his soul is useless. Gu Qian finally understood. Chapter 5068. Gu Qian was an expert of the Tianhun clan. At his peak, his cultivation was unfathomable and his vision was unique. He was especially skilled in the Tao of the soul, so he could easily see through Lu Ming. After a series of probing, he had already figured out that Lu Ming's soul was not in his sea of consciousness, but was scattered throughout the cells of his body. After figuring it out, Gu Qian was extremely shocked. What kind of cultivation technique was this to be able to do this? How many cells did a living being have? It was simply unimaginable. To scatter the soul into the cells of the body, this cultivation technique was simply heaven-defying. As long as the cells of the body were not destroyed, it was equivalent to being immortal. A fortuitous opportunity, a heaven-defying opportunity. Gu Qian's eyes immediately burned with passion. If he could obtain this cultivation technique, it would be a heaven-defying opportunity for him. His life force would skyrocket, and he would be immortal. Perhaps this opportunity would not be any worse than the mortal king's heart. However, if he wanted to obtain this cultivation technique from Lu Ming, he needed to first suppress Lu Ming. Do you think that I can't do anything to you if you scatter your soul into the cells of your body? As long as I use my super strength to destroy your body, you're dead for sure. Gu Qian coldly said. Afterwards, he did not continue to attack Lu Ming. Instead, he rapidly retreated. Following that, over 100 figures charged towards each other. He was fusing. Asterisk swish swish swish, asterisk 2, 4, 8, 10. As Gu Qian's figures fused together, his aura constantly skyrocketed. It rose extremely quickly, and a terrifying pressure radiated from Gu Qian's body. Lu Ming's face became stern. He could sense that Gu Qian's cultivation was skyrocketing. If the cultivation of the figures at the beginning was only at early reciprocity, then now he was rapidly charging towards mid-reciprocity, and then towards late reciprocity. Clearly, if Gu Qian wanted to fuse all his clones, he would need to use his super strength to suppress Lu Ming. Against an enemy that was too strong, even if Lu Ming scattered his soul into the cells of his body, it would be useless. His opponent could use his super strength to suppress all his cells in an instant, or destroy them in an instant. What do I do? Lu Ming rapidly pondered, trying to think of a countermeasure. In the end, the only method he could think of was to retreat. Yes, the difference in strength was too great, and he had no way of resisting. At this moment, Gu Qian's presence had actually reached late reciprocity, and it was still rapidly increasing. This was because Gu Qian had only fused with half of his clone. After all the clones had fused, what level could Gu Qian reach? Does it surpass the origin? Too strong. At that time, Gu Qian would probably be able to suppress Lu Ming with one hand. However, just as Lu Ming decided to retreat, an unforeseen event occurred. Gu Qian, who was fusing with his doppelganger, suddenly trembled as if he had encountered a terrifying pressure. It's the Great Tribulation of Origins. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He could sense that the pressure of the Great Tribulation of Origin was increasing dramatically in the void. That's right. For now, only early reciprocity existences were allowed to move about freely in the universe. Gu Qian's clone was too powerful after fusing, so he was suppressed by the Origin Tribulation. This damned Great Tribulation of Origins, Gu Qian roared. He had never expected that he would be suppressed by the Great Origin Calamity even though he was only a soul without an origin root in his body. It was simply unreasonable. Bang, bang, bang. Gu Qian, who had fused with more than half of his doppelganger, constantly emitted explosive sounds. After more than 10 consecutive explosions, Gu Qian's body exploded and dozens of figures flew out. Gu Qian's fusion had failed and he was injured. Because the bodies of these doppelganger were much more illusory than before, he had lost a lot of soul power. Looks like your plan has failed. If you can't fuse, then I'll destroy you one by one. Lu Ming laughed. Holding the war god's spear, he stepped forward and was about to launch another attack. Lu Ming was not afraid of Gu Qian who could not fuse, no matter how many of them there were. As long as he focused on one of them, they would be destroyed by him sooner or later. Damn it! Gu Qian roared, his expression changing. Kacha! Kacha! The cracks on the blood coffin were still increasing. At this moment, the cracks on the blood coffin were densely packed. It was unknown how many of them there were. Bang! Following that, the blood coffin exploded with a bang. Dong dong dong. The thunderous sound became even more intense as a soaring blood light spread out. Lu Ming saw that a heart had appeared where the blood coffin was originally. The heart was the size of a normal person and there was still blood flowing from it. Furthermore, the heart was still beating as if it had just been dug out of a human body. The human monarch's heart was truly born. Do you think that I can't do anything to you just because I can't fuse? My means are not something you can imagine. When I devour the human monarch's heart, it will be the time of your death. Seeing the human monarch's heart, Gu Qian was overjoyed. Following that, Gu Qian's doppelganger actually charged towards the human monarch's heart. The human monarch's heart did not have any other reaction and allowed Gu Qian to charge in. Soon, Gu Qian's doppelganger entered the human monarch's heart. However, there was still one Gu Qian outside. Gu Qian was not completely confident. Hence, he left a doppelganger outside just in case. As long as one doppelganger was not destroyed, Gu Qian would not die and there would be a chance for him to rise again. Brat, do you think that all existences above the origin source will be suppressed by the origin source calamity? Let me tell you, that's because they are not strong to a certain extent. Once they are strong to a certain extent, the origin source calamity will not be able to do anything to them. Moreover, we are nearing the end of the origin source calamity. Once I absorb the human monarch's heart, the origin source calamity will not be able to do anything to me. When that time comes, you will die. Gu Qian's doppelganger sneered. Lu Ming's eyes flickered with a cold light. Following that, his killing intent exploded as he shouted, "Then, I will stop you before you succeed." Bang! Lu Ming took a step forward and the battle god's spear expanded. Like a mountain range, it pressed down on Gu Qian. He would first destroy Gu Qian's doppelganger before finding a way to stop Gu Qian from refining the human monarch's heart. Gu Qian's doppelganger's face turned ugly as he retreated. However, he was already enveloped by the battle god's spear and was locked down. There was no way for him to retreat. Boom! Under the pressure of the battle god's spear, Gu Qian's doppelganger exploded. Following that, a terrifying force pressed down on Gu Qian. Soon, Gu Qian's doppelganger was destroyed by Lu Ming. Then, Lu Ming looked at the human monarch's heart. How should he stop Gu Qian? Should he attack the human monarch's heart? However, this was the human monarch's heart. Would his attack be effective? Lu Ming, do you think that destroying my doppelganger will work? Let me tell you, it's useless. Your ending is already set. You will die in my hands. Gu Qian's roar came from the human monarch's heart. Chapter 5069. At the same time, Lu Ming felt that the blood qi that was spreading out from the human king's heart was actually contracting. Could it be that this guy can really refine the human king's heart? Lu Ming was very shocked. He felt that Gu Qian was definitely not ordinary at his peak. Perhaps he was a top expert of the Tianhun Forbidden Land. Otherwise, how could he have such means? One had to know that this was the human king's heart. Even if it was placed in front of them, not many people could refine it. Gu Qian actually had such means. He was definitely not ordinary at his peak. Thinking about it, the human king's heart was sealed in this continent and had not appeared. Gu Qian could actually enter back then. How could his means be ordinary? Lu Ming's heart was heavy. If Gu Qian really refined the human king's heart, it would really be a disaster. In the current universe, who could stop him? It would be a disaster for all living beings in the universe. One had to know that in the previous era, the Tianhun race had caused a tragic disaster on the Eldritch continent. They devoured the souls of living beings and refined their blood. Who knew how many living beings died? In the end, if they were not destroyed by human King Shen Yuan, who knew how great the disaster would be? And now, who could stop Gu Qian? That is, Lu Ming suddenly turned his head and looked in a direction. Lu Ming felt that there was a terrifying aura surging over from that direction. Then, Lu Ming's pupils suddenly widened. What did he see? The human king's body. Yes, it was actually the human king's body. Wasn't the human king's body kept by Fei Huang at the Heaven Destroyer station? Why would it appear here? Could it be because the human king's heart was born and they could sense each other? It was very likely. Lu Ming couldn't help but recall that when the human king's body was born, the human king's limbs and head also flew out by themselves, breaking the seal and fusing with the human king's body. The human king's heart was the core of the human king's body. It was normal for the human king's body to fly over from a long distance. Boom! The human king's body descended and floated in the air, emitting a powerful aura. It was as if the human king had reappeared and dominated the world. Next, the human monarch's heart flew towards the human monarch's physical body and fused into its chest. At this moment, the aura that was being emitted from the body of the human king was even more horrifying. It was as though the body of the human king had been revived. Blood qi was emanating out repeatedly, as though the human king had been revived. What's going on? Human sovereign corporeal body? A complete human sovereign corporeal body? Gu Qian's shocked roar came from within the human king's body. Next, a powerful energy erupted from the human king's body. Gu Qian's clones flew out of the human king's heart. More than 100 Gu Qians flew out and stared at the human king's heart. Soul, I can feel a soul fluctuation. The human king is not dead. Could it be that the human king is still alive? Gu Qian found it hard to believe. He kept shouting, his face full of fear. His fear of the human king, Shen Yuan, came from the bottom of his heart. Back then, if he had not been in the Heavenly Soul Forbidden Land, he would have been killed by human king Shen Yuan. Now, he actually felt a trace of soul fluctuation in the human king's body. How could he not be afraid? Lu Ming's heart was also greatly shaken, raging waves rising in it. There were soul fluctuations in the human king's body? Could it be that the human king was really still alive? After countless years, he was about to be revived? This was definitely a major event that would shock the universe. If that was the case, it would be a great blessing for the human race. It would also be great news for the Heaven Destroyer. One had to know that the leader of the Heaven Destroyer was also a human. The Forbidden Sword ancestor, Tang Feng, was from the human race. With the Human King's protection, the human race, or the Heaven Destroyer, would no longer have to fear the various forbidden lands. Lu Ming could not help but feel anticipation in his heart. The aura of the Human King's body grew stronger and stronger. There seemed to be a horrifying energy awakening in his body. This time, even Lu Ming could sense that it was the power of the soul. A horrifying soul energy was awakening in the Human King's body. Whoosh! Suddenly, the Human King's eyes that had been closed for countless years opened again. Two rainbow-colored lights shot out from the Human King's eyes. They were like two divine swords, slicing through the void and splitting the sky. Rumble! The sky split open. This world was originally sealed under the 9 Elements Forbidden Land. Above was the vast land of the 9 Elements Forbidden Land. At this moment, the land of the 9 Elements Forbidden Land was split open by the two rainbow-colored lights from the Human King's eyes. When the Human King opened his eyes, heaven and earth collapsed. The power was so strong that it was beyond imagination. What's going on? How terrifying! The sky has been split open. What's happening inside? At this moment, all the experts of the various races who had entered the place where the Human King's heart was sealed were stunned. They did not know what was happening. The Human King's gaze swept through the surroundings. Then a deep voice rang out, "Human King, back then, you wanted to use your physical body to seal me forever. You wanted to use the power of time to erase me. Who would have thought that one day I would break free? Not only that, but I can also fuse with your physical body. With your physical body, not only can I recover to my peak, I might even be able to reach a higher level. Ha! The formation you left behind, disappear." Following that, the Human King raised his arm and grabbed at the air. The surrounding sealing formations suddenly trembled. Countless runes flew out from the ground like small snakes, flying towards the Human King's palm. Finally, they gathered into a ball and were caught by the Human King's physical body. Such a method was simply unfathomable and unimaginable. The people who were originally trapped in the sealing formation all broke free. They all soared into the air and saw the Human King's physical body. Immediately, all of them were stunned. Like Lu Ming, they all thought that the Human King had come back to life. The humans of the Azure Divine Realm were naturally overjoyed. However, the beings of the various forbidden lands had extremely ugly expressions. Only Lu Ming's heart kept sinking. Previously, Lu Ming had heard the words of the Human King's physical body clearly. The words of the Human King's physical body had clearly stated that this was not the Human King himself. The Human King, who had awoken, was someone else. This person was sealed by the Human King's physical body. However, wasn't it said that the Human King's physical body was sealed by other experts? Why was it different from what he knew? At this moment, Lu Ming's mind was in a mess. You are not the Human King Shenyuan," Gu Qian exclaimed. "Of course not." The Human King's physical body looked at Gu Qian and said coldly, "Tian Hun, you want to refine the Human King's heart? How laughable! Become my nutrients." With that, the Human King opened his mouth. A terrifying suction force erupted and instantly enveloped all of Gu Qian's clones. All of Gu Qian's clones involuntarily flew into the Human King's mouth. Spare me," Gu Qian roared in horror and struggled frantically. However, it was useless. In the next moment, all of Gu Qian's clones were swallowed into the Human King's mouth silently. It was as if they had fallen into a bottomless abyss. Chapter 50-70. The sovereign personage's physical body swallowed Gu Qian in one gulp. After entering the sovereign personage's mouth, Gu Qian disappeared without a sound. Unfortunately, it is only a remnant soul. It is of limited use to me. If it were at its peak, it would still be possible. A voice came from the sovereign personage's physical body. This voice was not the sovereign personage's physical body speaking, but the soul in the sovereign personage's physical body sending out soul fluctuations. Lu Ming was not the only one who saw this scene. The surrounding experts of the various races saw it as well. Without the sealing array, These experts soared into the air. Nothing could obstruct their vision. They could clearly see the situation on Lu Ming's side. Lu Ming's expression turned extremely grave. As for the others, they sucked in a breath of cold air. They knew that something extraordinary had happened. Perhaps a terrifying old monster had awakened. Based on what this person said, he was sealed by the sovereign personage. What kind of terrifying existence could make the sovereign personage personally take action? At this moment, the sovereign personage's physical body looked at Lu Ming. The sovereign personage's physical body's eyes were empty and lifeless, no different from the eyes of a corpse. However, Lu Ming felt like he had been seen through. His body involuntarily tensed up. This was an instinctive reaction. Why does this brat have that kind of blood in his body? Strange, strange. The soul in the sovereign personage's physical body muttered to itself. Of course, Lu Ming could not hear it. It was the soul in the sovereign personage's physical body that was thinking. Then, the soul in the sovereign personage's physical body said, "Little fellow, I have to thank you for being able to break free." Lu Ming understood what the other party meant. At the very least, there were two things that were closely related to Lu Ming for the sovereign personage's physical body being able to break free. One was the sovereign personage's heart. The previous seal was broken by Lu Ming and Guqian working together. The other was the sovereign personage's right hand, which Lu Ming brought out. "Who exactly are you?" Lu Ming shouted. "On account of the fact that you helped me, I can answer some questions. My name is Teak, a great enemy of the sovereign personage Xian Yuan." The sovereign personage's physical body fluctuated. Everyone in the surroundings felt a chill in their hearts. Wouldn't Xian Yuan's great enemy be an expert on the same level as Xian Yuan? Now, such an expert had appeared. The human monarch's corporeal body was divided into 7 parts to guard 7 directions. Was it to seal you? Why is it said that the human king's body was divided into 7 parts and sealed in 7 different places? Lu Ming continued to ask. Since the other party would answer a few of his questions, he might as well ask all the questions he had. In the past, there had always been a rumor in the universe that someone had divided the body of the human king into 7 parts and sealed them in 7 different places. However, the current situation did not seem to be the case. Lu Ming was very puzzled as to why there would be such a rumor. That's because I purposely spread those rumors. If I didn't say that, would you all be so desperate to gather all the sovereign personages' bodies? How can I escape then? The human king's body spoke. Lu Ming's expression was ugly, and the others were silent. That was indeed the case. If everyone knew that there was an old monster sealed within the sovereign personage's body, who would dare to complete the sovereign personage's body? However, it was different from the other way around. The human king's body was sealed by someone. As long as the sovereign personage's body was gathered and the sovereign personage's body was born, he would be able to sweep through the universe. Only then would everyone be proactive. The reason why those words appeared on the bronze box was also because of you? Lu Ming continued to ask. That's right. It was me. Teak's answer was very straightforward. Everything was clear now. From the information he had now, Lu Ming could already deduce the general situation. Back then, the human king Xian Yuan and Teak had fought a great battle. Both sides had probably suffered great losses. The human king was on the verge of death, and Teak was also severely injured. Only his soul was left. However, the human king Xian Yuan did not have the strength to obliterate Teak's soul. In the end, he had no choice but to divide his body into 7 parts. He also divided Teak's soul into 7 parts and used his body to seal Teak's soul in 7 different places. In the past, he had always thought that those sealing array formations were set up by the person who sealed the human king's body. In fact, it was completely the other way around. It was clearly set up by the human king himself. At this moment, Lu Ming felt a little bitter. Everyone had been led by the nose by Teak, helping Teak release himself. The unification of the human king's body was equivalent to the unification of Teak's soul. Teak had been reborn. I am destined to rule the world. Lu Ming, your talent is not bad. Your future achievements will not be small. I can give you a chance. If you submit to me, I can spare your life. Teak said. I refuse. Lu Ming shook his head. This Teak was a great enemy of the human king Shen Yuan. He was definitely a great enemy of the human race, or even the primordial continent. Perhaps, the destruction of the primordial continent was related to this person. How could Lu Ming submit to him? As a man, there were things that he should do and things that he should not do, even if it meant losing his life. Very good. You have a backbone. Unfortunately, whether you refuse or not, there is only one outcome. Don't worry. You have something that interests me. I will not kill you for the time being. It won't be too late to kill you after I study it thoroughly. After saying that, Teak stretched out a palm and grabbed at Lu Ming. Boom. This palm was the human king's palm. It was too terrifying. The void exploded and turned into chaos. Chaos chi surrounded the human king's palm. It was incomparably huge and grabbed at Lu Ming. Lu Ming let out a long cry. He could not allow himself to be captured. Even if the other party was an invincible expert, he had to resist. He frantically activated the forbidden energy. However, in the next moment he felt a chill in his heart. He discovered that his body was completely motionless. In fact, even the taboo source power in his body had stopped flowing. It was as if it had been frozen. Before the huge palm could grab him, he had already been completely sealed. The gap was too big. It was so big that it was boundless. It was so big that it was beyond his imagination. It was like an ant in the mortal world facing a divine dragon in the divine world. Powerless. At this moment, Lu Ming felt deeply powerless. He had been cultivating hard enough and growing fast enough. However, when faced with such an existence, there was still a huge gap between them. The huge palm pressed down, wanting to suppress Lu Ming. However, at this moment, the human king's palm suddenly stopped. The human king raised his head and looked at the sky. Boom! The sky exploded, and countless boulders crashed down. Then, an ancient warship rushed in. The warship looked extremely old. It was covered with sword marks and the hull was tattered. Moreover, there was a black chi on the warship. It looked eerie and terrifying. It looked like a ghost ship. On the deck of the ship, there was a skeleton sitting there. This was... Lu Ming could not help but widen his eyes in shock. This was because he had seen this ancient warship before. That was the first time he ventured into the ruins of the universe. He was chased by a young void beast and encountered a battleship on the way. Fortunately, the battleship blocked the void beast and Lu Ming was lucky enough to escape the calamity. Chapter 5071. Lu Ming had a deep impression of this warship. It was because of this warship that Lu Ming had escaped from the void beast's mouth. But it was also because of this warship that a wisp of black mist had invaded Lu Ming's body. This wisp of black mist had almost taken Lu Ming's life. Lu Ming had tried everything, but he was unable to dispel it. In the end, he had to rely on the yellow mud road in his body to expel that wisp of black mist. Lu Ming had never expected to see this black warship here. The black warship emitted a terrifying aura. It was many times more terrifying than when Lu Ming had first encountered it. Moreover, the white skeleton on the deck suddenly stood up. Two balls of fire burned fiercely in the skeleton's eye sockets. Teak, get out of my father's body. The white skeleton on the warship actually let out a thunderous voice that caused the void to tremble. In the next moment, the white skeleton rushed out of the warship. Its white skeleton body seemed to transform into a snow-white battle sword, emitting a dazzling light. An incomparably huge sword light slashed towards the human king's body. To be more precise, it was slashing towards Teak. Teak could only withdraw his hand that was grabbing towards Lu Ming. Instead, he changed direction and attacked the sword light formed by the white skeleton. Boom! When the two collided, a pillar of light shot upwards. Above them was the continent of the 9 elements forbidden land. But at this moment, the land of the 9 elements forbidden land was completely torn apart, shattered, and destroyed. The vast land exploded into small pieces and constantly smashed downwards. Fortunately, the two of them seemed to have deliberately controlled their power and did not let the power rush downwards. Otherwise, Lu Ming would definitely have been reduced to ashes. It seemed that Teak did not want Lu Ming to die yet. This also allowed the experts of the various races to escape with their lives. This was because the power that erupted from the collision of the two was too terrifying. If they were swept in, only death would await them. After exchanging a blow, the two of them quickly separated. The white bone also retreated. Ah, I was wondering who it was. So it's little King Xinyuan. So you're not dead yet. But you're almost there. You're already in this state and you still want to fight me? Teak laughed. Lu Ming and the others were shocked. This skeleton was the son of the human king, Xinyuan? His background was starting to be astonishingly huge. Teak, you despicable person, get out of my father's body. I won't allow you to tarnish my father's body. White Bones, also known as the junior human king Xinyuan, roared. He landed on the warship. His white bones glowed and merged with the warship. He controlled the warship and rushed towards Teak. Defile? Ha, what a joke. The mortal King Xinyuan was merely a defeated opponent of mine. Even until his death, he couldn't do anything to me. In the end, he could only split his own body in order to seal me. Unfortunately, I still came into being. I am eternally indestructible and undying. Teak's cold voice sounded. Back then, if my father hadn't already experienced a fierce battle and his battle sword wasn't broken and his vitality wasn't damaged, how could he have fought with you? He would have completely obliterated you. Xinyuan roared. Lu Ming was shocked. He thought of the broken sword. It was the mortal king's sword. Only 1/5 of the sword had a fingerprint on it. Previously, he thought that it was left by Teak, but now it seemed that it wasn't. It was someone else. Before the mortal King Xinyuan fought with Teak, he had already fought with other terrifying experts. Even his battle sword was broken. It could be seen how fierce that battle was. Humph. Teak snorted coldly. Obviously, he tacitly agreed. He controlled the mortal king's body, took a step forward, rushed towards the warship, and threw out a punch. Boom. The two sides clashed again and completely broke through the sky. Then, the two of them soared into the sky and fought their way out of this place, starting a great battle in the void. Lu Ming and the others felt the pressure on them lessen. They all let out a long sigh of relief. Although the two sides didn't send their power down, the pressure was still very terrifying. Lu Ming felt like his body was about to explode under that pressure. Boom, boom, boom. A decisive battle erupted in the depths of the void. It was just too terrifying. Terrifying cracks were torn in the endless void, extending into the distance. Nearby, fragments of continents were blown apart, turning into cosmic dust. This kind of scene was simply apocalyptic. Lu Ming had seen peak reciprocity experts fight before, such as the 4 palace masters of the Heavenly Palace. However, compared to this, it was like children playing house. The difference was too great. The power of the immortal Tao. Lu Ming dared to conclude that this was definitely the power of the immortal Tao. However, Lu Ming found it very strange. This was the origin tribulation. Didn't it say that under the origin tribulation, all existences above the origin realm would be suppressed by the origin tribulation? The higher one's cultivation, the greater the effect. Why didn't Teak and Xinyuan seem to be affected? Perhaps when a living being's strength reached a certain level, they could ignore the origin tribulation. Or perhaps it was the end of the origin tribulation. The power of the origin tribulation was greatly weakened, so it didn't have much effect on living beings at this level. Lu Ming guessed. In the blink of an eye, the two had already exchanged dozens of blows. In the end, Xinyuan was no match for Teak. The warship under him was blown to pieces by a single move from Teak. Only some wreckage was swallowed by the spatial cracks. Ah! Xinyuan roared with his soul. His body shone with dazzling light as he charged at Teak, engaging in another fierce battle. Spurt! At this moment, Qiu, who was beside Lu Ming, opened its mouth and spat out the broken sword. Qiu, how are you? Lu Ming was shocked. This broken sword is too high level. I can't refine it. I need to rest. After saying that, Qiu turned into a bracelet and put it on Lu Ming's wrist. In just a short while, Xinyuan and Teak had exchanged more than a dozen blows. Xinyuan was no match for him. He was sent flying and smashed into several fragments of the continent. Lu Ming activated the Fey Monarch mark and saw cracks appear on Xinyuan Yi's white bone body. If this continued, Xinyuan Yi wouldn't be able to withstand it and would explode. Father, are you really dead? You're invincible and indestructible. Wake up. Xinyuan Yi shouted. Don't waste your time. His soul has completely dissipated. Only his body exists. Don't worry, I'll let his body continue to be awe-inspiring. Teak said coldly and continued to attack Xinyuan Yi, wanting to destroy him completely. Xinyuan Yi was known as the most outstanding son of King Xinyuan. He was unimaginably talented. Many people thought that with enough time, Xinyuan Yi's achievements would be comparable to his father's. Such an existence was a great threat and had to be eliminated completely. The two exchanged a few more blows and more cracks appeared on Xinyuan Yi's white bone body. Chapter 5072. Xinyuan Yi's jade-like white bones were covered with cracks, as if they would break at any moment. If this continued, it wouldn't be long before Xinyuan Yi's white bone body would break apart. Without the support of his white bone body, Xinyuan Yi was even less of a match for Teak. Lu Ming's face was solemn. He couldn't wait to help Xinyuan Yi. Unfortunately, with his strength, he would be torn to ashes before he could even get close to Xinyuan Yi. The difference was too great. He wanted to help, but he couldn't. In front of an existence like Teak, his strength was too insignificant. Boom, boom. The battle continued, but Xinyuan Yi's condition was getting worse and worse. The cracks on his white bone body were getting more and more. Xinyuan Yi, you should have died in the last era. Leaving this remnant soul and white bone to wander in this world is also suffering. Today, I'll send you on your way. I'll use your father's body to send you on your way. I wonder if Xinyuan would die from anger if he was still alive. Ha, Teak laughed. DK was now controlling the body of the human king, Xinyuan Yi. If he killed Xinyuan Yi, from a certain point of view, it was equivalent to killing his own son with his own hands. This was absolutely cruel. My father is immortal. I don't believe that he's completely fallen. Father, today, I'll use my body to wake you up. Xinyuan Yi roared. The soul fire in his eye sockets suddenly lit up, emitting a dazzling light. Not only that, his white bone body also emitted a dazzling light, as if it was burning. Then, a rain of light rushed out, rushing towards the body of Xinyuan Yi at an astonishing speed, entering his body. Xinyuan Yi was burning his own body and soul, which was equivalent to a sacrifice. He was sacrificing himself, wanting to use his body and soul to wake up Xinyuan Yi. The two of them were father and son, connected by blood. Even Teak couldn't stop this kind of sacrifice. Strands of light rain continuously entered human sovereign Xinyuan's body. Xinyuan Yi has completely fallen. His soul has been extinguished. Not even a trace of imprint is left. It's impossible for him to be revived. Just give up. Well, you sacrificed yourself to save me some effort. Teak sneered. He controlled the body of Xinyuan Yi to step forward, wanting to kill him once and for all. But this time, he stopped in his tracks when he was only halfway out of the room. What's going on? Teak's shocked voice came from the body of Xinyuan Yi. Boom. Suddenly, the human king's body exploded with a terrifying aura. A golden light flowed out from the human king's body, and from afar, it looked as if the human king's body was covered by a layer of golden flames. At the same time, a supreme aura from the body of Xinyuan Yi was emitted from the body of Xinyuan Yi's body. Xinyuan Yi felt a strong pressure's body of Xinyuan Yi's this pressure, Xinyuan, how is that possible? The human king's physical body has recovered? How is this possible? Didn't the human king already fall? I did not sense any trace of remnant soul or imprint in his physical body. Teak's shocked and incredulous voice came from the sovereign personage's body. Boom. Then, an even more shocking aura erupted from the human king's body. This aura was madly rushing out from the inside. Impossible, damn it, Teak's furious voice rang out. Then he saw a black shadow slowly being expelled from the sovereign personage's body. The black shadow had the shape of a human, and the first thing that came out was its head. This was an elder, his skin dark and shriveled. Of course, this wasn't a body of flesh, but rather a soul. At this moment, the old man's face was filled with shock. "Father," Xin Yuan Yi cried out in excitement. Human King Xin Yuan had been resurrected. At this moment, everyone's heart was pounding madly. Among them, the humans were the most excited. Could it be that the human King Xin Yuan really didn't die? This was definitely a major event that would shock the universe. If it was true, the structure of the universe would be completely changed in the future. Even if the human race only had the Azure Divine Realm left, they would be able to develop madly under the protection of the human king. In the future, even if they couldn't restore the glory of the last era, they would definitely be countless times more prosperous than now. Extremely excited, extremely excited. Meanwhile, the creatures of the forbidden areas were pale. The name of human King Shen Yuan was definitely a mountain that pressed down on the heads of all the creatures of the forbidden areas. He might not have really been resurrected. Maybe it's just a trace of imprint that was awakened by Shen Yuan. Some creatures of the forbidden areas whispered. In just a short while, half of Teek's body had already been exposed. Apparently, the human king's body wanted to expel Teek's soul completely from his body. Teek was unwilling to give up and struggled with all his might. His body had been completely destroyed in the battle with human King Shen Yuan, leaving only his soul behind. Although his soul was almost immortal, it was still difficult for him to recover to his peak with only his soul left. Moreover, without a body, how could he cultivate in the future? Human King Shen Yuan's body was undoubtedly the best body. As long as he merged with the human king's body, not only would he be able to recover to his peak in the future, he would even be able to reach a higher level. Therefore, he didn't want to give up the human king's body. He was unwilling to give up just like that. Unfortunately, no matter how he struggled, it was useless. Behind him, the human king's hand directly grabbed Teek's head. Teek was horrified. If the human king's body really recovered, his soul would be captured, and there was also Shen Yuan. This was a very dangerous situation. Unable to continue controlling the human king's body, Teek's soul glowed and flew out of the human king's body. Kill! Shen Yuan Yi arrived and attacked with all his might, forcing Teek to retreat quickly. Kill! Shen Yuan Yi continued to attack Teek, wanting to completely destroy Teek. Don't think that you can do anything to me just because I'm only left with my soul. All spirits of heaven and earth, condense for me. Teek shouted coldly and formed hand seals. Suddenly, the boundless universe and endless energy rushed toward Teek, covering the surroundings of Teek's soul. These energies condensed together and seemed to form a physical body, with Teek's soul hidden inside. A corporeal decay appeared. It looked no different from a living being of flesh and blood. Exuding exuberant vitality, his qi and blood were boiling. Lu Ming and the group were dumbstruck at the sight of such means. In an instant, a physical body was reconstructed. It's just a temporary physical body. What's the use of it? Shen Yuan Yi shouted coldly. The white bone body emitted a dazzling light and turned into an eternal sword light, slashing toward Teek. Boom! Teek continued to form hand seals. A huge, ferocious beast was formed. It was as big as a star and had 3 heads. This was a 3-headed hellhound, emitting a strong evil aura. The 3-headed hellhound roared loudly, shaking the universe void. A few continental fragments nearby directly exploded. Chapter 5073. The 3-headed hellhound was as big as a planet. Its roar shook the universe and shattered a few pieces of land as it charged towards Shen Yuan. Of course, this 3-headed hellhound wasn't a real creature. It was formed by Teek's Dharma art. Boom! The sword light and the 3-headed hellhound clashed, and there was an earth-shattering explosion. The energy surged and swept across the universe. The battle between the two sides was far enough away from Lu Ming and the others. Otherwise, they would have been sucked into it and died. In the explosion, Shen Yuan Yi's figure retreated. Obviously, Shen Yuan Yi was no match for Lu Ming. Shen Yuan Yi was already severely injured. After the sacrifice, his strength wasn't as good as before. Although Teek had been sealed for countless years and only had his soul, his strength was far from his peak. But don't forget that even at his peak, Xinyuan Yi wasn't as strong as Teak. So, Xinyuan Yi was no match for him at all. I'll send you on your way. DK leaped and rapidly approached Xinyuan. His black palm was surrounded by dense yin qi and was extremely cold. Wherever it passed, the void of the universe would be frozen. Bang! Xinyuan Yi retreated. There were more cracks on his body. Some of his bones were even broken and flew out. Even the soul fire in his eye sockets dimmed. The three-headed hellhound continued to attack. Its three heads spewed out three kinds of light beams towards Xinyuan. Obviously, Xinyuan Yi was much weaker after the sacrifice. He wasn't a match for Teak at all. At this moment, a tall and burly figure appeared in front of Xinyuan Yi. His big hand covered the void and hit the three-headed hellhound. Boom! The three-headed hellhound's body was sent flying and it retreated. "Father," Xinyuan Yi shouted. His soul fire jumped violently. Apparently, he was very excited. The human monarch really came back to life. Everyone was shocked. Because it was the human monarch body that sent the three-headed hellhound flying. The human monarch body took the initiative and blocked in front of Xinyuan Yi. This was obviously to protect Xinyuan Yi. It was a conscious action. Could it be that the human king had really revived? Teak's eyes were as dark as the abyss as he looked at the Renawang's body, as if he wanted to see through it. He then laughed coldly and said, "I'm sure that you don't have a trace of your soul left behind. It's just that Xinyuan Yi's sacrifice triggered your instincts. Xinyuan, you've completely fallen in the end. There's no possibility of resurrection." How could this be? Xinyuan Yi's body trembled. His soul fire was filled with sorrow. He could also see that the human king's body did not have the slightest trace of a remnant soul left behind by the human king. There was not even a trace of an imprint. Perhaps it was just as Teak had said. Perhaps the reason why the human monarch had acted was because Xinyuan Yi's sacrifice had triggered its instincts. Boom! The qi and blood of the human king's body boiled. His entire body was covered with a layer of resplendent light. That was immortal light. Human kings were clearly figures of the immortal Tao. Moreover, in the immortal Tao, they were all top experts. His palm blotted out the sky, and the sovereign personage physical body charged towards Teak. Wherever the palm passed, the void exploded and turned into chaos. Everything was obliterated. Even if you only have instincts left and still want to kill me, that's fine. Let me completely seal your body and slowly refine it. Teak's cold voice rang out. His aura was violent and cold, causing the void within hundreds of millions of miles to be sealed in ice. He formed hand seals with both hands, and another three-headed hellhound was formed. Together with the previous one, they pounced towards the human king's body. At the same time, Teak's hand clenched in the air. A black spear condensed and charged towards the human king's body. The human king's body waved his hand to meet the enemy and began a great battle with Teak. The two of them fought until the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. The void was constantly torn apart and turned into chaos. Then, the chaos continued to evolve into the void of the universe. The cycle of life and death continued. The fragments of the continents around this area kept exploding. At first, they exploded into small pieces. Then, the small pieces exploded into powder. It was truly the destruction of the world. This scene was too terrifying. Below the 9 elements forbidden land, everyone who was watching the battle trembled. They could not stay calm. Was this the battle prowess of the top experts of the primitive continent? It was too strong. Origin realm cultivators were not even ants in front of such existences. Any strand of energy that leaked out could turn a peak origin realm cultivator to dust. The power of the immortal Tao. Is this the power of the immortal Tao? It's too strong. It's incomparable. Back then, the primitive continent was destroyed by such experts. Lu Ming sighed inside. Teak and the human king's body were clearly far from their peak state. However, the power they displayed was already shocking. One could imagine how terrifying their peak state was. Moreover, during the primitive continent, there was more than one expert like the human king Xinyuan. Once they fought crazily, it was normal for the primitive continent to be destroyed. The two of them were too fast. Lu Ming and the others could only barely see a few afterimages fighting crazily. In a few minutes, the two of them had already exchanged countless blows. Boom! Suddenly, the universe exploded. A figure rapidly retreated. Lu Ming's heart sank. Because this figure was actually the human king's body. The human king's body was at a disadvantage. It was not a match for Teak. This was not surprising. After all, Teak had a soul. His consciousness was still intact. He could use all sorts of killing moves. On the other hand, the human king only had his body left. He could only rely on his instincts. He could not use any powerful killing moves. He could only rely on the human king's body. You want to fight me with just your instincts? That Teak coldly shouted. He formed a hand seal and attacked. 3 hellhounds roared in the universe. Together with Teak, they pounced on the human king's body. The two of them clashed once more. After exchanging dozens of blows, the human king's body became incomparably huge. He grabbed a hellhound and tore it apart, turning it into energy that returned to the universe. However, the human king's body was also struck. Another hellhound grabbed it with its claws. Several deep wounds appeared on its tough body. At the same time, Teak's spear pierced through the human king's shoulder. Bang! The human king's body shook and broke the spear. He threw out a punch to counterattack, but it was blocked by D. Quebec. 2 beams of sword light burst out from his eyes and slashed at the human king's body, forcing him to retreat. The human king's body was completely suppressed. Royal Father, let me help you. Xin Yuan Yi roared. He transformed into a beam of sword light and rushed over, helping the human king's body to fight against Teak. Both sides engaged in an even more intense battle. However, even though the human king's body joined forces with Xin Yuan Yi, they were still suppressed. After 100 moves, Xin Yuan Yi's white bone body was completely destroyed. The white bone body turned into dust that drifted through the air. Xin Yuan Yi's soul retreated explosively, almost being torn apart by Teak. Your endings are already destined. Xin Yuan Yi's body will be used by me. Xin Yuan Yi's soul will be completely destroyed. Teak coldly spoke, his eyes incomparably cold. Chapter 5074. Teak held the black spear in his hand. His aura shook the universe as he charged towards Xin Yuan. He wanted to completely obliterate Xin Yuan Yi's soul. Xin Yuan Yi's cultivation was far inferior to Teak's. Without the white bone body, he was even less of a match for Teak. Teak's black spear swept past, and Xin Yuan Yi's soul was shattered. It was almost completely obliterated, and it reassembled with great difficulty. Fortunately, the human king's body arrived in time. Otherwise, Xin Yuan Yi would be in danger. However, the human king's body was no match for Yi Shiwen. He was at a disadvantage. Father, I don't believe that you have fallen. With my life, I will awaken you. Xin Yuan Yi roared. His soul emitted a dazzling light. Sacrifice. Xin Yuan Yi continued to sacrifice. This time, he was sacrificing his soul. His soul was burning, turning into wisps of light rain and entering the human king's body. Boom! When Xin Yuan Yi's soul entered the human king's body seemed to be ignited. A thick layer of flames rose from his body, like a volcanic eruption. An even more terrifying aura spread out. A bridge seemed to form between the human king's body and Xin Yuan Yi. Xin Yuan Yi's soul kept turning into light rain and entering the human king's body. The human king's body became stronger and stronger. Teak's face darkened, and he sped up his attack. The human king's body took the initiative to fight. This void, which had just recovered, exploded again and turned into chaos. In just a few breaths, Xin Yuan Yi's soul had turned into light rain and entered the human king's body. At this moment, the human king's aura had reached its peak. His originally empty and lifeless eyes seemed to have regained some vigor. They shone brightly like 2 suns. Kill! The human king's body actually opened his mouth. A loud roar shook the universe and caused a great collapse. Then, the human king's body struck out with his palm. His palm was like a divine sword. A dazzling sword light lit up the dark void of the universe and slashed towards Teak. Clang! The sword light and the black spear collided. Then, The two figures retreated at the same time. Could the human king really be resurrected? This thought appeared in everyone's mind. They were extremely shocked. The eyes of the human king's physical body had clearly regained their luster, and he could even speak. If it was said to be instinctive before, then it was now conscious. Xianyuan Yi, so it was you who took control of your father's body. I told you, Xianyuan can't be revived. Teak spoke coldly with a hint of mockery in his voice. However, he didn't stop at all. He formed another hand seal and two more hellhounds appeared, pouncing towards the human king's body. As for himself, he continued to charge forward with his spear in hand. Sword! The human king's fleshly body roared. He made a grasping motion, and the broken sword that Qiuqiu had swallowed earlier began to vibrate, as if it were coming back to life. It transformed into a beam of sword light that shot through the air and landed in the fleshly body's hand. The sword chime resounded through the void of the universe. At this moment, the broken sword emitted a blinding sword light. The terrifying sword chi tore open sword scars that were billions of miles long in the void of the universe. As for the remaining 1/5 of the sword, a ray of light extended forward, forming a complete battle sword. Of course, it wasn't a real sword. It was completely composed of countless tiny sword chi. The human king's fleshly body held the battle sword. His aura reached its peak. With a slash of his sword, a hellhound's head was chopped off. At the same time, countless beams of sword light burst forth, blocking Teak's attack. Then, the human king's fleshly body counterattacked. The sword light was so blinding that everyone couldn't open their eyes. When they could barely see, they saw the two hellhounds being torn apart, turning into energy and disappearing. Moreover, Teak was also hit. There was a sword wound on his chest, and he retreated rapidly. The human king's fleshly body had gained the upper hand. At this moment, everyone knew that it wasn't the human king who had come back to life. It was Xianyuan Yi who had taken control of the human king's fleshly body. Xianyuan Yi was the son of the human king. He was incomparably compatible with the human king's fleshly body. He could use it freely and was much stronger than Teak. The human king's fleshly body, or rather, Xianyuan Yi, gained the upper hand and launched a torrential attack. His sword light was too terrifying. It was peerlessly sharp and could cut through everything. It suppressed Teak, forcing him to retreat step by step. Xianyuan Yi, your father's fleshly body is burning. His essence is constantly flowing away. If this continues, the only body Xianyuan has left in this world won't be preserved. You're being unfilial. Teak shouted, wanting to use this to stop Xianyuan Yi. However, Xianyuan Yi was unmoved. He coldly replied, leaving you alive in this world is even more against my father's wishes. If I leave you alone, he will truly blame me. Xianyuan Yi attacked like a madman. The current situation was completely reversed from before. Xianyuan Yi was completely suppressing Teak. After a dozen or so moves, one of Teak's arms was chopped off. After another dozen or so moves, Teak's body was torn apart by the peerlessly sharp sword light. However, this body was condensed from Teak's energy. Teak abandoned his fleshly body, and his soul retreated. However, it could be seen that Teak's soul was also injured. There was a sword mark on it that Teak was unable to heal. With Teak injured, Xianyuan Yi's attacks became even fiercer. He wanted to completely destroy Teak in one fell swoop. Xianyuan Yi, do you really think you can kill me? Dream on. My soul is indestructible. Even your father Xianyuan can't kill me, let alone you. Bertik. He fought back with all his strength, using all kinds of terrifying killing moves. However, he was still no match. Not long after, he was struck again. Another terrifying wound appeared on his soul, one that was difficult to heal. Teak's expression was especially gloomy because the situation wasn't good. Although he was shouting that his soul was indestructible, he knew the real situation better than anyone. If he was at his peak, he really wouldn't be afraid. However, he had been suppressed for far too long. His soul had been split into 7 parts and sealed in 7 different places by the human king's fleshly body. This was both a seal and a process of obliteration. The human king Xin Yuan-yi had originally wanted to rely on this to completely obliterate Teek's soul. Although he hadn't succeeded, the damage to Teek was extremely great. Teek's soul was the weakest it had ever been. Now, it really was possible that he would be obliterated. In the end, a ruthless light flashed in his eyes. His soul, like the human king's fleshly body, also began to emit a resplendent light. Soul ignition. Teek was also burning his soul. Although burning his soul was extremely harmful to him, it was still better than being obliterated. Soul ignition caused Teek's combat power to explosively increase. He once again began an intense battle with Xin Yuan-yi. This battle was extremely bitter. It was like a continuation of that unfinished battle at the end of the Desolate Era. It was a life and death battle. Chapter 5075. This battle was too tragic. Both of them were constantly injured. Lu Ming saw that the human monarch's body was pierced many times. Even his entire body was split apart once, but it gathered back together again. Teek wasn't having a good time either. Teek's soul body was completely shattered several times. It was torn into many pieces, but it gathered back together again. Both of them exchanged hundreds of blows. Both of their auras were getting weaker and weaker. At this point in the battle, both of their fighting spirits had clearly changed. Xin Yuan-yi became braver and braver as the battle went on. He completely disregarded his own life and looked like he was going to die together with Teek. Teek's fighting spirit was weakening. He had been sealed for countless years. It wasn't easy for him to escape. How could he bear to die together with Xin Yuan-yi? He had the intention to retreat. Boom. After the two of them exchanged another blow, Teek's figure quickly retreated. Xin Yuan-yi, today's battle ends here. If you don't die, we'll fight another day. Teek's voice sounded. Where are you going? That. Xin Yuan-yi roared and chased crazily. Teek was careless and was hit. His soul body was torn apart and turned into more than a dozen fragments. Xin Yuan-yi slashed out with his battle sword. Countless sword lights condensed into a large cauldron. He wanted to absorb Teek's soul fragments and completely suppress and destroy them. At this critical moment, Teek also went all out. He directly abandoned a few of the soul fragments. These soul fragments were completely burned. They burst into brilliant light and turned into several black spears. They pierced through the large cauldron and pierced the human monarch's body. Even the human monarch's body couldn't block it and was directly pierced. The human monarch's body retreated, blood flowing. That was the human monarch's blood. It spilled into the void and directly tore the space apart. Some of the blood even fell on the continent fragment and directly pierced through it. The human monarch's body was injured. Teek took the opportunity to escape. The remaining soul fragments gathered back together. However, his aura was much weaker than before. Teek's gaze was incomparably cold. He swept his gaze over Lu Ming, then finally returned to Xin Yuan-yi. It seems like those people sealed the passage to the void universe of the untainted universe back then. They want to isolate the untainted universe from the rest of the world and let it wander in the chaos and slowly recover. It's a good idea, but unfortunately, I won't let them succeed. I'll open the passage to the universe. At that time, the 11th universe of the Yang realm will appear. I believe countless experts will be interested in it. You want the untainted universe to recover? Teek turned into a beam of light and sped off into the distance, his cold voice echoing in the air. The sovereign personage's physical body was severely injured. Even if the sovereign personage wanted to give chase, he could not do so. In the blink of an eye, Teek's figure completely disappeared from the void of the universe. He wants to open the universe passage. Down below, the creatures of the Forbidden Lands looked terrible. But we sealed ourselves here to wait for this opportunity. The destruction of the untainted universe left behind countless treasures. Most of the treasures haven't been opened yet. Once the origin tribulation is over, our race will be able to use our full strength. But if the universe passage is opened, the experts of the other universes will definitely swarm over. This place will be plunged into chaos and we won't have a chance. An origin realm elder of the extreme evil race growled. Isn't it the same for my clan? Damn it. The creatures of the other Forbidden Lands also roared. Now that the untainted universe was separated from the rest of the world, it was a great opportunity for the creatures of the Forbidden Lands who had sealed themselves here. In the past, the void universe of the untainted universe was prosperous. There were countless experts and immortals. How many treasures had been left behind? There were many places that could not be entered at all because of powerful restrictions. They could not obtain the treasures inside at all. Only after the origin tribulation was over could the experts of the various races enter these places and obtain the real treasures. However, if the universe passage was opened, the situation would be completely different. The void universe of the untainted universe was ranked 11th among the countless universes in the world of the living. It had so many treasures that it made countless universes jealous. Now that it had been destroyed and almost all of its experts had died, it was simply a treasure to the people of the other universes. It would attract countless people to come over. How would the other Forbidden Lands have a chance? However, they could not stop it. Teak was too strong. Even if their ancestral patriarchs came, they might not be able to stop him. Cough cough. At this moment, the human king's body coughed up a few more mouthfuls of blood, but it was sucked back by the human king's body. Then, the human king's body looked towards Lu Ming with a wisp of murderous intent in his eyes. Lu Ming's body could not help but tense up. He felt a chill in his heart. Xianyuan Yi would not kill him, would he? After all, he had contributed greatly to the merging of the human king's body and the rebirth of Teak. It was not impossible for Xianyuan Yi to kill him. Xianyuan Yi's gaze was like a sharp sword, as if he wanted to pierce through Lu Ming. That pool of blood. Suddenly, Xianyuan Yi seemed to have seen something and revealed an extremely shocked expression. At the same time, he revealed a deep pondering look. Perhaps there is hope in despair. Only in chaos can one rise. Forget it. Perhaps all of this is destined. This boy contains the will of the universe. Perhaps he can bring hope. I will fulfill his wish. Xianyuan Yi whispered in his heart. Then, he waved his hand and the broken sword flew out towards Lu Ming. It was so fast that no one could see it. Even Lu Ming himself did not see it. He only felt a flash of light and flew into his sea of consciousness. Then, the human king's body tore through the void and disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. It's that broken sword. Lu Ming scanned with his spiritual sense and found that it was the broken sword that flew into his sea of consciousness. The broken sword was floating in his sea of consciousness, simple and unadorned. Lu Ming's heart couldn't help but beat faster. This was the human king's sword. Even if it was broken, it was only a broken sword. Its value was unimaginable. Originally, he thought that Xianyuan Yi would take it away. He did not expect that he would leave it to Lu Ming. Not only did Xianyuan Yi not kill Lu Ming, but he also left the human king's broken sword to Lu Ming. Lu Ming could not figure out why. Previously, Xianyuan Yi clearly showed murderous intent towards him. Lu Ming definitely did not feel it wrong. But why did he change his mind in the blink of an eye? Forget it. Let's not think about it. Although I didn't get the human king's body after so much effort, it's not bad to get the human king's broken sword. Lu Ming comforted himself. Originally, it was rumored that if one could get the human king's body, they would be able to dominate the world and suppress all enemies. Lu Ming was full of expectations for this. He did not expect that all of this was Teak's lies. Even if an ordinary person got the human king's body, they would not be able to control it. The people of the various major factions also sighed, especially the 3 forbidden clans and the Yi Immortal. It seemed that they had worked for nothing. In the end, it was all for nothing. They did not get anything. Chapter 5076. This was especially true for the 3 forbidden races and the Yi Immortal. They had put in so much effort to cross the void and come to the Western universe. After spending hundreds of years, they had finally found the human monarch's heart. However, in the end, all their efforts had been for naught. They hadn't obtained anything. However, the 3 forbidden races and the Yi Immortal rejoiced at the same time. Although they hadn't obtained the human monarch's heart, Lu Ming, or rather, Heaven Destroyer, had it even worse. They hadn't obtained the human monarch's heart, but Heaven Destroyer had lost the human monarch's body that he had originally obtained. They no longer had to worry about Heaven Destroyer controlling the human monarch's body to deal with them. In the eyes of the three clans of the Forbidden Lands, the Heaven Exterminating Troop was nothing without a human sovereign realm physical body. Once the Source Calamity was over, the experts of the three clans could easily crush the Heaven Exterminating Troop. Lu Ming is there. This is the perfect time to get rid of Lu Ming. Don't let him leave. The Yi Immortal shouted. Now, everyone present knew that the human monarch's heart had been born because of Lu Ming. Lu Ming had actually beaten them to it. The Yi Immortal was even more fearful of Lu Ming now. That's right. This is the perfect time to get rid of him. Yuan Ciji also roared. Previously, when Xian Yuan Yi and Teak were fighting, the people of the various major forces had already gathered together. The three forbidden races and the Yi Immortal had also gathered together. Every force had suffered significant losses. Naturally, most of them had died because of Guqian. Kill him. We can't let him live. Seniors, please take action. Gaishak also roared and asked the Origin Realm experts of the Baleful Een race to take action. There's no need to say more. Just kill him. The Origin Realm experts of the Primordial Light race were very direct. They spoke coldly and attacked immediately. A total of 5 origin sources from the Primordial Light tribe turned into 5 streaks of rainbow light that charged towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming had once killed his way to the Primordial Sacred Mountain and stolen many top-notch source-grade divine herbs from the Primordial Light tribe. He had even forced the origin source of the Primordial Light tribe to awaken prematurely. Therefore, the origin source of the Primordial Light tribe wanted to kill Lu Ming even more. When the origin source of the Primordial Light tribe moved, some origin source of the Baleful Een tribe and the Blue Sea tribe also moved and rushed towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming's spiritual sense was very sharp. When the experts of the three clans moved, he immediately sensed it. Go! Lu Ming was very straightforward and rushed in another direction. Based on what he had observed earlier, there were more than 300 essences. Although this place wasn't very large, if he got caught up in a fight, the other experts from the three races would quickly arrive. That would be troublesome. Even though Lu Ming was powerful, he was still just a divine master. He wasn't confident that he could fight against so many experts at the same time. Lu Ming, don't go. Kill. Someone shouted. More than 10 experts from the three races chased after Lu Ming like a dozen bolts of lightning. The origin source of the Primordial Light tribe was especially fast. This scene also alerted the experts of the other forces. That's Lu Ming. The people of the three races in the Eastern Universe are chasing after Lu Ming. I heard that Lu Ming also came from the Eastern Universe. Looks like he has a big grudge against the three races. Interesting. The people of the Forbidden Lands in the Western Universe were all watching the show. Very good. I hope the three races in the Eastern Universe can kill Lu Ming. Mo Sha and the others of the extreme evil race were gloating and even sneered. Some of the experts of the 9 demonic spider were the same. They even wanted to join forces with the Primordial Light tribe to kill Lu Ming. When the humans of the Blue Sea Divine Realm saw this, their faces darkened. Lu Ming's talent is rare. He's the top person among the younger generation of the human race. We can't let anything happen to him. Let's go and chase after him. We'll help Lu Ming if we have the chance. Many Origin Realm experts of the Blue Sea Divine Realm also chased after Lu Ming. Lu Ming was extremely fast. The three races in the Eastern Universe couldn't catch up to Lu Ming for a moment. The distance between the two sides was increasing. Damn it! Someone growled. He was unwilling to accept this. He can't escape. An expert of the Baleful Een race looked at him coldly. Boom! Suddenly, the space in front of Lu Ming collapsed. A huge Baleful Een Ghost King appeared and roared toward Lu Ming. Then, a figure appeared. It was an Origin Realm expert of the Baleful Een race. He held a black banner and Baleful Een chi surged. Lu Ming stabbed out with his spear without thinking. The spear collided with the Baleful Een Ghost King like lightning. It directly pierced through the Baleful Een Ghost King. Then, the War God's spear twisted and shattered the Baleful Een Ghost King. However, Lu Ming's figure was also obstructed for a while. Next, more and more figures appeared in front of him. The primordial light race, the baleful Een race, and the blue sea race. There were experts from all three races. There were more than a dozen of them. Clearly, they were all Origin Realm experts. These people weren't the ones chasing after Lu Ming. Clearly, they had come from another direction. When they saw Lu Ming flee, they rushed in front of Lu Ming to intercept Lu Ming. Kill! The Origin Realm experts of the primordial light race yelled. Their bodies shone with resplendent light. The light condensed into swords of light that shot toward Lu Ming. They were astonishingly fast and terrifyingly powerful. They had used their killing moves as soon as they attacked. Lu Ming's war god's spear vibrated rapidly. He stabbed out a few times in an instant and blocked the swords of light. However, Lu Ming's figure swayed and drifted back. There was no doubt that the Origin Realm experts of the three forbidden races all controlled Origin-grade divine weapons. Moreover, one of the people who had attacked Lu Ming had comprehended Genesis arts and was very powerful. Lu Ming didn't use any Genesis arts and was at a disadvantage for a moment. Lu Ming has been stopped. The experts of the three eastern races have stopped Lu Ming. He's dead for sure. Good. The 9 Een demonic spider and some people from the extreme evil race were overjoyed. They believed that Lu Ming was dead for sure. Lu Ming had broken through 4 times. Although his battle prowess was strong, he was no match for those Origin Realm experts who had comprehended Genesis arts. Moreover, there was more than one such expert among the three races. With the other Origin Realm experts attacking together, Lu Ming was dead for sure. Needless to say, there were even stronger existences among them. After stopping Lu Ming, the Origin Realm experts of the primordial light race launched an even fiercer attack. Then, the experts of the baleful Een race and the blue sea race also attacked together. More than a dozen Origin Realm experts attacked together. Their power was extremely terrifying. More than a dozen attacks shook the void, giving people a feeling that they were covering the sky and earth. In the face of this attack, Lu Ming had no other choice but to use Genesis arts to resist. Boom! The power of the taboo origin circulated and Lu Ming's body swelled in an instant, turning into a 3-feet-tall giant. Subsequently, the war god's spear swept out and a huge spear gleam appeared in front of him. The attacks of more than 10 origins collided with the spear gleam. Boom boom boom. An earth-shattering boom rang out. The spear light shook endlessly and then collapsed. At the same time, Lu Ming's body shook violently and he retreated rapidly. However, the attacks of more than a dozen Origin Realm experts were also blocked. This scene shocked everyone. Many people were tongue-tied. Their eyes widened as they watched this scene in disbelief. Chapter 5077. Lu Ming actually blocked the attacks of more than a dozen Origin Source experts? How is that possible? Someone roared in shock. More than a dozen Origin Source experts had joined forces, and there was no lack of existences who had comprehended Genesis techniques. They were just too powerful, not something a divine master could withstand. Originally, everyone thought that Lu Ming would be seriously injured even if he didn't die after taking this wave of attacks. But they didn't expect Lu Ming to block this wave of attacks and was only pushed back. It was really unbelievable. This isn't Genesis technique, it's in Genesis technique. 5 times the extreme break. This is 5 times the extreme break. Lu Ming has already broken the extreme break 5 times. Many people roared. This time, even the Dark Heavens warriors, the Tianyin Vine, and even the humans of the Azure Divine Realm couldn't remain calm. To be able to block the joint attack of so many Origin Realm experts, he definitely surpassed the 4th extreme break. Beyond the 4th extreme break, there was only the 5th extreme break. Lu Ming could actually break the extreme break 5 times. This was simply unbelievable. It was rare to break through the limits 4 times. Including Lu Ming in the past, there were only 3 people who had broken through the limits in the primitive universe. And breaking the extreme break 5 times was just a legend. Even during the primitive universe era, it was extremely rare, and there might not even be one in an era. But now, in this broken primitive universe, there was actually a Origin Source expert who had broken the extreme break 5 times, which shocked everyone. How is this possible? Someone whispered in the crowd. This person was Shi Tinting. Shi Tianting had successfully broken through under the origin source tribulation and was confident that he had completely surpassed Lu Ming. Back then, he had said that if Lu Ming couldn't break through under the origin source tribulation, he wouldn't be qualified to be his opponent. But he didn't expect Lu Ming to break the extreme break 5 times. The significance of breaking the extreme break 5 times was too shocking. From another perspective, even if Lu Ming couldn't break through to the origin source realm under the origin source tribulation, his potential and battle strength wouldn't be weaker than him after reaching the origin source realm. This meant that Lu Ming's talent was too terrifying. Even without the support of the origin source tribulation, he wouldn't be weaker than him. His confidence had suffered a great blow. Impossible! Mo Sha roared, unable to accept all of this. He had a great enmity with Lu Ming, and he couldn't bear to see Lu Ming become strong. Now that he found out that Lu Ming had broken through 5 times, he really couldn't stand it. He's dead. Even if he's a 5-fold extreme break, he's still going to die. With so many experts surrounding him, he's definitely going to die. Then, Mo Sha screamed in his heart as if he saw hope. This kid. Yi Wuxiu's pupils shrank rapidly as he was extremely shocked. The fact that a divine master could break through 5 extreme breakthroughs was simply shocking. He was truly shocked. One had to know that Tang Feng had not even broken through 5 times when he was at the divine master realm. However, after Tang Feng broke through to the source realm, he became stronger and stronger, expanding his own path, reaching an astonishing level. However, not everyone could do that. Generally speaking, the more divine masters broke through, the greater their future achievements would be. The people of the 3 tribes of the Forbidden Area were also stunned. Their hearts were in turmoil. However, they quickly reacted. Kill him. We must get rid of him, we can't leave him alive. That's right. Even if we have to risk our lives, we must keep him here. The dozen or so source realm experts in front roared, and their source power erupted as they charged toward Lu Ming again. At this time, the dozen or so source realm experts who were chasing after Lu Ming also arrived. There were a total of 30 source realm experts. They attacked from the front and back, and their attacks were like rolling waves, pressing toward Lu Ming as if they were going to crush Lu Ming. A pair of wings appeared on Lu Ming's back. This was the embodiment of all the speed secret techniques, which allowed Lu Ming's speed to increase to the extreme. With a flap of his wings, Lu Ming's figure soared into the sky, avoiding the attacks from the front and back. Don't even think about leaving. There were already people watching Lu Ming to prevent him from escaping. As soon as Lu Ming soared into the sky, there were at least tens of thousands of beams of light, stabbing toward Lu Ming like tens of thousands of sword lights. Lu Ming roared, and the war god's spear slashed out like a saber. The tip of the spear was surrounded by divine light, and an arc-shaped light flashed, slashing at the beams of light. Puff! The beams of light were cut off one by one. However, the other figures also soared into the sky. More than 30 source realm experts were scattered in all directions, surrounding Lu Ming in the middle. Another wave of attacks broke out. A spear light, a saber, a sword light, and a finger force respectively attacked Lu Ming's 4 vital points. These 4 people were extremely strong, and they were all existences who had comprehended Genesis techniques. In fact, among the more than 30 people, there were more than 4 existences who had comprehended Genesis techniques, but 8. The other 4 were accumulating their strength, ready to give Lu Ming a fatal blow at any time. I must rush out. Lu Ming's expression was solemn. Being besieged by so many experts, he was in a very passive and dangerous situation. 1 or 2 source realm experts who had comprehended Genesis techniques were easy to deal with, but there were 8 of them, plus the other experts. It was too difficult to deal with, and Lu Ming felt a huge pressure. Clad in battle armor, he attacked with all his strength. His whole body turned into a spear light, rushing in one direction, trying to break out. However, he was still hit by a source realm expert's Genesis technique. Even though he was wearing a top source-grade battle armor and had a thin layer of defense on his skin, it was still almost pierced through. The terrifying power passed through the battle armor, causing his blood and chi to churn. Clang! Lu Ming swung his spear, blocking a battle sword. Then with a loud roar, his forbidden source realm erupted. The war god's spear swept out and repelled 5 source realm experts. 2 of the source realm experts had not comprehended Genesis techniques, and their battle strength was weaker. They vomited blood from Lu Ming's attacks. Kill, kill, kill. Lu Ming's eyes were red with killing intent. He began to ignore his defense and attacked fiercely in one direction. His vitality was strong. As long as he could block the attacks for a short period of time, he would be able to break out. If he did not break out of the encirclement and was trapped, he would be in great danger. No matter how strong his vitality was, he would be exhausted to death. This was because there were more experts from the 3 races rushing over. He had to break out of the encirclement before the next wave of experts from the 3 races arrived. Next, Lu Ming ignored his defense and endured more than 10 attacks in a row. He coughed up blood and several of his bones were broken. However, the result of the battle was obvious. He was finally about to break out of the encirclement. Get lost! Lu Ming roared and attacked with all his strength, repelling several source realm experts. Just as he was about to break out, a young figure suddenly appeared in front of Lu Ming. It was a young man, or at least he looked like a young man in his 20s. His body emitted a dazzling light. "You're Lu Ming." A cold voice sounded. One could see a light in the young man's body. It was a kind of immortal light. It was similar to Yuan Ciji, Yuan Wuji, and the others. They were light controllers of the primordial light clan. However, this person's cultivation level was at the early origin realm. Martial Apex Immortal Light. The young man from the primordial light clan shouted. A halo of immortal light surrounded his body as he slashed at Lu Ming. The slash was terrifying and as fast as lightning. Chapter 5078. The young man from the primordial light clan unleashed a terrifying sword strike. The sword strike made Lu Ming's hair stand on end as he sensed fatal danger. Lu Ming had a feeling that he wouldn't be able to withstand the sword strike even if he had a top source-grade armor. Clang. Lu Ming raised the battle god's spear in front of him in a hurry. The battle sword struck the battle god's spear, causing the spear to vibrate violently. Lu Ming's figure was pushed back as his arm trembled. He almost lost his grip on the battle god's spear. At the same time, Lu Ming sensed traces of sword aura rushing into the armor and cutting his body. Lu Ming frantically circulated the taboo power of origin before he managed to dispel the traces of sword aura. What terrifying battle strength! Lu Ming's face was grave. The young man from the primordial light clan was shockingly strong. He was even stronger than the origin source power Lu Ming had encountered before. He was a prodigy who possessed the martial apex immortal light, similar to Yuan Ciji, Yuan Wuji, and the others. One could imagine that this person had broken through 3 times when he was a divine master. After such a person broke through to the divine master stage, his Genesis root was likely not a low-grade one, but a mid-grade one. There was no doubt that he had comprehended his own Genesis art. He controlled a top source-grade divine weapon, comprehended Genesis art, and possessed a mid-grade Genesis root. Such a person was already a top expert among the early origin source experts. He wasn't someone Lu Ming could deal with. Yuan Sanji. Young Master Yuan Sanji. Some people cheered. This person was Yuan Sanji, the brother of Yuan Ciji, Yuan Wuji, and the others. You have some strength, but only death awaits you in front of me. Yuan Sanji's eyes were cold and filled with murderous intent. The martial apex immortal light surrounded his body, making him look like an immortal. Lu Ming's face was a little gloomy. He had wanted to break out of the encirclement, but Yuan Sanji had forced him back into the encirclement with one move. In addition, a group of experts from the 3 clans was rushing over. Once they joined the encirclement, Lu Ming wouldn't be able to escape. There's no need for so many people to kill Lu Ming. I alone am enough. Yuan Sanji was very conceited. He took a step forward and his sword light soared into the sky. He was about to launch a fierce attack. However, at this moment, the void shattered as a terrifying saber light slashed across Yuan Sanji's head. Yuan Sanji's expression changed slightly as he waved his sword to block. Clang. An earth-shattering explosion erupted as the sword chi and saber radiance sliced through the void, creating numerous cracks. The saber light was sent flying back. Behind the saber light, the void exploded, and a burly figure appeared. This was a young man. He was tall and sturdy, and he held a huge blade that was as big as a door. His aura was astonishing, and he was like a huge beast. However, this was a human. The moment this human appeared, Yuan Sanji's body flinched as he retreated backwards. Yuan Sanji's face instantly turned gloomy when he saw this human youth. This was because he could feel pressure coming from this human youth. This person was an expert who was at the same level as him. The human youth nodded at Lu Ming in a friendly manner. He then swept his gaze across Yuan Sanji and the rest and sneered, "So many origins joining forces to deal with a divine master. How embarrassing. I'll be your opponent. You want to save him by yourself? How naive. Then, let's die together." Yuan Sanji shouted coldly as his sword light flashed. 2 rays of sword light slashed towards Lu Ming and the human youth at the same time. Swoosh! The human youth made his move. He slashed out with a huge saber that was as big as a door and split the void apart. It directly shattered the 2 rays of sword light that Yuan Sanji had sent out. Not only that, but the huge saber was also slashing towards Yuan Sanji's face. Yuan Sanji had no choice but to use all his strength to fight the human youth. At the same time, a group of human experts rushed over and blocked the group of experts from the 3 clans that were rushing over. Boom! Lu Ming naturally wouldn't miss such a good opportunity. He used all his strength and rushed towards a direction. Bam bam! A few origins were sent flying by Lu Ming and spat out blood. "Stop him! Don't let him escape!" Many people roared and attacked frantically, trying to stop Lu Ming. However, without someone at Yuan Sanji's level, the others couldn't stop Lu Ming at all. Lu Ming didn't hesitate to pay a price and quickly broke out of the encirclement. Swoosh! Then, Lu Ming's body moved like lightning and quickly distanced himself from the 3 clans of the Forbidden Grounds. At the same time, Lu Ming took out a few drops of Origin Spirit Elixir and swallowed them. He quickly refined them. Lu Ming recovered at an astonishing speed. While recovering, Lu Ming's spiritual consciousness entered his sea of consciousness. He wanted to try controlling the human king's broken sword. However, it was impossible. Lu Ming couldn't control it at all. The human king's broken sword remained motionless. At the same time, Lu Ming called out to Qiuqiu, but Qiuqiu also remained motionless. Obviously, forcibly devouring the human king's broken sword had a great impact on Lu Ming, causing Qiuqiu to fall into a deep sleep. "Kill! Don't let Lu Ming escape." The people of the 3 clans of the Forbidden Grounds were still roaring and chasing after Lu Ming. Lu Ming's eyes flashed coldly. He really wanted to fight with the 3 clans of the Forbidden Grounds, but he knew that he couldn't do it today. There were too many experts of the 3 clans of the Forbidden Grounds here. There were more than 300 people, and only a few dozen had come. If all of them came, it would be very shocking. There was no doubt that there would be experts at Yuan Sanji's level. At that time, even if the humans of the Ashen Azure Divine Realm helped him, he wouldn't be able to stop them. He might even implicate the Ashen Azure Divine Realm. Moreover, the 9 demonic spider and the extreme evil race were also eyeing covetously. There was no guarantee that they wouldn't attack. Now was not the time to be stubborn. The best plan was to escape. He would have a chance to take revenge. "Everyone, thank you for your help. I've escaped, please leave." Lu Ming transmitted his voice to the experts of the human race. At the same time, the wings on his back flapped continuously. He was faster than lightning as he quickly flew away. The people of the 3 clans of the Forbidden Grounds couldn't catch up with him. "Let's go!" The experts of the human race also quickly left the battlefield and flew away. Clang! The young man from the human race and Yuan Sanji exchanged a blow. With the help of this blow, he quickly retreated. "Kid, let's fight again another day." The young man from the human race carried his giant blade and quickly flew away. The people in front of him who were blocking his path were directly sent flying by his blade and almost chopped to death. "Damn it!" Yuan Sanji roared. However, he knew that it would be difficult to stop an expert like the young man from the human race. He abandoned the young man from the human race and quickly chased after Lu Ming. With the martial extreme Immortal light, his body turned into Immortal light and his speed was amazing. However, Lu Ming was one step ahead of him and he couldn't catch up. After chasing for a while, he didn't know which direction Lu Ming had flown in. The fight for the human heart came to an end. However, the waves that it caused quickly spread throughout the universe. The Human King's great enemy had escaped and engaged in a shocking battle with the Human King's son before leaving. As for the Human King's son, Xianyuan Yi, he controlled the body of the Human King and disappeared into the vast universe. In particular, Teek's words before he left caused even more waves. Chapter 5079. Before Teek left, he said that he would open a universe channel to connect the Eldritch universe to the outside world. When the time came, experts from other great universes would descend. This matter made the hearts of the various great forbidden lands heavy, their faces unsightly. Lu Ming, on the other hand, had a lot of thoughts and doubts in his mind. Universe channel, other great universes? Lu Ming had long known that the creatures of the forbidden lands, the heavenly human race, and the demons were not creatures of the Eldritch universe. They were creatures of the outerverse. But what was the universe channel all about? Was it closed in the past? Moreover, Teek said that the Eldritch universe was ranked 11th among the countless universes in the Yang realm. Yang realm? What did that mean? There were countless great universes. Were there countless great universes like the Eldritch universe outside the universe? Lu Ming didn't know any of this. Now that early-stage Origin Realm people can be revived, maybe I can ask the Origin Realm seniors in the Ashen Azure Divine Realm. Lu Ming thought. All of this must be related to the secrets of the Eldritch universe. Only those who had lived for a long time could know many secrets. The existence of the Origin Realm coexisted with the universe and could live for countless years. There were most likely such elders in the Tsongqing Divine Realm who knew many secrets. Lu Ming planned to return to the Tsongqing Divine Realm and find someone to ask. After a while, Lu Ming returned to the Ashen Azure Divine Realm and reunited with Mulins and Huang Ling. He also briefly told them about his experience during this period. Although the two girls had learned about what had happened in the 9 Elements Forbidden Land in advance, they were still shocked and worried for Lu Ming after listening to Lu Ming's explanation. The next day, Lu Ming found Han Yu and asked her about the universe channel and the outerverse. Sure enough, Han Yu's knowledge was very limited. She had learned many things from the ancient books, but the ancient books in the Ashen Azure Divine Realm were severely damaged. There were not many records of the previous era. Lu Ming, I know a senior. Although he's only at the early stage Origin Realm, he survived from the previous era. He's one of the first 100,000 people to create the Ashen Azure Divine Realm. He must know many secrets. I can take you to visit him. Han Yu said, Thank you, Miss Han Yu. Lu Ming cupped his fists. Not long after, Lu Ming met the senior. It was an old man who looked really old. His hair was dry, and his face was full of wrinkles. When Lu Ming arrived, he was watering the flowers in the courtyard. That's right, he was watering the flowers. The old man's courtyard was filled with all kinds of flowers and plants. There were precious divine herbs and ordinary flowers and plants. On the way, Han Yu briefly introduced the old man. The old man was called Sun Yan. His talent could only be described as ordinary. After reaching early reciprocity, his potential had been completely exhausted. Even after countless years, he struggled to break through to a higher level. Therefore, Sun Yan was disheartened by cultivation and shifted his attention to other places. He was infatuated with flowers and plants and was obsessed with planting all kinds of flowers. You're Lu Ming. You're really a young hero. Although your bloodline level isn't high, you can break through 5 times. Even in the entire Eldritch continent, there are only a few. It's really a miracle in this era. Seeing Lu Ming, Sun Yan looked at him carefully as if he had seen a piece of treasure. The matter of the 9 Elements Forbidden Land had already spread across the universe when Lu Ming returned to the Ashen Azure Divine Realm. Not only the matter of Xianyuan Yi and Teek, but also the battle between Lu Ming and the 3 races in the Forbidden Land and the 5 extreme breakthroughs had also spread across the universe. This shocked countless people. For many people, breaking through 5 times was no less than the revival of a great figure like Teek. Because it was too rare. Lu Ming greets Senior. Lu Ming was only able to break through 5 times by luck. Lu Ming said modestly, "Well, don't be humble in front of this old man. Breaking through 5 times isn't something that can be achieved by luck. In history, there are more than thousands of geniuses with great luck, but there are very few who can break through 5 times in the almighty realm. But young man, don't be too complacent. Some people might not be as good as you in the almighty realm, but after breaking through to the origin realm, they'll take another step forward. I'm afraid their achievements won't be weaker than yours, or even stronger. You have to continue to work hard," Sun Yan warned. Lu Ming nodded naturally. "Little guy, did you come to find this old man today to know something about the Eldritch continent?" After all, Sun Yan was an old monster who had lived for countless years. How could he not know the purpose of Lu Ming's visit? "Senior, you really have great foresight." Lu Ming flattered and continued. Before Teak left, he said that he wanted to open the universe channel and let the people of the Outerverse in. I want to know what the Outerverse is like. Are there many great universes like the Eldritch universe? Also, what does the Yang realm mean? Lu Ming asked the question in his heart. Once the universe channel is opened, this broken universe will become more and more chaotic. Sun Yan sighed softly with worry in his eyes. He didn't answer Lu Ming immediately, as if he was sorting out his words. After a while, Sun Yan said, "The Eldritch universe, full name is the Eldritch Void universe. It's just one of the great universes in the endless chaos. As far as I know, there are more than 30,000 great universes like the Eldritch Void universe." More than 30,000 great universes? Lu Ming gasped a breath of cold air. These 30,000 great universes are only the great universes of the Yang realm. There are also the Yin realm, which has at least 30,000 great universes, Sun Yan said. Yang realm? Yin realm? Lu Ming was even more confused. Why was there another Yin realm? All of this starts from the universe C. Legend has it that the universe C is the origin of all universes and the core of all universes. In the endless chaos, there are 2 universe Cs called the Yin-Yang universe C. Outside the Yang universe C is endless chaos. In the chaos, there are many great universes, all of which have the Yang universe C as the core. These great universes with the Yang universe C as the core are collectively known as the Yang realm. And those great universes with the Yin universe C as the core are collectively known as the Yin realm. By the way, the creatures in the forbidden lands in the universe are actually from the Yin realm. Sun Yan explained. Lu Ming was extremely shocked. His heart was in turmoil and he could not calm down. It turned out that the universe C was the core of the endless chaos. And there were also 2 universe Cs called the Yin-Yang universe C. The Eldritch universe obviously belonged to the Yang universe C and the Yang realm. What surprised Lu Ming was that the creatures in the Forbidden Lands were actually from the Yin realm. The Yang realm and the Yin realm have been opposing each other since ancient times and have been fighting each other. Sun Yan continued. Did the creatures in the Forbidden Lands stay in the Eldritch universe because of the invasion of the Yin realm? Lu Ming asked. Chapter 5080. I'm not too sure about that either. I only know that the various forbidden grounds have existed for a terrifyingly long time. I don't know what happened in the distant past either. After all, I'm only an early reciprocity cultivator. During the primeval continent, I wasn't even cannon fodder, said Jian Qin. Sun Yan smiled bitterly. Lu Ming and Han Yu didn't say anything. They knew that Sun Yan's cultivation couldn't break through for countless years, so there would always be a grudge. Haha. It's been so many years, but I'm still conflicted. It seems that my mentality isn't good. Sun Yan laughed self-deprecatingly and continued, however, although there are tens of thousands of great cosmoses in the Yang world, it was extremely prosperous at the end of the Eldritch continent. It was ranked 11th among the tens of thousands of great cosmoses in the Yang world. It could be said to be a top great cosmos. Was it the most prosperous at the end of the Eldritch continent? Lu Ming caught the meaning behind Sun Yan's words. That's right. In the beginning, the Eldritch universe wasn't ranked that high, but at the end of the Eldritch continent, the human race, the Wu people, and the demon race reigned together. The strength of the 3 races reached the peak in history, which also made the Eldritch Universe's ranking in the Young World rise rapidly, all the way to 11th. Sun Yen said, "Since the Eldritch Universe was so powerful, why was it destroyed? What happened back then?" Lu Ming continued to ask. Since the Eldritch Universe was ranked 11th in the Yang World, it could be said to be a top great cosmos, but it was still destroyed. Who did it? Could it be a top 10 great cosmos? It should be a powerful force from the Yin World. A terrifying expert invaded and a shocking battle happened. That Teak is a peerless expert from the Yin World. Sun Yen said with a solemn expression. Yin World? If the Netherworld launched a large-scale invasion, didn't the great cosmoses in the world of the living lend a helping hand? Lu Ming asked. I'm not sure about that. After all, my level is too low, and I can't come into contact with some big secrets. I'm afraid it involves some extremely high-level secrets. It's difficult for non-immortals to come into contact with them. Sun Yen sighed. Then, Sun Yen told Lu Ming a lot. For example, every great cosmos had a universe channel connected to the outside world. For example, every great cosmos wasn't fixed forever in the endless chaos. They could actually move. In short, after chatting with Sun Yen, Lu Ming had broadened his horizons. Originally, he had been limited to the primitive universe, but now he knew that this world was countless times larger than he had imagined. Outside the primitive universe, there was endless chaos. In the endless chaos, with the yin-yang universe C as the core, tens of thousands of great universes of various sizes extended out. Legend had it that the cosmic sea was the origin of all the universes. Outside each cosmic sea, there were more than 30,000 great universes that formed the Yang realm and the Yin realm. At its peak, the primitive universe was ranked 11th in the mortal realm. Eventually, it was invaded by the underworld, causing it to collapse and be destroyed. Back then, the primitive universe had been extremely prosperous, and the immortals had dominated it. In the end, it had been destroyed. Countless masters had died in battle, leaving behind a large number of relics and even immortal weapons. However, Sun Yen and some of his partners had speculated that the masters of the primitive universe might not have died and had left. Before they left, they had sealed the universe channel connecting the primitive universe and the outside world and let the primitive universe drift in the endless chaos, waiting for the primitive universe to recover itself. As a result, no one from other great cosmoses had entered the primitive universe for countless years. Now, Teak was going to open the sealed universe channel of the primitive universe. Once the universe channel was opened, the aura of the primitive universe would be exposed in the chaos, and the grand cultivators of other great cosmoses would be able to capture the coordinates of the primitive universe. After all, the primitive universe was ranked 11th in the mortal realm. Immortals had dominated it, so there must be a lot of treasures and opportunities left behind. There were many relics in the ruins of the universe that hadn't been excavated yet. It wasn't that the people of the major forces didn't want to excavate them, but that they were powerless. This was because these relics often had peerless formations or were shrouded in restrictions, and they were full of danger and killing intent. Now that the origin tribulation had occurred, the masters had sealed themselves, so they didn't have the ability to explore these relics. The major forces were waiting. After the origin tribulation was over, the experts of the major forces would come out and explore and excavate these relics to obtain treasures and opportunities. This was why the major forces repeatedly emphasized that the creatures of the Forbidden Lands, the heavenly human race, and the quasi-immortal race were rare opportunities. If they grasped them, they would be able to soar into the sky and make the entire race rise. This was the reason. Now, the opportunities that had been exploited or obtained by others were only a drop in the ocean. Until now, there had never been any news of the appearance of an immortal weapon. That was a top treasure that even immortals would go crazy for. Therefore, once the primitive universe channel was opened and the people of other great cosmoses knew about it, it would be strange if they didn't go crazy to enter. Sigh, what an eventful year. After bidding farewell to Sun Yen, Lu Ming let out a long sigh. The primitive universe was already chaotic enough. The major forbidden lands were everywhere, and there were only a few hundred years left until the origin tribulation. At that time, There would be many experts. Now, the universe channel might be opened. When the experts of other great cosmoses swarmed in, the primitive universe would be in chaos. It could be imagined that there would be endless battles at that time, ushering in an incomparably chaotic era. This was a great misfortune for all living beings born in this era. They were destined to experience the tempering of blood and fire. If they were careless, they would die. Lu Ming felt a strong pressure. He still had family and friends that he needed to protect. With his current combat strength, it was far from enough. Not to mention that there were only a few hundred years left until the Origin Tribulation. Even these few hundred years were not easy. Lu Ming wasn't a match for the early-stage Origin realm powerhouses of the major forces. At that time, if a large number of powerhouses from the Outerverse entered, his strength would be even more insufficient. He had to break through to the Origin realm as soon as possible to barely have the strength to protect himself. He also had to break through to the Origin realm under the Origin Tribulation. Only then could his combat strength reach a higher level. If Shi Tianting could succeed, he was confident that he could too. However, when he focused his attention on breaking through to the Origin realm, he felt an inexplicable chill in his heart. He vaguely felt a great danger. It was as if he wanted to break through under the Origin Tribulation, he would definitely die. What's going on? Lu Ming frowned and pondered. For someone of his level to have such a feeling, it definitely wasn't an illusion. It was most likely true. Could it be that my cultivation hasn't reached perfection yet? Or is it that my cultivation has increased too quickly recently, and my foundation is unstable, leaving behind some hidden dangers? Lu Ming pondered. Chapter 5081. He felt that his cultivation had already reached the limit of a peak divine master and could break through to Origin at any time. However, his cultivation had increased too quickly during this period of time, especially in the past 200 years. He had consumed tens of thousands of drops of Origin Spirit Elixir and forcefully pushed his cultivation to the limit of a peak divine master with the help of the Origin Spirit Elixir. His foundation might be a little unstable and it was normal to have some hidden dangers. If he wanted to break through to Origin during the Origin Tribulation, he had to be perfect in all aspects and maintain his true peak condition. Only then would he have the confidence to break through. If his foundation was a little unstable or there were some hidden dangers, all his previous efforts would be wasted and he would die. Maybe I need to consolidate for a while before I can break through. Lu Ming muttered. After returning to his residence, Lu Ming sat down cross-legged and circulated his forbidden origin over and over again. He condensed his forbidden origin, consolidated his cultivation and eliminated all hidden dangers. While Lu Ming was in seclusion, some people were not idle. They were the Yi Immortal and the people of the three forbidden lands. They wanted to kill Lu Ming, but Lu Ming was hiding in the Ashen Azure Divine Realm, so they could not do anything. It was not that the three forbidden lands of the Eastern Universe were afraid of the Ashen Azure Divine Realm. The main reason was that their foundation was not here. Their main camp was far away in the Eastern Universe. Although there were many experts in the Western Universe, with more than 300 early-stage Origin existences added up, they were obviously not enough to go against the Ashen Azure Divine Realm. The main camp of the Ashen Azure Divine Realm was here, so there was an endless stream of experts and there was a great array supporting it. With Lu Ming hiding in the Ashen Azure Divine Realm, it was impossible for them to kill Lu Ming. However, they immediately thought of a move, and that was the various great forbidden lands in the Western Universe. The 5 great forbidden lands in the Western Universe are also from the Outerverse, and they stand on the same side as us. Lu Ming possesses the power of the universe, and the stronger his cultivation is, the greater the suppression he exerts on us and the greater the suppression he exerts on them. Right now, the 5 forbidden lands in the western part of the universe don't know that Lu Ming has the power of the universe. As long as we tell them about this and tell them how powerful it is, the 5 forbidden lands will never let Lu Ming go. They won't let him continue to grow and suppress them. Yi Immortal said, his eyes extremely cold. He had a sense of urgency, wanting to kill Lu Ming as soon as possible. Lu Ming was simply too terrifying, far surpassing his imagination. It hadn't been long, but he had broken through the extreme limit 5 times. It was simply inconceivable. When he first saw this, he was so shocked that his heart almost exploded. He was the most powerful patriarch of the celestial race. By chance, he had successfully reincarnated, which was why he had the battle prowess of someone who had broken through the pinnacle 3 times. In his previous life, when he had been at the Divine Master realm, he had not broken through 3 times. He knew how difficult it was to break through the pinnacle 3 times. The talent of the celestial race was still incomparable to that of the Forbidden Lands. The difference was too great. The peerless geniuses of the Forbidden Lands could break through the pinnacle 3 times with their own talent alone. However, the celestial race could not do it. For example, no matter how well Yi Qiuxin used the perfect power of heaven, he could not break through the pinnacle 3 times. He could only break through the pinnacle 2 times. It was already so difficult to break through the pinnacle 3 times, let alone break through the pinnacle 4 times. However, Lu Ming had broken through the pinnacle 5 times. Such a person made him unable to eat or sleep in peace. He wanted to get rid of Lu Ming all the time. You're right. As long as they know that Lu Ming has the power of the universe, the Forbidden Lands in the western part of the universe will not let Lu Ming go. Moreover, Lu Ming has a grudge with some of the Forbidden Lands. Let's start with the extreme evil tribe and the 9 demonic spider. As long as they agree, the other 3 Forbidden Lands will be easy to deal with. Okay, let's do that. After a discussion, they decided to go to the extreme evil tribe first. The result was simpler than they had expected. When they told them that Lu Ming had the power of the universe, the extreme evil tribe immediately agreed. They planned to send their elites to get rid of Lu Ming. Then they went to the 9 demonic spider. The 9 demonic spider also agreed without hesitation. Then the Dark Heaven Warriors, the Ice Fire tribe, and the Dark Sky Vine tribe all agreed. They planned to work together to get rid of Lu Ming. They even planned to go to the western part of the universe to destroy the Heaven Destroyer after getting rid of Lu Ming. This was because other than Lu Ming, there were other people in the Heaven Destroyer who could control the power of the universe. In fact, the 5 Forbidden Lands in the western part of the universe were very shocked. They did not expect that there were so many people in the eastern part of the universe who could control the power of the universe. They did not know before. They only knew that the primitive universe was constantly suppressing them, and it was even getting stronger. They originally thought that this was the instinctive resistance of the universe's will. They did not expect that the reason was actually the power of the universe. This was actually a manifestation of the resistance of the universe's will, borrowing the hands of other creatures in the universe. As long as they got rid of the people who possessed the power of the universe, the pressure on them would be greatly reduced in a short period of time. Although Shi Tianting of the Heavenly Yin tribe had a good impression of Lu Ming and felt that they were of the same kind, this concerned the life and death of the entire tribe. He was powerless to stop it. It was just like Zi Shen back then. Soon after, a total of 800 Origin Realm experts from the 8 Forbidden Lands attacked the Ashen Azure Divine Realm. The Ashen Azure Divine Realm shook. Countless experts rushed to the entrance of the Ashen Azure Divine Realm to guard it. Outside the Ashen Azure Divine Realm, more than 800 Origin Realm experts lined up in a row. The scene was so shocking that it made the people in the Ashen Azure Divine Realm pale. They were not afraid of the 800 early Origin Realm experts from the Dandan. The entrance of the Ashen Azure Divine Realm was covered with layers of formations and powerful restrictions that were enough to stop the enemy. However, the significance was extraordinary. The 8 Forbidden Lands had come together. This represented the attitude of the 8 Forbidden Lands. Were the 8 Forbidden Lands going to work together to destroy the Ashen Azure Divine Realm? If that was the case, it would be a disaster. In the past, the 5 Forbidden Lands of the Western universe had fought for themselves. They had never intended to work together to deal with the Ashen Azure Divine Realm. This was why the Ashen Azure Divine Realm had competed with the 5 Forbidden Lands for the resources of the universe and had constantly risen. If the other Forbidden Lands had worked together, the people of the Ashen Azure Divine Realm could only hide in the Ashen Azure Divine Realm. They would not dare to come out at all. What was going on now? "Why have you come to my Ashen Azure Divine Realm?" asked a human elder. He was an early Origin Realm expert. "It's very simple. We're here to ask for Lu Ming. Hand him over and we'll leave immediately. A young man from the primordial light race said coldly. He was Yuan Sanji. Their target is Lu Ming. The people of the Ashen Azure Divine Realm were in an uproar. What's going on? Lu Ming has enmity with the 3 forbidden lands of the East. We know that the 3 races wanted to kill Lu Ming in the 9 elements forbidden land. But why have the 5 forbidden lands of the West come together? In the Western universe, Lu Ming has only offended the 9 demonic spider and the extreme evil race. He has not offended the sky vine. Why have the Dark Heavens warriors and the Ice Fire race come? The people of the Ashen Azure Divine Realm could not help but discuss. Chapter 5082. Cut the crap and hand over Lu Ming. Otherwise, the bloodline of the untainted human tribe will be completely wiped out. One of the extreme evil tribe's origins shouted. He was Emo Shah's elder. After waking up and learning about what had happened to Emo Shah, he was furious and wanted to kill Lu Ming. In fact, at least half of the extreme evil tribe's origins wanted to kill Lu Ming. After all, Lu Ming had killed his way to the extreme evil tribe and defeated the 7 almighty gods of the extreme evil tribe. He had humiliated the extreme evil tribe. His meaning was clear. If the Azure Divine Realm did not hand over Lu Ming, they would destroy it. The Azure Divine Realm does not accept threats. Humph, you did not even manage to destroy us during the end of the Untainted Era. You can forget about it now. Some of the experts of the Azure Divine Realm replied coldly. The humans of the Azure Divine Realm were not from the Eastern Universe. They were descendants of the untainted human tribe. Their bloodline was powerful and they also had the arrogance of the untainted human tribe. During the Untainted Era, the human tribe was extremely powerful and was the strongest tribe in the untainted universe. Not only that, but they were also famous in the great cosmos of the Yang realm. It was an honor for thousands of races to worship them. Although things weren't the same as in the past, their arrogance still remained in their bones. They wouldn't accept threats, let alone being killed at their doorstep. Who would dare to do that during the Untainted Era? Even the equally powerful demon tribe and Wu people had to lower their heads in front of the human tribe. Moreover, the humans of the Azure Divine Realm did not want to hand over Lu Ming. Although Lu Ming's human tribe bloodline was not high, he was still a pure human tribe. His talent was unimaginably high. He had broken through 5 extreme breakthroughs. Even during the Untainted Era, how many of the human tribe were there? This kind of person had the potential to become a king. Now, some of the elders of the Azure Divine Realm saw Lu Ming as the hope of the human tribe. How could they hand over Lu Ming? If you don't hand him over, then we'll kill you. Do you really think you're still a human tribe in the Untainted Era? A bunch of losers struggling at death's door. The people of the Forbidden Lands were very cold. They were determined to kill Lu Ming. Since the Tsongqing Immortal realm did not cooperate, they would kill him. There was no need for the human race to remain in the primitive universe. The 8 great forbidden grounds immediately made their moves. With more than 800 origins attacking at the same time, the scene was too terrifying. This part of the void was directly blasted apart, returning to primal chaos. But in the end, the Forbidden Lands were disappointed. They discovered that they couldn't break open the entrance to the Azure Divine Realm. The entrances of the Ashen Blue Godly Realm were protected by powerful forbidding formations. The forbidding formations did not even budge when more than 800 origin forces were working together. The experts of the 8 great forbidden lands stopped and retreated with gloomy expressions. Legend has it that the Azure Divine Realm was originally sealed by a powerful seal, and it was impossible to enter or leave. It seems like it's true. There's a powerful seal at the entrance. Someone said. The humans in the Azure Divine Realm heaved a sigh of relief. Indeed, there was a terrifying seal in the Azure Divine Realm. In the past, even they couldn't get out of it. It was even more difficult for outsiders to get in. Later on, it was Mulan who brought a strange gem that opened the seal. But there were still remnants of the seal at the entrances. It would be extremely difficult for outsiders to break in unless the people of the Azure Divine Realm opened it from the inside. It seems like the Azure Divine Realm really wants to be destroyed. Although we can't break it open, once the origin tribulation is over, we'll send out all our experts. When that time comes, do you think you can stop the Tao Lords and Taoists? An origin force from the extreme evil race said coldly. That's right. Hand over Lu Ming as soon as possible, and this matter will have nothing to do with you. Yuan Sanji also said. Although the people of the Azure Divine Realm looked solemn, they were still unmoved. If they refuse to hand over Lu Ming, do they think that we have no other choice? We just have to send people to block them in the Azure Divine Realm so that they won't have the chance encounter in the primitive universe. Let's see how long they can tolerate this. Ye Immortal suggested. Good idea. Let's do that. The experts of the Forbidden Lands nodded. Then, the experts of the 8 Forbidden Lands stood guard outside, blocking the entrance of the Azure Divine Realm so that the people of the Azure Divine Realm couldn't enter. Damn it! Many people in the Azure Divine Realm were furious. The universe was full of opportunities. There were many relics, sacred mountains, cave dwellings, and so on from the Eldritch continent. The major forces each occupied a vast area, and there were people exploring it all the time. The Azure Divine Realm was the same. Now that it was blocked, how could they explore the relics and obtain the opportunities? They could only watch as the opportunities were taken away by others. But there was nothing they could do. They could defend with the restrictions of the Azure Divine Realm, but it wasn't enough to attack. Moreover, once they sent their experts to attack, they would attract more experts from the 8 Forbidden Lands. The Azure Divine Realm alone was no match for the 8 Forbidden Lands. Time passed day by day. The people of the Azure Divine Realm had no choice but to stay in the Azure Divine Realm and couldn't leave. In the blink of an eye, a year had passed. The experts of the 8 tribes guarding outside the Azure Divine Realm had decreased by a lot. There were only a few hundred of them. They couldn't stay here all year round as they needed to send people to explore the relics. However, a few hundred origins were enough to guard the Azure Divine Realm. Once there was any movement in the Azure Divine Realm, the others could quickly come to their aid. After being blocked for a year, the Azure Divine Realm was turbulent and there were all kinds of voices that were unfavorable to Lu Ming. After all, people were different. Some supported Lu Ming while others didn't. Are we going to be blocked here for the rest of our lives and watch the opportunities being taken away by the Forbidden Lands? Are we going to watch them become stronger and stronger while we become weaker? The human race was so powerful in the past. I can't believe we've fallen to such a state. It's all Lu Ming's fault. He's just a divine master, but he overestimated himself. He offended the 8 Forbidden Lands at the same time. He went into hiding, but we were implicated because of him. That's right. In my opinion, we should just hand over Lu Ming. The 8 tribes of the Forbidden Lands have said that as long as we hand over Lu Ming, they will coexist peacefully with us. It's completely worth exchanging Lu Ming for the entire Azure Divine Realm. Yes, hand over Lu Ming. Many people discussed secretly and made such arguments. Of course, there were also many people who opposed handing over Lu Ming and were unwilling to compromise. The two sides argued endlessly, and as time went on, the argument became worse and worse. Towards the end, many reciprocity experts had joined in. In the blink of an eye, another 2 years had passed. The 8 Forbidden Lands had surrounded the Azure Divine Realm for 3 years. The Azure Divine Realm was turbulent and there were more and more people who supported handing over Lu Ming. Chapter 5083. Lu Ming naturally knew that the 8 Great Forbidden Lands had besieged the Azure Divine Realm. Although he was furious, there was nothing he could do. His strength was still too weak. If he took the initiative to kill his way out, he would undoubtedly be walking into a trap. He urgently needed to break through to the Origin Realm. However, after 3 years of cultivation, he clearly felt that his foundation was very stable and there were almost no flaws. However, whenever he had the thought of breaking through to the Origin Realm, a terrifying sense of crisis would come. He had a feeling that if he chose to break through to the Origin Realm, he would definitely die. What was going on? Lu Ming couldn't figure it out. Was there something missing? Was there a fatal flaw in his body? Besides this, he really couldn't think of any other reason. If he couldn't break through to the Origin Realm, he wouldn't be able to fight against the 8 Great Forbidden Lands. Right, there's still the Human King's broken sword. If I can control the Human King's broken sword, the 8 great forbidden lands will all be useless. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. Then, his spiritual sense entered his sea of consciousness. The Human King's broken sword floated in Lu Ming's sea of consciousness for 3 years, motionless and without any abnormalities, as if it had never moved. Lu Ming tried to control the Human King's broken sword, but found that it was like an ancient divine mountain, motionless. Let's refine it first. Lu Ming used his spiritual sense to entangle the Human King's broken sword and began to refine it. However, after a while, Lu Ming gave up. There was no progress. Little King Xianyuan Yi gave me the Human King's broken sword. It's impossible that I can't refine it. Is it because my cultivation is too low? Lu Ming pondered. In fact, until now, he still felt puzzled as to why Little King Xianyuan Yi gave him the Human King's broken sword. DK's escape had something to do with him, although he didn't do it on purpose. Originally, he thought that Xianyuan Yi would kill him. At that time, he really felt the killing intent from Xianyuan Yi. But in the blink of an eye, Xianyuan Yi changed his mind. Not only did he not kill him, he even gave the Human King's broken sword to Lu Ming. Lu Ming couldn't figure it out at all. Did he think that his talent was unparalleled and that he would rise in the future and be invincible in the world? Lu Ming shook his head. He was not that narcissistic. Although his talent was not bad, in the eyes of people like Xianyuan Yi, it was probably nothing. In the era of the desolate continent, although there were few existences who had broken through 5 times, there should be quite a few of them over the years. However, there were only a few who could become Human Kings. The Little Human King had an extremely high possibility of becoming the second Human King Xianyuan. The talent of such a person was unimaginable. Even Lu Ming himself did not believe that he would give the Human King's sword to Lu Ming because of his talent. Then what was the reason? This question had troubled Lu Ming for 3 years, but he still couldn't figure it out. However, since the Junior Human King had given the Human King's broken sword to Lu Ming, it shouldn't be impossible for him to refine it. It should be of some use. Let's try dripping a drop of blood first. Lu Ming intended to start with the most ancient and traditional method. He first forced out a drop of blood, and then wrapped it with the forbidden origin power. It flew into his sea of consciousness and dripped onto the Human King's broken sword. When the blood dripped onto the broken sword, it immediately absorbed the blood. In the next moment, a faint layer of bloody light appeared on the surface of the broken sword. At this moment, Lu Ming had a feeling that he had made a connection with the broken sword. Yes, I didn't expect it to be so simple. Lu Ming was slightly stunned at first, and then he was overjoyed. Then, Lu Ming wrapped the broken sword with his spiritual sense and began to refine it. This time, Lu Ming indeed felt that he had made great progress. Although this progress was very slow, and it would probably take some time to refine the broken sword. However, with some time, he would definitely be able to refine it. At that time, Lu Ming would be able to control the broken sword. Lu Ming was looking forward to it. Outside the Ashen Azure Immortal realm, there were still close to 400 origins guarding it. There were people from the 8 great forbidden lands, and the Yi Immortal was among them. The Ashen Azure Immortal realm has been divided into 2 factions, and there are conflicts. Very good. If this continues, I'm afraid that we won't have to do anything. Someone will voluntarily hand over Lu Ming. It's best if there's another internal conflict in the Ashen Azure Immortal realm. A big battle will save us the trouble of doing anything. Some of the creatures from the Forbidden Lands were chatting. I think we can add fuel to the fire. At this moment, the Yi Immortal interrupted. Add fuel? Someone looked at the Yi Immortal. Although the Yi Immortal was only in the Divine Master realm, some people didn't dare to underestimate him. They all knew that the Yi Immortal was resourceful and scheming. Aren't there many people scattered in the Ashen Azure Immortal realm? If we work together and capture all of them, we can kill some of them in front of the people in the Ashen Azure Immortal realm and threaten them to hand over Lu Ming. Don't you think this will aggravate their conflict? The Yi Immortal said casually, as if he was talking about a trivial matter. How ruthless! Many of the experts from the 8 great forbidden lands muttered. This move was too ruthless. However, it would definitely be effective. Wonderful, wonderful. Let's use this move then. Spread the news. Send people to capture the humans in the Ashen Azure Immortal realm. The 5 great forbidden lands in the Western cosmos spread the news. The 3 forbidden lands in the Eastern cosmos didn't have many people, so they couldn't spare more people. Immediately, the forbidden lands took action. Many of the people in the Ashen Azure Immortal realm were captured and brought out of the Ashen Azure Immortal realm. He's been captured. And Han Zijian. Damn it. He's also fallen into the hands of the 8 great forbidden lands. The people guarding the entrance of the Ashen Azure Immortal realm were in chaos. Moreover, the news quickly spread to every corner of the Ashen Azure Immortal realm. Countless people rushed to the entrance. There were at least a few hundred people in the Ashen Azure Immortal realm. There were God Emperors, Divine Masters, and Origin Realm cultivators. Their cultivation had obviously been sealed. They knelt in the void in a row. Damn it. Many people were furious. They couldn't wait to kill their way out. People of the Ashen Azure Immortal realm, listen up. If you want to save these people, hand over Lu Ming. I'll give you 3 days to consider. After 3 days, these people will all die. Yuan Sanji's cold voice spread everywhere. That's right. If you still don't hand him over, it's fine. There's still the next batch. There are at least tens of thousands of people in the Ashen Azure Immortal realm scattered across the cosmos. He will kill them all. An elder from the extreme evil race sneered. He was Emo Sha's uncle. Although he wasn't young, his battle strength was terrifying. Although he wasn't a peerless genius, he had comprehended his own Genesis art through the accumulation of experience over a long period of time. Moreover, he had once obtained a great opportunity that allowed his Genesis root to evolve to the mid-grade. After breaking through to the Origin realm, the grade of one's Genesis root wouldn't remain unchanged. There was a chance to improve it. However, the probability was very small and the difficulty was very high. Without a great opportunity, there was no need to even think about it. However, there were some people who weren't very talented but obtained great opportunities that allowed their Genesis root to evolve. Emo Sha's uncle belonged to this category. Chapter 5084. The Tsongqing Divine Realm was in chaos. Those who didn't support handing over Lu Ming were shaken. That was because many of their family members were still outside. Hand over Lu Ming in exchange for everyone's safety. That's right. Although Lu Ming is talented, he doesn't know when to stop. He will die sooner or later. It's useless no matter how talented he is. That's right. No matter how talented he is, it's useless if he can't grow. We can't let so many people die because of Lu Ming. Many people shouted. More and more people supported handing over Lu Ming. Mulans and Huang Ling became more anxious when they heard those voices. The human race is weak. Right now, Lu Ming is our only chance. If he grows up, the human race will be able to rise. Otherwise, even if we are struggling at death's door, it is only a matter of time before we are wiped out by the various forbidden lands. We can only have a future if we protect Lu Ming now. Those were the people who supported protecting Lu Ming. Both sides had their own opinions and the argument was getting more and more intense. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. They are really stubborn. Then kill them. Kill them until they are terrified. Outside the Tsongqing Divine Realm, Yuan Sanji ordered coldly. Kill. Some people shouted. Light flashed and heads flew. Blood splattered in the void. Hundreds of people in the Tsongqing Divine Realm were killed. Ah, damn it. Big brother. Martial uncle. Many people shouted with bloodshot eyes. Continue to bring people. Outside the Tsongqing Divine Realm, someone shouted coldly. Then hundreds of people from the Tsongqing Divine Realm were brought over. Their cultivation was also sealed and they knelt in the void. I'll give you 3 more days. If you don't hand over Lu Ming in 3 days, I'll kill another group. Emo Sha's uncle's voice was extremely cold and his eyes were filled with evil light. Ah, senior sister is inside. My third brother is inside too. Hand over Lu Ming, hand over Lu Ming. We can't let more people die in vain. I'm going to capture Lu Ming and hand him over. Anyone who tries to stop me will be my mortal enemy." A few people roared loudly. The two groups confronted each other, and the smell of gunpowder filled the air. It seemed like a great battle was about to erupt. "I suggest that we consult our primogenitor. If he says we should hand it over, we'll hand it over. If he doesn't, we won't hand it over," someone suggested. "All right, let's go ask the primogenitor." The people of the Ashen Azure Divine Realm agreed and sent some representatives in a certain direction. Although it was a great tribulation of reciprocity right now, all those above mid-reciprocity had to seal their bodies and not come out. However, although some of the top experts had sealed their physical bodies, their consciousness could still be revealed. For example, didn't the primogenitor of the quasi-saint race show his consciousness back then? The ancient and powerful progenitors of the Ashen Azure Divine Realm sealed their bodies, but their consciousnesses could still be revealed. Soon, the news spread throughout the Azure Divine Realm. The patriarchs of the Azure Divine Realm wanted to protect Lu Ming. Why? Many people were unwilling, but no one dared to go against the wishes of the primogenitors. Damn it! The 8 clans of the Forbidden Lands should all die, Lu Ming roared in a low voice. Although he was in seclusion, he still had a portion of his spiritual consciousness outside to pay attention to everything outside. In fact, Lu Ming knew what was happening outside. Seeing hundreds of people being killed, with heads rolling and blood splattering in the void, Lu Ming was incomparably furious and his killing intent was incomparably strong. In particular, the intentions of the Azure Divine Realm's primogenitors made Lu Ming feel a little guilty. All of this happened because of him. He couldn't wait to kill his way out and solve all of this. Just a little bit more, just a little bit more. Lu Ming felt that the human king's broken sword was about to be refined. Just a little bit more, like a layer of paper that could be completely refined at any time. Soon, another 2 days passed. Many people became more and more anxious. Because once the 3rd day was up, hundreds of people would be killed again. Lu Ming, if you're a man, stand out yourself. Do you have a conscience if you want others to die for you? Someone roared. They didn't dare to go against the will of the primogenitors and didn't dare to capture Lu Ming, but they wanted to force Lu Ming to take the initiative to go out. In the blink of an eye, another half a day passed. Suddenly, a terrifying sword chi spread out from Lu Ming's place of seclusion, but it was immediately withdrawn and not many people sensed it. It's done! Lu Ming's eyes lit up. After such a long time, Lu Ming finally refined the human king's broken sword. With a thought, the human king's broken sword flew out from Lu Ming's sea of consciousness and appeared in Lu Ming's hand, letting out a soft sword hum. At the same time, Lu Ming felt that the remaining 1/5 of the sword contained a terrifying and boundless energy. Lu Ming had a feeling that if he could detonate this energy, even those who were at the peak of origin would be killed in seconds. However, Lu Ming was soon disappointed. He couldn't use this energy at all. It was like a silent sea, unmoving and unmoving. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't touch it. Lu Ming understood that this was because his cultivation was too low. It was like an ant holding a divine sword. He couldn't lift it at all, nor could he use the power of the divine sword. Lu Ming was now facing such a predicament. However, it wasn't that he couldn't use the human king's broken sword at all. Lu Ming discovered that there were densely packed runes at the bottom of the sword hilt. These runes were intertwined to form a complicated array. This formation was constantly absorbing energy from the outside world and accumulating it in the sword hilt. Lu Ming found that he could use this energy. He circulated the forbidden origin energy and poured it into the sword hilt, drawing this energy. Immediately, a strand of sword chi appeared on the sword. Lu Ming swung the sword, and a crack was immediately cut open in the void. What a strong power! With this power, it's as easy as flipping one's hand. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. The human king's broken sword didn't disappoint him. He couldn't draw the vast ocean-like energy in the sword, but he could use the energy in the sword hilt. Although this energy couldn't be compared to the energy in the sword, it was enough for Lu Ming. The 8 clans of the Forbidden Area, it's time to settle the score. A cold light flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. He then ended his seclusion and strode out. Junior brother Lu Ming. Lu Ming. Seeing Lu Ming, Mullins and Huang Ling immediately walked over with concern. Senior sister Huang Ling, wait for me here. I'll be back soon. Lu Ming smiled. Junior brother, are you going to face the 8 clans of the Forbidden Area? That's very dangerous. Mullins's expression changed. Don't worry, I won't joke with my life. I've already refined the Human King's broken sword. Lu Ming informed. He didn't hide the fact that the Human King's sword was broken from Mullins and Huang Ling. He believed that they wouldn't tell anyone. You've refined it? Mullins and Huang Ling were overjoyed. Yes, so don't worry, I can protect myself. Lu Ming said. Junior brother, I'll go out with you. I'll go out with you too. Mullins and Huang Ling said. Obviously, they were still a little worried. Chapter 5085. Lu Ming pondered for a moment before agreeing to let Mullins and Huang Ling follow him. Most importantly, he was confident that the 2 of them would be fine. Otherwise, he would never let them follow him. The 3 of them rushed toward an exit. It's Lu Ming. Lu Ming has come out. It seems like he can't sit still anymore. He wants to go out. At least he still has some conscience. Conscience my ass. Why didn't he come out earlier? He caused my senior brother's death. He's just a coward. Lu Ming's appearance caused a commotion among the people of the Azure Divine Realm. Many people directly rushed toward Lu Ming. Brother Lu, you don't have to go out. The Azure Divine Realm can protect you. A bearded youth said. He was Fu Yuan, who had the bloodline of the Sacred Light Human King. That's right. The primogenitors have all said that they will protect you. You can just stay here at ease. The 8 clans can't barge in. Another peerless genius, Zhao Wuji, who had broken through 3 times, said. What do you mean protect him? If you want to protect him, you have to sacrifice others. Hundreds of people have already been killed, and hundreds more are in danger now. If Lu Ming has any conscience, he should go out and surrender himself. Some people said coldly, hoping that Lu Ming would go out voluntarily. Lu Ming casually glanced at these people and did not say anything. Most of these people had family and friends outside, so it was inevitable that they would be worried. Humans were all selfish. Brother Fu, Brother Zhao, thank you for your good intentions, but Lu Ming does not want to implicate others. I will deal with my own matters. Lu Ming cupped his fists at Fu Yuan and Zhao Wuji before continuing on with Huang Ling and Mullins. However, a few people blocked Lu Ming's path. There were a total of 7 people. 5 of them were Origin Realm experts. Some were old, and some were middle-aged. There were also 2 young men. Lu Ming, you can go out, but Miss Mullins can't go with you. You should know that she is the disciple of a big shot. If something happens to her, we won't be able to account for it. An old man said. Lu Ming's brows furrowed slightly. Although the other party's meaning was for the good of Mullins and didn't want anything to happen to Mullins, his tone was very bad. He spoke in a commanding tone to Lu Ming. Where I want to go, no one can stop me. Mullins said. Miss Mullins, we're doing this for your own good. Lu Ming is someone who thinks he's above everyone else just because he has some strength. You'll only bring harm to yourself if you follow him. It's better to choose a good partner early. A young man said. That's right. This young lady should stay as well. There's no need for her to die with Lu Ming. Another young man added. He looked at Huang Ling with a burning gaze. Lu Ming understood that these people were not doing this for Mullins and Huang Ling. They clearly had ulterior motives. They wanted to use this reason to stop the 2 girls from going with Lu Ming. Piss off. Lu Ming's expression became ugly after he thought this through. He directly told them to piss off. The faces of the reciprocity experts all became ugly. They were seniors after all, yet Lu Ming had actually told them to piss off. How preposterous. Lu Ming, do you know how to respect your master? Just because you have some talent, you can do whatever you want. No wonder you offend people everywhere you go, the old man began to lecture him sternly. If you don't piss off, I'll tell you to piss off yourself. Lu Ming directly interrupted him. The war god's spear appeared, and a powerful presence erupted, pressing towards the old man. At the same time, the war god's spear swept out. Everyone was shocked. They used their full strength, but they were forced back. Why, you're hopeless, the old man was furious. Lu Ming suddenly roared. His body swelled as he used a Genesis technique. The war god's spear pressed down again. Boom! A berserk aura erupted, and the 5 Origin Realm experts were forced back. 4 of them even vomited blood. The old man was the strongest and had comprehended a Genesis technique, but even he could not withstand the attack. He was forced back 10,000 meters, his face pale. "If you say another word, I'll kill all of you." Lu Ming's voice was chilling, and killing intent emerged. The old man's body turned cold, as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. Although he was furious, he did not dare to utter a single word. Only after personally clashing with Lu Ming did they understand how terrifying Lu Ming's battle prowess was. It was so strong that it made them shiver in fear. They were all Origin Realm experts, but they felt like they would be instantly killed by a god master. It was simply unbelievable. He's crazy. Lu Ming has already gone crazy. He knows he'll definitely die if he goes out, so he's acting even more crazily. We can't offend him now. He won't live for long anyway. It's just a pity that the 2 of them are so talented. If only they were a match for Lu San and Lu Da. Several Origin Realm experts secretly communicated with each other. Lu San and Lu Da were naturally referring to the 2 young men. After repelling a few Origin Realm experts, Lu Ming grabbed the 2 young men in his hand. The 2 young men, Lu Da and Lu San, screamed in fear. In front of Lu Ming, they were like 2 chicks, unable to resist. "Just the 2 of you? Toads want to eat swan meat? Go back and look in the mirror." Lu Ming sneered and casually threw Lu Da and Lu San to the ground, creating 2 large pits. They lay there and vomited blood. Then, Lu Ming walked towards the exit with Mulins and Huang Ling without looking back. Damn it, Lu Da roared, but he was very suppressed. He did not dare to shout out loud, fearing that Lu Ming would hear him. He's about to die anyway, and he'll definitely die miserably in the hands of the 8 families of the Forbidden Area. Don't bother with him. Lu San said. What a pity. Lu Ming must have a lot of good things on him. Now, the 8 families of the Forbidden Area will benefit. This kid should have left those good things behind before he died. Lu Da said. In fact, many Origin Realm experts of the Chongqing Divine Realm and Lu Da and Lu San had such thoughts. They thought that since Lu Ming was about to die, he should have left his treasures behind to contribute to others. However, after seeing the fate of Lu Da and Lu San, no one dared to speak out. Lu Ming was not a pushover. Although his cultivation level was only at the Almighty Master realm, his combat power was ridiculously strong. Among the early-stage Origin Realm cultivators, there were not many who could firmly suppress Lu Ming. No one knew what would happen if Lu Ming went crazy and fought with his life on the line. Moreover, the Origin ancestors of the Chongqing Divine Realm wanted to protect Lu Ming, so those with ulterior motives would not dare to go too far. Very soon, Lu Ming left through an exit and headed outside. Lu Ming, he's out. The people of the 8 families of the Forbidden Area immediately saw Lu Ming. Their eyes shone with cold light, as if they wanted to pierce through Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming actually came out alone, and he even brought 2 women with him. Something is not right. At the back of the crowd, Immortal's expression changed when he saw Lu Ming, Mulins, and Huang Ling. He knew Lu Ming very well. Based on his understanding of Lu Ming was not someone who would come out to die so easily. Moreover, he had 2 women with him.